Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was summoned to Gringotts and discovers he is the heir of all 4 founders at age of 5. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Letter That Bled Gold. The cupboard smelled like dust and forgotten things. Harry Potter had grown used to it over the years, all 5 of them, though he only remembered the last 3 with any clarity. The smell was part of him now, woven into his clothes and his hair and the thin blanket that Aunt Petunia had thrown at him when he'd asked, once, if he could have something warmer in winter. She hadn't hit him for asking. That was Uncle Vernon's job. Tonight was his birthday. July 31st. He knew because Dudley had been complaining for weeks about having to wait until August for his own party, and Aunt Petunia had cooed that her precious Duddykins would have the biggest celebration little Whinging had ever seen. 14 boys invited. A professional magician. A bouncy castle. Harry had counted the days on his fingers, careful and quiet, marking each one in his head. 5 years old. He wondered if 5 felt different from 4. It didn't. Not really. The house had gone silent hours ago. Uncle Vernon's snoring rumbled through the floorboards above Harry's head, a sound like distant thunder that never quite broke into rain. Dudley's room was 2 doors down, filled with toys and games and a television of his very own. Harry had seen it once, when he'd been sent to clean while the family was out. He'd stood in the doorway for a full minute, just looking. He didn't touch anything. He'd learned not to touch things. The clock in the hallway chimed. Harry counted the tones automatically. He'd taught himself to tell time by listening, since he couldn't see the clock's face from inside the cupboard. 11 chimes. 1 more hour until midnight. 1 more hour until his birthday was officially over and no one had remembered. He pulled his knees to his chest and rested his chin on them, staring at the thin line of light that crept under the cupboard door from the hallway lamp Aunt Petunia always left burning. She said it was for security. Harry thought it was because she was afraid of the dark, though he'd never say so out loud. The wood of the cupboard door was old and cracked in places. Harry had memorized every crack, every whirl in the grain, every spot where the paint had chipped away to reveal darker wood beneath. In the dim light, if he squinted just right, some of the patterns looked like faces. Some looked like animals. One, in the corner near the hinges, looked almost like a castle. He liked that one best. Something shifted in the air. Harry went very still. He'd learned stillness the way other children learn to ride bicycles, through necessity and practice and the understanding that movement attracted attention, and attention was rarely good. His breathing slowed. His eyes focused on the crack under the door. The light was changing. Not flickering, the way it did when someone walked past the lamp. This was different. The thin yellow line was turning gold, then brighter gold, then a color Harry didn't have a word for, something between sunlight and honey and the heart of a flame. Heat touched his face. Not unpleasant heat, not burning, but warmth. The kind of warmth he imagined mothers gave when they hugged their children, though he couldn't be certain since he'd never experienced it himself. The wood of the cupboard door began to glow. Harry should have been afraid. He knew that, distantly, the way he knew that normal children didn't live in cupboards and normal uncles didn't leave bruises shaped like fingers on normal nephews' arms. Fear was the appropriate response. But the warmth felt like safety, and safety was so rare in his life that he couldn't bring himself to pull away from it. The glow concentrated in one spot, low on the door, about level with Harry's chest if he'd been standing. The wood there began to shift and move, grain flowing like water, not spinning like tiny whirlpools. And from the center of that impossible motion, something emerged. A letter. It grew from the door itself, pushing outward like a flower blooming in fast motion. Parchment the color of old cream, thick and heavy, sealed with a blob of wax that caught the golden light and threw it back in 4 distinct colors, red and blue and yellow and green, all swirled together in a pattern that hurt Harry's eyes if he looked too long. The letter dropped into his lap. The glow faded. The cupboard was dark again, lit only by that thin yellow line under the door, and the faint luminescence coming from the seal itself. Harry stared at the letter for a long moment. Then, because he was 5 and curious and had never received anything addressed specifically to him in his entire life, he picked it up. The parchment was warm. The seal didn't feel like wax, it felt like touching a sunbeam, if sunbeams could be solid enough to touch. Harry turned the letter over, and there, in ink that shifted between gold and silver depending on how he tilted it, were words. Mr. Harry James Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. His breath caught. Someone knew. Someone knew where he slept, knew his cupboard, knew his name, his full name, not just boy, or freak, or you there. His hands trembled as he slid a finger under the seal. It gave way easily, as if it had been waiting for him specifically to open it. Inside was a single sheet of parchment covered in elegant script. Dear Mr. Potter, you are hereby summoned to Gringotts Wizarding Bank for the reading of your inheritance under the ancient and noble house protocols. This summons supersedes all mortal guardianship and cannot be refused, delayed, or intercepted. Your presence is required immediately. Please hold this letter and speak the word ancestry. We have waited long enough. Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank, on behalf of the founder's estate. Harry read the letter 3 times. Half the words didn't make sense. Gringotts. Wizarding. Protocols. Founders. But the part about mortal guardianship made his heart beat faster, and the part about not being refused or delayed made something fierce and desperate bloom in his chest. He'd learned not to hope. Hope was dangerous in the Dursley household, a weapon they could use against him. But this letter had grown from his cupboard door. This letter knew his name. He whispered the word. Ancestry. The letter flared with light, not the gentle gold from before, but something brighter, fiercer, a brilliance that swallowed the darkness of the cupboard and swallowed Harry too, pulling him through space and time and possibility until he landed on marble. Hard landing. His knees hit first, then his palms, and he stayed there for a moment, head down, waiting for the world to stop spinning. The floor beneath his hands was cold and smooth, veined with what looked like rivers of silver running through black stone. When he lifted his head, he forgot to breathe. He was in a room. No. Not a room. A cavern. A cathedral. Something so vast and ancient and impossible that room felt like calling the ocean a puddle. The ceiling vanished into darkness far above, but Harry could see things moving up there, shadows that might have been bats, or birds, or something else entirely. Columns of dark marble rose around him, carved with figures and scenes he couldn't quite make out. Torches burned in brackets on the walls, but their fire was white instead of orange, casting everything in sharp, clear light. And at the far end of the space, 4 doors. They were enormous. Each one was twice as tall as a house and carved from a different material, one from what looked like ruby, one from sapphire, one from yellow citron, and one from emerald. Above each door, mounted on the wall, was a massive crest. A lion rampant, wreathed in flame. An eagle soaring, stars caught in its wings. A badger curled protectively, flowers blooming around its form. A serpent coiled, eyes like twin moons. Harry got to his feet slowly. His legs felt unsteady, but not from the landing. From awe. From terror. From something else he couldn't name. Mr. Potter. He spun around. A creature stood behind him. Short, barely taller than Harry himself, with a face like a leather bag that had been folded and refolded countless times. Long fingers. Sharp teeth. Eyes that glittered like cut gemstones in the torchlight. You're late, the creature said. By approximately 5 years. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. Tried again. I'm sorry, he managed. I didn't know I was supposed to be here. The creature made a sound that might have been a laugh. No. You wouldn't. The mortal guardians placed over you saw to that. He tilted his head, studying Harry with an intensity that made the boy want to step back. You received the letter? It grew. From my cupboard door. Yes. The summoning charm was keyed to recognize when an heir reached critical distress levels. Apparently, living in a cupboard while being starved and beaten qualifies. The creature's voice was flat. I am Griphook. I manage the accounts you are here to claim. Follow me. He turned and began walking toward the 4 doors. Harry hesitated for only a moment before hurrying after him. His bare feet made soft sounds on the marble. He'd been in his 2 large pajamas when the letter took him, hand-me-downs from Dudley that hung on his thin frame like curtains on a stick. Sir. Harry said, keeping pace with Griphook's brisk stride. What is this place? Gringotts Bank. The inheritance chamber, specifically. Griphook didn't slow down or look back. Few humans ever see it. The summoning charm was the founder's work. They believed their heirs should have direct access, regardless of what magical society might prefer. The founders? You ask many questions for someone so young. Sorry. Griphook stopped walking. He turned to face Harry, and his expression, what Harry could read of it, shifted slightly. Softened wasn't the right word. Nothing about this creature was soft. But there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Do not apologize for seeking knowledge, Griphook said. The founders valued curiosity. If you are truly their heir, you will need every scrap of it. He resumed walking. Harry followed, but his mind was racing now. Heirs. Founders. The 4 doors with their 4 crests. What am I the heir to? He asked. They had reached the center of the chamber, where a pedestal rose from the floor. It was made of the same black marble as everything else, but its surface was covered in symbols that seemed to move when Harry looked at them, twisting and reforming into new shapes, never quite settling. That, Griphook said, is what we are about to discover. He gestured to the pedestal. Place your hand on the stone. Harry looked at the pedestal. At the moving symbols. At the 4 massive doors beyond, each one gleaming with its own inner light. Then he looked back at Griphook. Will it hurt? Probably. Something in Harry's chest loosened at the honesty. He'd been lied to so many times by adults, told that things would be fine when they wouldn't, promised that he'd get his own room someday if he was good enough. Griphook's bluntness was almost refreshing. He stepped forward and placed his palm on the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world caught fire. Not literally, at least Harry didn't think so, though it was hard to tell with the way pain seared through every nerve in his body. He couldn't scream, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but stand there with his hand fused to the pedestal while something ancient and immense reached inside him and took hold. Images flashed through his mind. A man with wild red hair laughing as he dueled 3 opponents at once. A woman with silver-streaked black hair bent over a book, candlelight dancing in her dark eyes. Another woman, plump and kind-faced, healing a wounded creature with gentle hands. A man with sharp features and sharper eyes, standing alone on a cliff as lightning split the sky behind him. More images. Battles. Celebrations. Arguments that shook the walls of a castle that hadn't been built yet. Children running through corridors, learning, growing, becoming. 1,000 years of history compressed into a single instant, pouring into Harry's mind like water into a cup that was far, far too small. The pain peaked, and then it stopped. Harry gasped, stumbling backward from the pedestal. His hand felt normal, unburned, but his whole body was shaking. He looked up at the 4 doors. All 4 of them were glowing. Not just glowing. Blazing. The ruby door burned with crimson light. The sapphire door shone with blue fire. The citron door radiated golden warmth. The emerald door pulsed with deep green luminescence. The crests above them had come alive, the lion roaring silently, the eagle crying out, the badger standing alert, the serpent uncoiling. Griphook had gone very still. "Well," he said, and his voice was not quite steady. "That is, unprecedented." Harry barely heard him. He was staring at the doors, at the lights, at the crests that seemed to be looking back at him. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. "What does it mean?" he whispered. A sound echoed through the chamber, a deep, resonant boom that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then another. And another. Like a giant's heartbeat, or drums being struck in the darkness far above. "It means," Griphook said slowly, "that the alarms are sounding. The detection wards are activating. Every goblin in this bank knows what just happened." "But what did happen?" Griphook looked at him. For the first time, something like awe crept into his ancient, weathered face. The inheritance ritual has not produced a unified response in over 1,000 years. Individual heirs have been found. One door might glow for a descendant of Gryffindor, or 2 doors might flicker for someone with mixed ancestry. But 4 doors, Mr. Potter. 4 doors burning bright enough to wake the old wards. He shook his head slowly. "You are not merely an heir. You are the heir. The unified inheritor of all 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And that makes you either the most valuable wizard alive, or the most dangerous." Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the cold marble floor, staring up at the blazing doors, at the living crests, at the impossible reality of his situation. 5 years old, escaped from a cupboard, and apparently the inheritor of a legacy he didn't understand. "I don't," he started. A door slammed open somewhere behind them. Harry scrambled to his feet, instinct taking over. He'd learned to identify threats quickly, to position himself near exits, to make himself small and unobtrusive. But there was nowhere to hide in this vast chamber, and the man striding toward them didn't look like someone Harry could hide from anyway. He was old. Very old, with a beard that reached nearly to his waist and silver hair that caught the torchlight like spun moonlight. He wore robes of deep purple covered in tiny moving stars, and his eyes, bright blue behind half-moon spectacles, were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the boy want to take several steps backward. "Griphook," the old man said. His voice was calm, but there was something underneath the calm. Something that might have been fear. "I felt the wards activate from Hogwarts. The castle itself responded. What has happened here?" "Headmaster Dumbledore." Griphook's tone had shifted, becoming formal and distant. "You are intruding on an inheritance ritual. The bank's protocols can wait until I understand why every portrait in my school suddenly began speaking in languages they've never used before." Dumbledore's gaze hadn't left Harry. "And why Godric Gryffindor's sword appeared on my desk." He reached into his robes and withdrew something, a sword, gleaming silver and gold, with rubies set into the hilt. Even from where he stood, Harry could feel power radiating from it, a warmth that called to something deep in his chest. "This sword," Dumbledore continued softly, "has not responded to anyone in 50 years. Tonight, it materialized from thin air, oriented toward London, and tried to fly out my window." He knelt, bringing himself closer to Harry's eye level. "Hello, Harry. Do you know who I am?" Harry shook his head. But that wasn't quite true, was it? He'd seen a flash of this face in the visions that had poured through him, a younger version, standing in the great hall of a castle, accepting a position, making promises. "You're the headmaster of Hogwarts," Harry said. "You were there when the castle was completed." "Well, not this you. But a you." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. "You saw that?" "I saw a lot of things." Harry's head was starting to hurt. "The pedestal showed me. I think. The inheritance memory transfer." Griphook's voice was grudging. "It shouldn't have been so extensive. Usually heirs receive only fragments relevant to their specific lineage. But if he activated all 4, he received everything," Dumbledore finished. 1,000 years of memories, compressed into a single moment. He reached out, slowly, and placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "How do you feel?" Harry considered the question seriously. His body ached. His mind felt like it was filled with too many voices, too many images, all trying to be heard at once. His heart was still pounding, and his hands were still shaking, and somewhere underneath all of it was a terror so profound he didn't dare look at it directly. But also, "I feel like I'm supposed to be here," he said quietly. "Like I've been walking toward this place my whole life, and I didn't know it until I arrived." Dumbledore's expression shifted. Something complicated passed through his eyes, relief and concern and calculation, all mixed together. Harry watched it happen, and somewhere in the back of his mind, a new instinct stirred. A whisper that said, "He's not just here to help you. He wants something." The thought surprised Harry. He'd never been suspicious of adults before, mostly because being suspicious didn't change anything. The Dursleys would be cruel whether he expected it or not. But this was different. This man had power, real power, and he'd come running the moment the wards activated. "We should discuss this somewhere more appropriate," Dumbledore said, straightening. "Gringotts is secure, but there are too many ears even here. Harry, would you be willing to come with me to, no?" The word came out sharper than Harry intended. But once it was spoken, he found he meant it. Dumbledore blinked. "I beg your pardon. I'm not leaving until I understand what I am." Harry looked at Griphook. "The ritual isn't finished, is it?" "There's more I need to do." Griphook's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but close. "The heir is correct. The unified inheritance requires acknowledgement from each lineage. He must approach each door, receive the blessing of that founder's magic, and accept the responsibilities that come with it." He paused. "This process typically takes several hours. And it cannot be interrupted once begun." "Then I'll stay," Harry said. "I'll do what I need to do." And then, he looked at Dumbledore again. "Then we can talk about where I go next. But I'm not going back to the cupboard. I'm not going back to them." There was silence in the chamber. The 4 doors continued to blaze. The crests continued to watch. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Very well. I will wait." He conjured a chair from nothing, a comfortable-looking armchair that appeared in a swirl of purple smoke, and sat down. "Take your time, Harry. This is your inheritance. Your choice." Harry nodded. Then he turned to face the 4 doors. The red one was closest. The lion crest above it seemed to be looking directly at him, its mane rippling with invisible wind. Harry remembered the images from the ritual, the red-haired man laughing as he fought, throwing himself into danger without a moment's hesitation, living and dying with equal abandon. Gryffindor. Courage. Harry started walking. The distance seemed to stretch as he approached, the door growing larger and larger until it filled his entire field of vision. Heat radiated from the ruby surface, not uncomfortable but intense, pressing against his skin like a physical force. When he was close enough to touch it, a voice spoke in his mind. "Who seeks entry to my domain?" Harry swallowed. "Harry Potter." The ritual said, "Words mean nothing here. Only courage speaks." The door swung open. Beyond it was not a vault, not a room, but a landscape. Harry stepped through and found himself standing on a cliff edge, wind howling around him, storm clouds boiling overhead. Lightning cracked in the distance, and below him, far, far below, waves crashed against jagged rocks with the sound of continuous thunder. A figure stood at the very edge of the cliff. Red hair whipping in the wind, armor gleaming silver, sword held loosely in one hand. He didn't turn around. "So," the figure said. "You're the one." Harry's feet moved him forward without his permission. 1 step. 2. The wind tried to push him back, tried to knock him down, but he kept walking. The ground was slippery with rain that hadn't been falling a moment ago. "I don't understand what's happening," Harry said. "No one ever does, at first." Godric Gryffindor turned. He was exactly as the visions had shown him, wild and fierce and alive in a way that made everything else seem muted. His eyes were the same color as the flames that had engulfed his door. "The question isn't whether you understand. The question is whether you'll face it anyway." "Face what?" Gryffindor smiled. It was not a comforting expression. "Everything." He raised his sword. Harry had no weapon, no training, nothing but his bare hands and the two large pajamas hanging off his skinny frame. But when Gryffindor lunged forward, blade arcing toward Harry's head, something moved inside him. He ducked. The sword whistled over his head. Harry's body twisted, reacting before his mind could catch up, and suddenly he was behind Gryffindor, hands raised in a guard position he didn't remember learning. "Interesting," Gryffindor said. He turned, slower this time, sword resting on his shoulder. "The magic recognizes you. But recognition isn't enough. Tell me, boy, what are you afraid of?" "Everything," Harry answered immediately. "The dark. Being alone. Being hit. Being hungry." He paused, something shifting in his chest. "Not being good enough to be loved." Gryffindor's expression changed. The wildness faded, replaced by something gentler. Something that looked almost like sorrow. "Courage is not the absence of fear," he said. "Any fool can be fearless. True courage is choosing to move forward despite the terror. It is standing up when staying down is easier. It is protecting those who cannot protect themselves, even when protection costs you everything." He walked toward Harry, sword lowered, and knelt in front of him. Up close, Harry could see that he wasn't quite real. There was a translucency to him, like looking at someone through tinted glass. "I was afraid once," Gryffindor said quietly. "Afraid that the school we built would fall. Afraid that our dream would die with us. So I poured my courage into the stone, into the magic, into everything I could, hoping that someday an heir would come who could carry it forward." He reached out and placed a ghostly hand on Harry's chest. "Will you carry it, Harry Potter? Will you be brave when bravery costs you? Will you stand when others fall?" Harry looked into those flame-colored eyes. He thought about the cupboard. About Uncle Vernon's fists and Aunt Petunia's sharp words and Dudley's gleeful cruelty. About nights spent hungry and cold and so alone it felt like the world had forgotten he existed. He thought about the way he'd never stopped hoping, even when hope hurt. The way he'd taught himself to read, to think, to survive. The way he'd walked through that golden light without knowing where it would take him. "Yes," he said. "I will." Heat flooded through him. Not painful this time, but powerful, a fire kindling in his chest, warming him from the inside out. Gryffindor smiled, and the storm around them began to fade. "Then take my blessing, heir. The lion's courage is yours." The world dissolved into red and gold, and Harry found himself back in the inheritance chamber, standing before the ruby door. The lion crest above him was no longer merely glowing, it was looking at him with what might have been approval. 1 down. 3 to go. The sapphire door was next. Harry approached it with more confidence now, though his heart still raced. The eagle crest studied him with sharp, intelligent eyes, and when he drew close enough, the door opened without a voice asking permission. Beyond it was a library. Not just a library, an infinite library. Shelves stretched upward into darkness and outward into forever, filled with books and scrolls and tablets and things Harry didn't have names for. The air smelled of old paper and ink and possibility. Floating orbs of light drifted between the stacks, casting gentle blue illumination over everything. A woman sat at a desk in the center of the impossible space. She was dark-haired and dark-eyed, with silver streaking her temples and a quill moving across parchment in front of her. She didn't look up as Harry approached. "You're the unified heir," she said. Not a question. I've seen you in the calculations. Probability suggested you would emerge eventually, though the timeline was always uncertain. Are you Rowena Ravenclaw? What remains of her? Yes. A memory given form by the magic I left behind. She set down her quill and finally met his eyes. Her gaze was penetrating, analytical, the look of someone who could take you apart and understand every piece. Godric tested your courage. I will test your wisdom. Are you prepared? Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure what wisdom he could possibly have at 5 years old. Ravenclaw smiled slightly. Wisdom is not about age. It is about perspective. Tell me, Harry Potter, if you could have any question answered, any mystery solved, what would you ask? Harry thought about it. The obvious answer was something about his parents, about why they died, about who killed them. But that felt too personal, too small. He thought about the visions he'd seen, about the founders and their dream, about the school they'd built. Why did you leave? He asked finally. All 4 of you. Why did you stop working together? Ravenclaw's expression flickered. That is, not the question most heirs ask. But it's important, isn't it? You built something amazing together. And then you broke apart. I want to know why, so I don't make the same mistake. Silence stretched between them. The floating lights seemed to slow their drifting, as if the library itself was listening. Salazar believed some magic was too dangerous to teach freely, Ravenclaw said at last. Godric believed all magic should be shared with anyone brave enough to wield it. Helga believed the choice should be up to each individual student. I believed. She paused. I believed in perfect solutions. I thought if I studied long enough, researched deeply enough, I could find an answer that satisfied everyone. But you couldn't. No. And in trying to find the perfect answer, I failed to act at all. By the time I realized my mistake, Salazar had already left. The damage was done. She leaned forward. That is the danger of wisdom, Harry Potter. Knowing too much can paralyze you. The mind can become a prison as easily as a tool. Do you understand? Harry thought about nights in his cupboard when he'd wondered if there was anything he could do differently, any way to make the Dursleys love him. He'd analyzed and planned and tried to predict their moods, and in the end, it hadn't mattered. They'd been cruel anyway. Sometimes thinking isn't enough, he said. Sometimes you have to act even when you don't know the perfect answer. Ravenclaw's smile widened. Precisely. Wisdom means knowing what you don't know, and moving forward anyway. It means accepting that some questions have no answers, and asking them anyway. It means being brave enough to be wrong. She stood from her desk and walked toward him. Like Gryffindor, she was translucent, not quite real, but her presence filled the library nonetheless. My inheritance is knowledge, she said. Access to everything the founders learned, discovered, and created. But knowledge without wisdom is merely information. Will you use what I give you wisely, Harry Potter? Will you seek truth while accepting uncertainty? Will you learn while remaining humble enough to keep learning? Yes, Harry said. Blue light washed over him, cool and clarifying, like stepping into a stream on a hot day. His mind felt sharper, cleaner, as if cobwebs he hadn't known were there had been swept away. Then take my blessing, heir. The eagle's wisdom is yours. Back in the inheritance chamber. 2 crests glowing with something warmer than approval now. 2 doors still waiting. The yellow door was warm before Harry even reached it. Not with fire like Gryffindor's, but with something softer, the warmth of sunshine on skin, of blankets on cold nights, of meals shared with people who cared about you. The badger crest watched him approach with kind, knowing eyes. The door opened. Beyond it was a garden. Flowers everywhere, more varieties than Harry had ever seen, more colors than he had names for. Trees heavy with fruit. A stream winding through the green, catching sunlight and throwing it back as sparkles. And in the center of it all, a woman on her knees in the dirt, hands buried in soil. "Hello, dear," she said without turning around. "Come sit with me." Harry walked across the garden, soft grass under his bare feet, warm air against his skin, and sat down beside her. She was plump and kind-faced, with dirt under her fingernails and smile lines around her eyes. She looked like someone's favorite grandmother, which made Harry's chest ache in ways he didn't fully understand. "You're Helga Hufflepuff." "I am." "And you're the boy from the cupboard." She looked at him then, and her eyes were full of sorrow. "I'm so sorry, dear. That you had to endure such things. That no one came sooner." Harry didn't know what to say. No one had ever apologized to him before. "Not for real." "Can I ask you something?" he said instead. "Anything." "The others tested me. Gryffindor tested my courage, Ravenclaw tested my wisdom. What are you going to test?" Helga Hufflepuff smiled. It was a warm smile, but sad around the edges. "I'm not going to test you, Harry. You've been tested enough." She placed a soil-covered hand over his. "My gift isn't like the others. Godric gave you fire. Rowena gave you clarity. Salazar will give you cunning. But what I give is harder." "What is it?" "Connection." She squeezed his hand gently. "The ability to bond with others, to sense their emotions, to build loyalty that cannot be broken. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? But it comes with a cost. You will feel what others feel. Their pain will be your pain. Their sorrow will be your sorrow. And when you lose someone you've bonded with..." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. "Why would anyone want that?" Harry whispered. "Because," Helga said gently, "it also means their joy will be your joy. Their love will be your love. You will never truly be alone again, Harry Potter. No matter what happens, no matter where you go, you will carry the people who matter to you inside your heart." Harry thought about the cupboard. About the loneliness that had been his constant companion for as long as he could remember. About wanting so desperately to be loved that it hurt. "I'm already lonely," he said. "I've been lonely my whole life. If there's a chance to not be alone anymore, even if it hurts, isn't that worth it?" Helga Hufflepuff's eyes filled with tears. She leaned forward and pulled Harry into a hug, the first real hug he could ever remember receiving. She smelled like flowers and earth and home. "Oh, you dear, brave, broken boy," she murmured. "You've already passed my test. You passed it years ago, every time you kept hoping when hope should have died. Every time you chose kindness when cruelty would have been easier. Every time you refused to let them make you as hard and cold as they were." Warmth flooded through him. Not fire, not clarity, but something deeper, a sense of belonging, of being seen, of being loved despite all his flaws and fears. "Take my blessing, Heir," Helga whispered. "The badger's heart is yours." When Harry opened his eyes, he was back in the chamber. 3 crests blazed with light. 1 door remained. The green door. Harry approached it slowly. The serpent crest watched him with eyes like twin moons, and unlike the other crests, it didn't seem welcoming. It seemed evaluating. Testing him even before he crossed the threshold. The door opened. Beyond it was darkness. Harry stepped through. For a moment, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no sensation at all. Harry floated in void, his heart pounding against his ribs, his breath loud in his own ears. Then a voice spoke. Not out loud, inside his mind, coiling through his thoughts like smoke. "So. The unified Heir. I wondered if you would have the courage to enter my domain." Harry didn't answer. He couldn't see anyone to answer to. "They call me the Dark One," the voice continued. "The founder who betrayed the dream. But I built as much as any of them. I protected as fiercely as Godric, thought as deeply as Rowena, loved as truly as Helga. My only crime was being right when they wanted to pretend everything was simple. Right about what? Harry asked the darkness. A shape emerged from the void. Salazar Slytherin was tall and sharp-featured, with silver hair and eyes that seemed to glow faintly green. He looked nothing like the monster Harry had glimpsed in some of the visions, the angry, bitter wizard who'd stormed away from the school he'd helped build. He looked tired. Ancient. Sad. Right about the danger, Slytherin said. Some magic should not be taught freely. Some knowledge destroys those who learn it. I wanted safeguards. Protections. Ways to ensure that what we taught could not be turned against the world. He paused. They called me a purist. Said I wanted to exclude children based on their blood. But it was never about blood. It was about readiness. About making sure our students could handle what we gave them. But you did leave, Harry said. The visions showed me. You got angry and you left. Yes. Slytherin's voice was quiet. My greatest failure. I let my frustration overcome my judgment. I convinced myself that if they wouldn't listen, I had no obligation to stay. I was wrong. Leaving solved nothing and created problems that echoed for 1,000 years. He moved closer, and Harry saw that he was more translucent than the others, barely visible, more shadow than substance. I have less to give you than my colleagues, Slytherin said. My magic was always subtle. The ability to see truth behind masks. To navigate social currents. To speak with serpents and shadows. It is not the flashiest inheritance, but it may serve you well in the world you're about to enter. I don't want to be manipulative, Harry said. I don't want to use people. Manipulation is a tool, like any other. A hammer can build a house or crush a skull, the morality lies in the wielder, not the weapon. Slytherin tilted his head. But I appreciate the sentiment. Too many of my heirs have used cunning for cruelty. Perhaps you can show them a different path. He reached out, and unlike the others, his hand felt cold when it touched Harry's forehead. One more thing, Slytherin said. You carry something inside you. A fragment of a soul that does not belong there. Harry's blood went cold. What? I can sense it. A piece of another wizard, lodged in your scar. Dark magic of the worst kind. Slytherin's eyes narrowed. My heir, too, in a twisted way. The magic that created him branched from mine, corrupted beyond recognition. Can you remove it? No. That is beyond even the Founder's power. But I can, contain it. Build walls around it so that it cannot influence you directly. Give you time to find a real solution. He pressed his palm more firmly against Harry's scar. This will not be pleasant. It wasn't. Pain lanced through Harry's head, worse than anything the Dursleys had ever done, worse than the inheritance ritual, worse than the fire of Gryffindor's blessing. He felt something in his mind writhing, fighting back, screaming in a voice he almost recognized. Then silence. Cold, blessed silence. It is done, Slytherin said. The fragment is contained. It cannot reach you, cannot whisper to you, cannot attempt to control you. But it is still there, Harry Potter. Someday, you will have to deal with it directly. Harry nodded, still trembling from the pain. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. Slytherin stepped back, fading further into the darkness. You are about to enter a world that will try to use you, control you, and destroy you. The unified heir threatens too many powers for you to be left in peace. Trust carefully. Love deeply. And remember that cunning without cruelty is wisdom, but cunning with cruelty is merely evil. Green light wrapped around Harry, cool and sharp, like sliding into deep water on a summer day. Take my blessing, heir. The serpent's insight is yours. Harry emerged from the green door to find the inheritance chamber transformed. All four crests blazed with brilliant light, colors mixing and swirling in the air above the pedestal. Griphook stood near the entrance, surrounded by at least a dozen other creatures like him, goblins, Harry now knew from the visions, all of them staring at him with expressions ranging from awe to fear. Dumbledore was still in his conjured chair, but he was no longer seated. He stood before it, the sword of Gryffindor in his hands, watching Harry with those piercing blue eyes. "It is done," Griphook said. His voice echoed in the sudden silence. "The inheritance is complete. For the first time in over 1,000 years, the four lineages are unified in a single heir." "What happens now?" Harry asked. Griphook glanced at the assembled goblins, then back at Harry. Now we discuss the practicalities. You have inherited 4 vaults, 4 seats on the Wizengamot, 4 sets of properties, and 4 distinct magical legacies. You also have enemies who will try to claim, control, or eliminate you before you reach adulthood. "He's 5 years old," Dumbledore said. "These decisions can wait until, these decisions have already waited too long." Griphook's voice was sharp. The wards detected abuse. "The heir was living in a cupboard, headmaster. Under the care of guardians you yourself chose. Gringotts does not wait for wizard politics to sort themselves out." The accusation hung in the air. Dumbledore's face went pale. "I did not know, you did not check." Griphook turned back to Harry. "Mr. Potter, Gringotts can provide you with temporary sanctuary while legal matters are resolved. The bank is neutral ground, no wizard authority can compel us to release you. Alternatively, you may choose to pursue guardianship through the Wizengamot, though that process will take months and exposes you to political maneuvering." Harry looked at Dumbledore. At the goblins. At the 4 blazing crests that represented his inheritance, and his burden. "I want to stay here tonight," he said. "I want to learn more about what I've inherited. And I want to know who my enemies are before I decide who my friends are." Griphook's mouth twitched. Wisely spoken for one so young. The founders chose well. Dumbledore started to speak, then stopped. Something passed across his face, frustration, perhaps, or guilt, or the uncomfortable realization that a 5-year-old had seen through his benevolent facade. "I will return tomorrow," he said finally. "We have much to discuss, Harry. About your parents. About the war they died in. About the dangers that still exist in our world." "I know about the war," Harry said. "The visions showed me. I know about Voldemort." Several goblins flinched at the name. Dumbledore's eyes widened. "How much did you see?" "Enough." Harry met his gaze steadily. "Enough to know you've been planning something for years, and I'm part of it. Enough to know you put me with the Dursleys for a reason, even if you didn't know how bad it would be." Silence. "We will discuss this tomorrow," Dumbledore said finally. "But Harry, whatever you may think of me, whatever the visions showed you, I have always wanted to protect you. That has never changed." He turned and walked toward the chamber's exit. Paused. Looked back. "The sword," he said, offering it to Harry. "It appeared for you. I believe you should have it." Harry reached out and took the blade. It was lighter than it looked, perfectly balanced, and the moment his fingers closed around the hilt, warmth spread up his arm. The weapon knew him. Accepted him. "Thank you," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded once, then vanished through the doorway. The sound of his footsteps faded into silence. Griphook moved closer to Harry. "You handled that well. Dumbledore is not accustomed to being outmaneuvered, especially by children. I wasn't trying to outmaneuver him. I just wanted the truth. The same thing, in politics." Griphook gestured to one of the other goblins. "Prepare the Founder's suite. Mr. Potter will be staying with us for the foreseeable future." He looked back at Harry. "I will have food sent up. You've had a long night, and tomorrow will be longer still. Thank you. Griphook paused, something flickering in his ancient eyes. Do not thank me yet, Mr. Potter. You have inherited a legacy that has destroyed lesser wizards. The founders were legends, but they were also flawed, and their flaws have echoed through history in ways you cannot yet imagine. He shook his head. But perhaps you will be different. The inheritance chose you for a reason. I hope that reason is worth the storm that is coming. He turned and began walking toward a smaller door Harry hadn't noticed before. Harry followed, the sword comfortable in his grip, the 4 blessings thrumming in his chest like 4 separate heartbeats. Behind him, the 4 crests continued to blaze. And somewhere in the darkness of the green door, a voice that was not quite Salazar Slytherin's whispered, finally, a speaker. We have much to discuss, little Heir. Harry pretended not to hear. He had a feeling there would be time for that conversation later. Right now, he needed to rest. To think. To prepare for whatever came next. The unified Heir had emerged. And nothing in the magical world would ever be the same. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Cupboard and the Courtroom. Harry woke to the smell of bacon. For a long, disorienting moment, he thought he was back at Privet Drive, that the events of the previous night had been nothing more than an elaborate dream conjured by a hungry, lonely child. His body tensed automatically, preparing to make himself small, to be silent, to wait until the Dursleys finished their breakfast before he might be allowed scraps. Then he opened his eyes and saw the ceiling. It was carved from black marble veined with gold, and embedded in its surface were thousands of tiny gemstones that glittered like captured stars. The bed beneath him was softer than anything he'd ever felt, the sheets silk smooth against his skin. A fire crackled somewhere nearby, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with tapestries depicting scenes from wizarding history. Not a dream. Not a dream at all. Harry sat up slowly, his body aching in ways that reminded him of the previous night's trials. The 4 blessings still thrummed in his chest, Gryffindor's fire, Ravenclaw's clarity, Hufflepuff's warmth, Slytherin's cool perception. They'd settled into something like a heartbeat, for distinct rhythms that somehow harmonized into one. The sword of Gryffindor lay on the pillow beside him. He didn't remember falling asleep with it, but he wasn't surprised it had stayed close. You're awake. Harry's head snapped toward the voice. A goblin stood in the doorway, not Griphook, but a younger-looking female with copper-toned skin and eyes like polished obsidian. She carried a tray laden with food, bacon, eggs, toast, fresh fruit, and a glass of something orange that Harry assumed was juice. I am Sharpclaw, the goblin said, setting the tray on a table near the bed. Griphook assigned me to attend to your needs during your stay. The director wishes to see you after you've eaten and dressed. Appropriate clothing has been provided. She gestured toward a wardrobe that Harry hadn't noticed before. It was massive, carved from the same dark wood as the bed frame, and when Sharpclaw opened its doors, Harry saw rows of robes in various colors and styles. I don't know how to wear those, Harry admitted. Sharpclaw's expression didn't change, but something in her posture softened slightly. I will assist you. Eat first. You'll need your strength. She retreated to the corner of the room, giving him space but remaining present. Harry looked at the food on the tray. His stomach growled so loudly that it echoed off the marble walls. He ate. It was the best meal of his life. The bacon was crispy and perfectly salted. The eggs were fluffy and rich. The toast was slathered with butter and some kind of jam that tasted like summer sunshine. By the time Harry finished, he felt fuller than he could ever remember being. Thank you, he said to Sharpclaw. The goblin tilted her head, studying him with an unreadable expression. You have interesting manners for a wizard child. Most don't thank goblins for service. Most wizards are stupid, then. Sharpclaw made a sound that might have been a laugh. Perhaps you'll survive after all, Mr. Potter. Come. Let me help you dress. The robes were simpler than Harry had feared, essentially long shirts that buttoned up the front, worn over trousers and soft leather boots. Sharpclaw chose a set in deep green. Slytherin colors will send a message, she explained, though she didn't elaborate on what message, and by the time she finished adjusting the fit, Harry looked almost like a proper young wizard. Almost. His wild black hair refused to lie flat, and his too thin frame made even the smallest robes hang slightly loose. But when he looked in the mirror, he saw someone different from the boy who'd lived in a cupboard. Someone who might actually matter. "This way," Sharpclaw said, and led him out of the bedroom. The Founder's Suite, as Harry learned it was called, occupied an entire floor of the deepest part of Gringotts. There were multiple bedrooms, a library that made Harry's inherited Ravenclaw instincts sing with longing, a dining hall that could seat 50, and a training room filled with weapons and magical artifacts. All of it had been sealed for centuries, waiting for a unified heir to claim it. The Founders built this as a sanctuary, Sharpclaw explained as they walked. A place where their heirs could come if the wizarding world turned against them. Which it did, eventually. It always does. Why? Because power frightens people. And you, Mr. Potter, represent more power than any single wizard has held in 1,000 years. Some will want to use you. Some will want to destroy you. Very few will want to simply let you be. They emerged into a corridor lined with torches that burned with white fire. Griphook waited at the far end, flanked by 2 heavily armored goblin guards. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said. "I trust you slept well." "Better than I ever have," Harry admitted. "Thank you for the room. And the food." Thanking goblins twice in one morning. Sharpclaw was right, you are unusual. Griphook gestured for Harry to follow him. "The director is waiting. There are developments you need to be aware of." They walked through a maze of corridors, deeper and deeper into the bank. Harry tried to memorize the route, but the turns seemed to shift when he wasn't looking, as if the architecture itself was alive. Eventually, they arrived at a massive door carved from solid gold, guarded by 4 goblins in ceremonial armor. The door swung open without anyone touching it. The room beyond was circular, with walls covered in maps and charts and documents that moved and updated themselves as Harry watched. In the center sat a goblin who made Griphook look young, ancient and weathered, with scars crossing his face and hands that looked strong enough to crush stone. "Harry Potter," the goblin said. His voice was like gravel grinding against gravel. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank. Sit." A chair appeared behind Harry. He sat. "I don't like wizards," Ragnarok continued, without preamble. "In my 700 years of life, I have found them to be arrogant, short-sighted, and utterly convinced of their own superiority. They steal from us, lie to us, and pass laws designed to keep us subordinate. I have never met a wizard I fully trusted, and I doubt you will be the exception." Harry said nothing. He sensed that interrupting would be a mistake. However, Ragnarok leaned forward, his dark eyes fixed on Harry's face. The Founders were different. They treated the Goblin Nation as equals, negotiated treaties in good faith, and entrusted us with their most valuable possessions. When they created the inheritance protocols, they did so with our full cooperation. We owe them a debt. "You don't owe me anything," Harry said quietly. "I'm not them." "No. You're not. But you carry their legacy, and that legacy includes obligations on both sides." Ragnarok gestured, and a sheaf of parchment floated from one of the walls to land in Harry's lap. "The wizarding world has learned of your emergence." The response has been predictable. Harry looked at the parchments. They were copies of letters, memos, and official documents, all dated within the last 12 hours. The first was from the Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Inheritance, requesting an immediate audit of the Founder Vaults and a temporary freeze on all assets until Harry's identity could be properly verified. The second was from the Wizengamot, the Wizarding Parliament, demanding that Harry present himself for questioning regarding his claims to hereditary seats and potential violations of the Statute of Secrecy. The third was from an organization called the Sacred 28, a collective of pure-blood families, expressing grave concerns about a half-blood child gaining control of ancient and noble magical legacies. The fourth was a personal letter from Albus Dumbledore, requesting a meeting to discuss Harry's safety and future, in light of troubling revelations about his previous guardianship. The fifth was a formal complaint from Vernon and Petunia Dursley, submitted through the ministry, demanding the return of their ward and compensation for the emotional distress caused by his unauthorized disappearance. Harry read each document twice. When he finished, his hands were shaking, not with fear, but with something hotter. Something that felt like Gryffindor's fire trying to burn its way out of his chest. "They want to take me back," he said. "After everything they did, they want me back." "They want control," Ragnarok corrected. "The Dursleys want the stipend Dumbledore has been paying them for your care, a substantial sum, incidentally, that you were never informed of. The Ministry wants leverage over the Founder's heir. The Sacred 28 want to prevent a half-blood from disrupting their power structures. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore wants to protect me," Harry said, though the words tasted strange in his mouth. "Dumbledore wants to control the narrative. He placed you with abusive guardians, failed to check on your welfare for 5 years, and now faces the possibility that his weapon against the Dark Lord has slipped out of his hands." Ragnarok's voice was flat, without judgment or sympathy. "I'm not saying he doesn't care about you, Mr. Potter. I'm saying that caring and controlling are not mutually exclusive." Harry stared at the parchments in his lap. So many people, so many agendas, all focused on a 5-year-old boy who'd been sleeping in a cupboard less than 24 hours ago. "What are my options?" he asked. Ragnarok smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. "That is the right question. Griphook?" Griphook stepped forward, producing another sheaf of documents. "Under the ancient and noble house protocols, you have several paths forward. First, you can submit to ministry oversight, allow them to audit your inheritance, and accept their appointed guardian until you reach majority age. This would give them significant control over your assets and your person, but it would also provide legal protection against other factions." "No," Harry said immediately. "I expected that. Second option, you can invoke sanctuary rights within Gringotts. The bank is sovereign territory under the Treaty of 1612. No wizard authority can compel us to release you. However, this would make you a prisoner of sorts, safe, but unable to participate in wizarding society." Harry shook his head. He thought about Hufflepuff's garden, about the connections she'd promised he could build. Living in a bank forever wasn't really living. Third option. Griphook's voice shifted, becoming more careful. "You can claim your founder's seats on the Wisengamot and demand a custody hearing under hereditary law. This is a complex legal maneuver, but it would allow you to choose your own guardian from a pool of candidates approved by the court. The process is public, contentious, and will expose you to significant political pressure, but it also gives you the most control over your own fate." "That one," Harry said without hesitation. "I want that one." Ragnarok and Griphook exchanged a look. "You understand what this means," Ragnarok said. "You'll be standing before the Wisengamot, the most powerful body in magical Britain, at 5 years old. You'll be questioned, examined, and judged by people who have every reason to want you to fail. Some of them will be subtle. Others will be openly hostile. Are you prepared for that?" Harry thought about Uncle Vernon's belt. About Aunt Petunia's slaps. About Dudley's fists and the dark, cramped cupboard and the constant, grinding knowledge that he was unwanted, unloved, and utterly alone. "I've been handling hostile people my whole life," he said. "At least this time, I get to fight back." Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Griphook, begin the preparations. I want our best legal minds on this case. Coordinate with the wizarding solicitors who owe us favors, quietly. And send a message to Andromeda Tonks." "Tonks?" Griphook looked surprised. She hasn't practiced law in years. She was the best advocate the Wisengamot ever saw, and she has no political allegiances. She's also a pureblood by birth who was burned from her family for marrying a Muggleborn, which makes her sympathetic to underdogs. Ragnar turned back to Harry. If she agrees to represent you, you'll have a chance. If she doesn't, we'll find another way. Harry nodded. He didn't know who Andromeda Tonks was, but he trusted the goblin's judgment more than he trusted any wizard he'd met so far. One more thing, Ragnar said. Dumbledore will return today. He's been requesting access since dawn. I've denied him, but I cannot keep him out forever, he has too much political capital. What do you want me to tell him? Harry considered. The Slytherin inheritance whispered in the back of his mind, analyzing angles and implications. The Ravenclaw blessing offered context and history. The Gryffindor fire wanted to confront Dumbledore directly, and the Hufflepuff warmth ached to believe the old man meant well. Tell him I'll meet with him, Harry said finally. But not alone. And not until I have a solicitor. Wise, Ragnar said. Very wise. The solicitor arrived 3 hours later. Andromeda Tonks was tall and elegant, with dark hair shot through with silver and eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of someone he'd seen in his inherited visions, someone cruel and fanatical. But where that person's eyes had been cold, Andromeda's were warm, and when she looked at Harry, he saw no calculation. Only concern. You're smaller than I expected, she said, after the introductions were finished. When Gringotts contacted me, they said the unified heir had emerged. I was picturing someone, older. I'm 5, Harry said. I know. That's the problem. Andromeda sat down across from him, her robes settling around her like folded wings. Mr. Potter, may I call you Harry? What you're attempting to do is extraordinarily difficult. Custody hearings in the Wisengamot are designed for adult disputes, not children. The lords and ladies who sit in judgment will see your age as a weakness, and they will exploit it ruthlessly. I know. Do you? Because what you're proposing isn't just a custody hearing. It's a political declaration. You're telling the most powerful people in magical Britain that a 5-year-old half-blood is claiming 4 of the most ancient seats in their government. They will try to destroy you. Let them try. Andromeda's eyebrows rose. You're remarkably confident for someone your age. I'm remarkably experienced with people trying to hurt me. Harry met her gaze steadily. The founders chose me for a reason, Mrs. Tonks. I don't know what that reason is yet, but I know it wasn't so I could hide in a bank while other people decided my future. If the Wisengamot wants to judge me, let them. I'll judge them right back. Silence stretched between them. Andromeda studied him with an intensity that reminded Harry of Ravenclaw's test, as if she was taking him apart in her mind, examining each piece, deciding if they fit together properly. My sister was Bellatrix Lestrange, she said finally. The most devoted follower of the Dark Lord who murdered your parents. She tortured people for pleasure and died cursing your name. My other sister, Narcissa, married Lucius Malfoy, a man who will be your most powerful enemy in the Wisengamot. My family burned me from the tapestry because I married a Muggleborn. I have spent the last 15 years as an outcast, watching from the sidelines as pure-blood politics destroyed everything I once believed in. Harry waited. He could feel the weight of what was coming. If I represent you, Andromeda continued, I'm not just taking on a client. I'm declaring war on everything my family stands for. Everything the Sacred 28 has built over centuries. I'll be targeted, threatened, and probably attacked. My husband and daughter will be at risk. Then don't do it, Harry said quietly. I won't ask you to sacrifice your family for me. You didn't ask. I'm volunteering. Andromeda's smile was fierce and sudden, transforming her face. Because you're right, Harry Potter. The founders chose you for a reason. And because watching a 5-year-old stand up to the Wisengamot with more courage than most adults will ever possess is exactly the kind of thing I've been waiting my whole life to see. She extended her hand. Harry took it. Then let's get to work, she said. We have a lot to discuss before we face the wolves. They spent the next 6 hours preparing. Andromeda explained the structure of the Wizengamot, 50 seats total, divided between the sacred 28 families, who held hereditary seats, the ministry appointees, who served at the pleasure of the minister, and the ancient seats, which were held in trust until legitimate heirs emerged to claim them. The founder seats, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, had been empty for generations. Harry's emergence would shift the balance of power dramatically. Right now, the Sacred 28 control about 40% of the votes, Andromeda explained, sketching diagrams on parchment. The ministry appointees control another 40%. The remaining 20% is split between independent seats and proxies held by Gringotts. If you claim all 4 founder seats, you'll immediately become one of the most powerful voting blocs in the chamber. Will they let me vote? Harry asked. I'm 5. They can't stop you, not legally. The hereditary seats have no age restrictions. But they'll try to argue that you need an adult proxy to cast your votes, which would give them control over your political power. Andromeda smiled grimly. Our job is to make sure that doesn't happen. She coached him on courtroom etiquette, on the specific lords and ladies he'd be facing, on the questions they were likely to ask and the traps they would set. Harry absorbed it all, his Ravenclaw blessing helping him organize and remember the information in ways that would have been impossible before. By the time evening fell, he felt almost ready. Almost. There's one more thing, Andromeda said, as they finished their final review. Dumbledore will be at the hearing. He's the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the presiding judge for all major proceedings. He won't be able to vote on custody matters because of his conflict of interest, but he'll control the flow of the hearing. If he wants to help you, that's an advantage. If he wants to hinder you. He won't hinder me, Harry said, though he wasn't certain he believed it. He wants to protect me. He just has a strange way of showing it. Perhaps. But protection and control often look the same from the outside. Andromeda gathered her notes, tucking them into a leather satchel. Get some rest, Harry. Tomorrow is going to be the longest day of your life. Harry didn't sleep. He lay in the massive bed in the founder's suite, staring at the gem-studded ceiling, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was coming. The 4 blessings pulsed in his chest like 4 hearts beating in time. The sword of Gryffindor gleamed on the pillow beside him. At some point in the small hours of the morning, he heard a voice. Can't sleep, little heir. Harry went still. The voice wasn't coming from anywhere in the room. It was coming from inside his head, from the same place where Slytherin had contained the dark fragment. Don't worry, the voice continued. I can't reach you. The old snake made sure of that. But I can still observe. And I must say, you're fascinating. Who are you? Harry whispered. You know who I am. You've seen my face in nightmares and visions. You carry a piece of me in your soul. Voldemort. Tom, if you prefer. That's who I was, before I became what I am. The voice sounded almost amused. You're quite remarkable, you know. 5 years old and already outmaneuvering the most powerful wizards in Britain. If things had been different, I might have been proud. You killed my parents. Yes. And I would do it again if I could. They stood between me and what I wanted. The voice hardened. But that's not why I'm speaking to you now. I'm speaking because you need to understand something. The people you're about to face. They're not your friends. Not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not even the goblins. Everyone wants something from you. The only question is what you're willing to give. You're trying to manipulate me. I'm trying to prepare you. There's a difference. A pause. The Wizengamot will tear you apart tomorrow. Not because they hate you, though some do, but because you threaten everything they've built. Power doesn't like to be challenged, Harry. It fights back. And what do you want from me? Silence. For a long moment, Harry thought the voice had faded. Then, very quietly, I want to survive. The piece of me inside you is all that remains of who I was. If you die, it dies. So whatever else happens, Harry Potter, don't die. The voice withdrew, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and his four-chambered heartbeat. He didn't sleep at all after that. The Wizengamot chamber was vast. Harry had seen impressive spaces before, the Gringotts inheritance chamber, the founder's suite, but the Wizengamot was different. It felt old in a way that had nothing to do with architecture. The magic soaked into these walls had been accumulating for centuries, layer upon layer of laws and judgments and decisions that shaped the entire wizarding world. Circular benches rose in tiers around a central floor, filled with witches and wizards in formal robes. Some wore the crimson of ministry officials. Others wore family colors, the green and silver of Malfoy, the black and gold of Black, represented by a stern-faced woman Harry didn't recognize, the purple and white of Longbottom, held by a formidable old woman with a vulture-topped hat. Above them all, on a raised platform, sat three figures. Albus Dumbledore, in robes of deep blue, his expression unreadable behind half-moon spectacles. Cornelius Fudge, a portly man with a lime-green bowler hat, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. And a woman Harry instantly disliked, squat and toad-faced, with a pink cardigan and a smile that didn't reach her eyes. A small placard identified her as Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. The Wizengamot will come to order, Dumbledore said, and the murmuring crowd fell silent. We are convened today to address the matter of Harry James Potter, who claims inheritance of the Founder's seats and requests a custody determination under hereditary law. Mrs. Tonks, you may present your client. Andromeda rose from her seat beside Harry. She looked magnificent in formal robes of deep burgundy, her silver-streaked hair swept back from her face. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, she began, I present Harry James Potter, heir by blood and magic to the houses of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. His inheritance has been verified by Gringotts Bank under the ancient and noble house protocols. I have documentation from Director Ragnarok confirming the legitimacy of his claim. She handed a sheaf of parchment to a court clerk, who distributed copies to the assembled lords and ladies. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. The claimant is 5 years old, Lucius Malfoy said, rising from his seat. He was exactly as Harry had seen him in inherited visions, pale and sharp-featured, with long white blonde hair and cold grey eyes. Surely the Wizengamot cannot seriously consider granting hereditary seats to a child who can barely read. I can read perfectly well, Lord Malfoy. Harry's voice rang out clear and steady, cutting through the murmurs. I taught myself, since my guardians never bothered. Silence. Every eye in the chamber turned toward him. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said gently, it is customary to wait until directly addressed before speaking in formal proceedings. I apologize, Chief Warlock. Harry didn't feel apologetic at all, and he suspected Dumbledore knew it. But Lord Malfoy made a claim about my capabilities. I thought it appropriate to correct him. More murmurs. Harry saw several lords and ladies exchanging surprised looks. A 5-year-old who spoke like this was not what they'd expected. Be that as it may, Malfoy continued, recovering smoothly, the question of capability remains. The Founder's seats carry significant political weight. Surely we cannot allow them to be held by someone too young to understand their responsibilities. With respect, Lord Malfoy, Andromeda interjected, the hereditary protocols make no mention of age requirements. The seats belong to legitimate heirs by right of magic and blood. If you wish to challenge Mr. Potter's inheritance, you must challenge the validity of the Gringotts verification, which I would advise against, given the goblins' documented thoroughness in such matters. No one is challenging the inheritance, Dumbledore said. The question before us is custody. Mr. Potter was removed from his previous guardians under circumstances that warrant investigation. We must determine where he will live and who will be responsible for his care. His previous guardians were abusive, Andromeda said flatly. I have documentation from Gringotts medical staff detailing healed fractures, evidence of malnutrition, and scarring consistent with repeated physical assault. The chief warlock himself placed Mr. Potter with these guardians and failed to verify his welfare for 5 years. The murmurs became louder. Harry saw several lords and ladies looking at Dumbledore with expressions ranging from surprise to suspicion. I was not aware, Dumbledore began. You chose not to become aware, Andromeda cut in. Blood wards or no blood wards, a cursory inspection at any point would have revealed the conditions Mr. Potter was living in. A cupboard under the stairs, Chief Warlock. While you sat in this chamber making laws about the treatment of magical creatures, a child, the child you claimed to be protecting, was being starved and beaten less than 100 miles away. Silence. Harry watched Dumbledore's face. The old man looked old. Tired. Guilty. But underneath the guilt, Harry saw something else. Calculation. Even now, Dumbledore was thinking 3 steps ahead, trying to figure out how to turn this situation to his advantage. The failures of the past cannot be undone, Dumbledore said finally. The question is what we do now. Mr. Potter needs a guardian. I propose myself. Andromeda's voice cut through whatever Dumbledore had been about to say. I, Andromeda Tonks Nay Black, offer myself as guardian to Harry James Potter. I am a pureblood by birth, trained in all the traditions and customs he will need to navigate magical society. I have no political affiliations that would create conflicts of interest. My husband is a Muggle-born wizard, which will provide Mr. Potter with perspective on both sides of the blood divide. And I have a daughter near his age, which will give him something he has never had, a family. This is highly irregular, Malfoy said. Mrs. Tonks was burned from the House of Black. She is technically a blood traitor. I was burned from the House of Black because I married for love instead of politics, Andromeda said coolly. If that makes me a blood traitor, then I wear the title proudly. And I note that my irregular status hasn't prevented me from practicing law successfully for 15 years, nor from raising a daughter who is currently excelling at Hogwarts. Nymphadora is a credit to her parents, Dumbledore agreed. However, I have concerns about placing Mr. Potter in a household that may be targeted by those who opposed Andromeda's choices. The Death Eater trials are over, Andromeda interrupted. My sister is dead. My other sister's husband is sitting right there, pretending to be respectable. If anyone should be concerned about Death Eater associations, it's Lord Malfoy, not me. Malfoy's face went pale with fury. How dare you, enough. The word came from Amelia Bones, who Harry recognized from Andromeda's briefings as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was a square-jawed woman with a monocle and an expression that suggested she didn't tolerate nonsense. We're not here to relitigate the war. We're here to decide what's best for a child who has already suffered more than any child should. Mrs. Tonks's offer seems reasonable. Does anyone have a substantive objection? I do. The voice came from the toad-faced woman, Umbridge. She rose from her seat, her smile widening in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. The Ministry has concerns about placing a child of such significance in private hands. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for Mr. Potter to be housed in a Ministry-approved facility, where his education and development can be properly monitored. A Ministry facility, Andromeda repeated flatly. You mean the orphanage in Devon? The one that's been cited 3 times for inadequate care? Or perhaps you mean the protective custody wing of the DMLE, which is essentially a prison for children. I merely suggest that a child with Mr. Potter's potential requires specialized attention. What I require, Harry said, standing up, is a family. Not a facility. Not monitors. A family. Every eye turned to him again. Harry felt his heart pounding, Gryffindor's fire, but he kept his voice steady. I've spent 5 years being treated like a burden, he continued. Like something to be hidden away and forgotten. The ministry didn't check on me. The Wisengamot didn't check on me. The great Albus Dumbledore didn't check on me. And now you want to put me in another institution where no one cares whether I live or die, as long as the paperwork is filed correctly. He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of lords and ladies who'd never known hunger or fear or the inside of a cupboard. Mrs. Tonks is offering me something no one else has, a home. A real home, with people who might actually care about me. If the Wisengamot refuses to allow that, if you decide that political convenience matters more than a child's welfare, then you're no better than the Dursleys. You're just better at hiding it. Silence. Harry sat down. His hands were shaking, but he forced them to be still. Dumbledore cleared his throat. We will take a brief recess to consider the matter. The Wisengamot will reconvene in 1 hour to vote. The hour passed slowly. Harry sat in a small waiting room with Andromeda, Griphook, and a goblin guard. None of them spoke much. There wasn't much to say. When the door opened and a court clerk summoned them back, Harry felt the 4 blessings pulse in his chest. Whatever happened next, he would face it. The chamber was quieter when they returned. Some of the anger had faded from the lords' and ladies' faces, replaced by something more thoughtful. Harry saw Amelia Bones conferring with Dumbledore, saw Malfoy sitting stiffly in his seat, saw Umbridge's smile had become fixed and brittle. The Wisengamot has reached a decision, Dumbledore announced. By a vote of 32 to 18, with the founder's seats abstaining pending custody determination, we approve the guardianship of Andromeda Tonks over Harry James Potter. Harry's breath caught. However, Dumbledore continued, the guardianship is subject to a 6-month evaluation period, during which the ministry will conduct regular welfare checks. Additionally, Mr. Potter's access to his founder vaults and political seats will be limited until he reaches the age of 11, at which point his full inheritance will be reviewed. That's not, Andromeda started. It's acceptable, Harry said quietly. She looked at him sharply. Harry, they're trying to, I know what they're trying to do. Harry kept his voice low. They want time to maneuver, to find ways to control my inheritance. But 6 months is 6 months. That's 6 months I won't be in a cupboard. 6 months with a family. We can fight the rest later. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. We accept the terms, she said to the chamber. Then the matter is settled. Dumbledore rose, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Harry, I would like to speak with you privately before you leave. There are things you need to know, about your parents, about the war, about why I made the choices I made. Harry stood. He looked at Dumbledore, at the guilt and calculation warring in those blue eyes, and made a decision. Not today, he said. I've had enough of this place for one day. But I'll see you again, Headmaster. We have a lot to discuss. He turned and walked toward the exit, Andromeda at his side. Behind him, he heard murmurs rising, shock, admiration, and something else. Fear. The lords and ladies of the Wisengamot were afraid of a 5-year-old boy. Good, Harry thought. Let them be afraid. The Tonks house was nothing like Privet Drive. It was crooked and colorful, with a garden full of magical plants and a door that changed color depending on who was approaching. When Harry stepped through the threshold, he felt something shift, a ward recognizing him, accepting him, welcoming him home. It's not much, Andromeda said, watching his face. We're not a wealthy family. But, it's perfect, Harry whispered. A man emerged from the kitchen, Ted Tonks, Andromeda's husband. He was round-faced and cheerful, with kind eyes and flour on his apron. You must be Harry, he said, extending a hand. Andy's told me all about you. Welcome to the madhouse. Harry shook his hand. Thank you for having me, Mr. Tonks. Call me Ted. Everyone does. Ted grinned. Come on, I've just made dinner. Hope you like shepherd's pie. They ate at a table that was too small for formal dinners, crowded with mismatched chairs and covered in a cloth that had clearly been patched multiple times. The food was simple but good, and for the first time in his life, Harry ate a meal without wondering if he'd be punished for taking too much. Afterward, Andromeda showed him to his room, a small space under the eaves, with a window that looked out over the garden and a bed that was soft and clean and completely his own. "There's one more thing," Andromeda said, before leaving him to settle in. "My daughter Nymphadora, she goes by Tonks, will be home from Hogwarts for the summer in a few weeks. She's 12, and she's a lot. But I think you'll like her." "I'm looking forward to it," Harry said. Andromeda smiled. It was a real smile, warm and unreserved. "Get some rest, Harry. You've had a long couple of days." She closed the door behind her. Harry stood in the middle of his new room, looking around at the walls and the window and the bed that was his. Then he sat down on the edge of the mattress and cried. Not from sadness. From relief. From the overwhelming realization that for the first time in his life, he was safe. He was wanted. He had a home. The four blessings pulsed in his chest, and somewhere in the back of his mind, a voice that was not quite his own whispered, "Well done, little heir. But this is only the beginning." Harry wiped his eyes and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Yes, he thought. It's only the beginning. And he couldn't wait to see what came next. The letter arrived 3 days later. Harry was in the garden with Ted, learning how to degenome, which involved picking up small, potato-shaped creatures and spinning them until they were dizzy enough to forget where they lived, when an owl descended from the sky and landed on his shoulder. The letter was sealed with green wax and addressed in an elegant hand, Mr. Harry Potter, the Tonks residence. Devon. Harry opened it. "Dear Mr. Potter, your performance at the Wizengamot was impressive. You have made powerful enemies and powerful friends, though distinguishing between them may prove challenging. You should know that the vote was not as close as Dumbledore suggested. Many lords voted against you who should have voted in your favor. Gold changed hands before the session. Promises were made. The Sacred 28 do not intend to let a half-blood claim the founder seats without a fight. I offer this information freely, without expectation of return. Consider it an investment in your future, and a warning. Watch carefully who stands beside you in the days to come. The smiles you see may hide daggers." A friend. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket. "Everything all right?" Ted asked, noticing his expression. "Fine," Harry said. "Just getting to know the neighborhood." He went back to degenoming, but his mind was elsewhere. Someone in the Wizengamot was watching him. Someone who knew more than they should. He would need to find out who, and whether "friend" meant what it usually did, or something else entirely. The game, it seemed, was just beginning. The first week at the Tonks house established a routine. Mornings were for breakfast with Ted and Andromeda, who took turns cooking. Ted was better at it, but Andromeda's attempts were improving. After breakfast, Harry had lessons, magical theory with Andromeda, who had decided that if he was going to be a founder heir, he should understand what magic actually was, not just how to wave a wand. "Magic isn't something you do," she explained during their first session. "It's something you are. Every witch and wizard has a magical core, a reservoir of power that replenishes naturally over time. Spells are just ways of shaping that power, giving it direction and purpose." "Like water through a pipe," Harry said. "Exactly. And like water, magic follows the path of least resistance. That's why wands are so useful, they provide a channel for the magic to flow through, making it easier to control. But wizards who are strong enough can cast without wands. It's harder, requires more focus, but it's possible." Harry thought about the inheritance chamber, about the magic that had flowed through him when the 4 doors opened. The founders didn't need wands. The founders were exceptional. Their magic was so strong, so focused, that wands would have been a limitation rather than an aid. Andromeda paused. You have that potential too, Harry. The unified inheritance means you have 4 magical cores instead of 1, all working in harmony. But that also makes you dangerous, to yourself as much as others. You'll need training to control it. When do we start? Andromeda smiled. We already have. Afternoons were free time, which Harry usually spent exploring the house and grounds. The Tonks property was small but full of surprises, hidden rooms that appeared only on certain days, a pond where magical fish jumped out to greet visitors, a shed full of Ted's Muggle collection. He was fascinated by things that ran on eclectricity, as he called it. Evenings were for dinner and conversation. Ted told stories about growing up Muggleborn, about the confusion and wonder of discovering magic, about the prejudice he'd faced and overcome. Andromeda shared memories of Hogwarts, of the Black family before it fell to darkness, of the war that had shaped their generation. Harry listened, absorbing it all. Every story was a piece of the puzzle, helping him understand the world he'd inherited. On the 5th day, a visitor arrived. Harry was in his room, practicing the meditation technique Andromeda had taught him: focus on the 4 cores, feel their rhythms, let them synchronize, when he heard voices downstairs. One of them was familiar. He descended to find Albus Dumbledore sitting in the Tonks' living room, a cup of tea untouched on the table before him. Harry, Dumbledore said, rising. I hope I'm not intruding. You are, Andromeda said coolly, but you're also the chief warlock. Come in, Harry. The headmaster has requested a conversation. Harry sat in the chair across from Dumbledore. The old man looked tired, dark circles under his eyes, a slight tremor in his hands that hadn't been visible in the Wizengamot. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore began. Several apologies, in fact. For placing you with the Dursleys. For failing to verify your welfare. For the many assumptions I made about what was best for you without ever asking what you wanted. You're apologizing because you have to, Harry said quietly. Not because you're sorry. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. I am sorry, Harry. Truly. I know that may be difficult to believe, it is. But I'm willing to listen. The old man nodded slowly. When your parents died, I was desperate. The war had taken so much. Friends, colleagues, an entire generation of witches and wizards. And then, on Halloween night, you survived what should have been unsurvivable. The killing curse, a spell that no one had ever lived through, failed against you. I needed to understand why. And did you? I believe so. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection, a shield of love that the Dark Lord's magic couldn't penetrate. But that protection was fragile. It needed to be anchored in blood, your mother's blood. Petunia Dursley was the only living relative who qualified. By placing you with her, I extended the protection. As long as you called that house home, Voldemort's followers couldn't touch you. But the Dursleys could. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I made a calculation, Harry. I weighed the danger from outside against the danger from within, and I chose wrong. I assumed that blood would mean love, that family would mean safety. I was a fool. Harry studied the old man's face. He saw guilt there, genuine guilt, but also something else. The same calculation he'd noticed in the Wizengamot. Even now, even apologizing, Dumbledore was trying to manage the situation. What do you want from me? Harry asked. I want you to survive. The words came out rough, almost desperate. Voldemort isn't gone, Harry. I've spent years tracking the traces of his magic, and I'm certain of it. He's out there, waiting, planning his return. When he comes back, he'll come for you. And I need, to help you prepare. You want to train me. I want to guide you. There's a difference. Not much of one, from where I'm sitting. Harry leaned forward. Let me be clear, Headmaster. I'm grateful that you're sorry. I'm willing to believe you made mistakes for the right reasons. But I don't trust you. Not yet. Maybe not ever. You've had 5 years to prove you cared about me, and you spent them ignoring my existence. I understand, I'm not finished. The sharpness in Harry's voice made Dumbledore go still. I know I'm going to need help. I know there are things I can't learn on my own. But if you want to be part of my life, it's going to be on my terms. Not yours. You don't get to decide what's best for me anymore. I decide. And if you can't accept that, then this conversation is over. Silence stretched between them. Andromeda watched from the doorway, her expression unreadable. Ted had retreated to the kitchen, giving them privacy. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. You're right, he said softly. I've spent so long making decisions for others that I've forgotten how to listen. If you'll allow me, Harry, I'd like to try again. On your terms. Harry studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. We'll see, he said. Dumbledore took his hand and shook it. His grip was firm but gentle, and Harry saw something in the old man's eyes that might have been hope. Or might have been something else entirely. Time would tell. Dumbledore stayed for dinner. It was awkward at first, the legendary wizard sitting at the Tonks' modest table, eating Ted's shepherd's pie and making small talk about the weather. But gradually, the tension eased. Dumbledore told stories about Hogwarts, about the founders, about the early days of the wizarding world. Ted asked questions about magical theory that Dumbledore answered with surprising patience. Andromeda watched everything with sharp eyes, ready to intervene if necessary. By the end of the meal, something had shifted. Not trust, that would take longer, but something like possibility. Before I leave, Dumbledore said, as he prepared to depart, there's something you should know. The Ministry is not pleased with the custody arrangement. Dolores Umbridge has been pushing for increased supervision of your situation. She may send inspectors, or try to create problems in other ways. Let her try, Andromeda said coolly. I'm sure she will. But be careful, Umbridge is more dangerous than she appears. She has connections throughout the Ministry, and she's utterly convinced of her own righteousness. Dumbledore's expression darkened. People like her are the most dangerous kind. They never think they're doing evil, even when evil is exactly what they're doing. Thank you for the warning, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. The sword, he said. You still have it? Yes. Good. Keep it close. It has a history of appearing when Gryffindor heirs need it most. He smiled slightly. Good night, Harry. We'll speak again soon. The door closed behind him. Harry stood in the hallway, thinking about swords and sorcerers and the complicated old man who might be either his greatest ally or his most dangerous enemy. Well, Ted said, emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand, that was intense. That's Dumbledore, Andromeda said. Everything about him is intense. Harry didn't respond. He was looking at the sword of Gryffindor, which had appeared in his hand without him reaching for it. The blade gleamed in the lamplight. Soon, it seemed to say. Soon. Harry tightened his grip and went to help Ted with the dishes. Whatever was coming, he would be ready. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Lessons in Gold and Grief. The garden shed behind the Tonks house had been converted into a training room. Harry stood in the center of the cleared space, wearing loose clothes that Andromeda had charmed to resist tearing and burning. Morning sunlight streamed through the single window, catching dust motes that danced in the air like tiny golden fireflies. Again, Andromeda said. Harry closed his eyes. He reached inside himself, feeling for the 4 cores that pulsed in his chest like 4 separate hearts. Gryffindor's fire burned hot and eager. Ravenclaw's light hummed with cool precision. Hufflepuff's warmth spread through him like honey through water. Slytherin's shadows coiled and waited. He focused on the fire. Lumos. Light erupted from his palm, not the gentle glow of a standard spell, but a blinding beacon that made Andromeda throw up her hand to shield her eyes. The windows rattled. The walls groaned. For a moment, the entire shed was filled with brilliance so intense it seemed to burn away all shadow. Then Harry lost control, and the light exploded outward, shattering the window and sending Andromeda stumbling backward. "Sorry." Harry gasped, the light dying as quickly as it had come. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean, stop apologizing." Andromeda straightened, brushing glass from her robes with a flick of her wand. The window repaired itself with a soft chime. "You cast the spell. That's progress." "I broke the window." Windows can be fixed. What matters is that you're accessing your magic consciously, not just reacting to danger. She walked toward him, studying his face with the analytical intensity he'd come to expect from her. "The problem is calibration. You're drawing from all four cores at once when you should be drawing from one." "I don't know how to separate them," Harry admitted. "They feel connected. Like trying to use just one finger when all five want to move together." "That's because the unified inheritance wasn't designed for children." Andromeda's voice was matter-of-fact, but Harry heard the concern underneath. The founders expected their heirs to be adults, wizards who had already learned basic control. You're starting from scratch with 4 times the normal power, and no framework to contain it. So what do I do? You practice. Every day, for hours, until your magic learns to obey you instead of the other way around. She handed him a glass of water from a nearby table. "The founder's magic is a gift, Harry. But gifts can be dangerous if you don't know how to use them." Harry drank the water, thinking about what she'd said. The 4 cores pulsed in agreement, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he felt the familiar whisper of knowledge, Ravenclaw's inheritance, offering theories and techniques he'd never learned but somehow understood. "There's something in the library," he said slowly. "Ravenclaw's library. I can feel it, a book or a scroll or something. It knows how to help." Andromeda's eyebrows rose. "You can access the library from here." "Not physically. But the connection is there. Like a thread I could follow if I pulled hard enough." "Then we should visit Gringotts." Andromeda's expression shifted, becoming thoughtful. "You're due to inspect the vaults anyway. The goblins have been asking when you'd return." Harry set down the glass. "Today? No time like the present. Go clean up, we leave in an hour." Gringotts was different in daylight. The last time Harry had been here, it had been the dead of night, with emergency summons and ancient magic and revelations that changed everything. Now, walking through the great bronze doors with Andromeda at his side, he saw the bank as its regular customers saw it, a bustling center of commerce, filled with goblins counting gold and wizards conducting business and the constant clink-clink-clink of coins being weighed and sorted. Griphook met them in the main hall. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, with a slight inclination of his head that might have been respect. "Mrs. Tonks. The director has been expecting you." "We're not here to see Ragnarok," Andromeda said. "Harry wants to visit the founder vaults." "All 4 of them?" Griphook's eyes glittered. "That will take considerable time. The security protocols alone, I don't need to enter all of them today," Harry interjected. "Just Ravenclaw's. There's something in her library I need to find." Griphook studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Follow me." They descended into the depths of the bank, down, down, down through twisting tunnels and past vaults that grew older and more heavily warded with each level. The air became cooler, damper, thick with the smell of ancient stone and older magic. Harry felt his 4 cores responding to the descent, recognizing the approach of something familiar. "The founder vaults are the deepest in the bank," Griphook explained as they walked. "Protected by wards that predate the Ministry, the Statute of Secrecy, and most of recorded wizarding history. Only a true heir can enter. Anyone else who tries." He made a gesture that needed no translation. "Has anyone ever tried?" Harry asked. Many times. The bones are still down there, somewhere. We never bothered to remove them. They emerged into a familiar chamber, the inheritance hall, with its 4 massive doors and 4 blazing crests. But in the daylight, or whatever passed for daylight this deep underground, Harry noticed details he'd missed before. The columns were carved with scenes from the founders' lives, Gryffindor battling a dragon, Ravenclaw teaching a class of eager students, Hufflepuff healing the sick, Slytherin standing apart from the others with an expression that might have been sorrow or anger or both. And above the 4 doors, a 5th, smaller, hidden in shadow, bearing no crest. What's that? Harry asked, pointing. Griphook followed his gaze. You can see it. Should I not be able to? No one has seen that door in 500 years. The goblin's voice had gone strange, almost reverent. It's the Founders' Sanctum. The place where they bound their magic together to create Hogwarts. Even the partial heirs who passed through here could never perceive it. Harry looked at the door. It was plain wood, weathered and old, completely unremarkable compared to the jeweled magnificence of the 4 founder doors. But the 4 cores in his chest were singing at the sight of it, harmonizing in a way they'd never done before. Later, he said, forcing himself to look away. I'll explore that later. For now, I need Ravenclaw's library. Griphook led him to the sapphire door. The eagle crest watched his approach with intelligent eyes, and when Harry raised his hand, the door swung open without resistance. I'll wait here, Andromeda said. This is your inheritance, Harry. Not mine. Harry nodded and stepped through. The library was exactly as he remembered it, infinite shelves stretching in all directions, floating orbs of blue light drifting between the stacks, the smell of old paper and endless possibility. But now, with his Ravenclaw inheritance fully awakened, Harry could see more. Each book had an aura, a color that indicated its contents and importance. Some glowed bright blue, theory and history, others green, practical applications, others red, dangerous knowledge to be handled with care. And one, deep in the heart of the library, pulsed with all 4 colors at once. Harry walked toward it. The journey took longer than he expected, the library seemed to shift around him, stacks rearranging themselves to create new paths and close old ones. But he followed the 4-colored glow, trusting his instincts, letting his feet carry him where they needed to go. Eventually, he found it. The book sat alone on a pedestal in a small clearing between the shelves. It was old, older than anything else in the library, with a cover made of something that wasn't quite leather and pages that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. The title was written in a language Harry didn't recognize, but when he touched the cover, the words rearranged themselves into English, the Unified Codex, a manual for the balanced heir. Harry opened it. The first page was a letter, written in 4 different hands, to our heir. If you are reading this, then you have succeeded where so many others have failed. You carry all 4 of our legacies, all 4 of our gifts, all 4 of our burdens. You are what we hoped for but never expected to see, a wizard who embodies everything we built, and everything we failed to build together. This codex contains our combined knowledge on the management of unified magic. The techniques within were developed through years of collaboration, years of argument, years of compromise. They are not perfect. We were not perfect. But they will help you control what we have given you, and perhaps, if you are wiser than we were, help you surpass us. Learn well, heir. The world is waiting to see what you will become. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Salazar Slytherin. Harry turned the page. What followed was a comprehensive guide to 4-core magic, exercises for separating and combining the different energies, techniques for drawing on specific strengths without triggering the others, warnings about the dangers of imbalance and the signs that indicated magical overload. He read for what felt like hours, absorbing information that should have taken years to learn. The Ravenclaw blessing helped, organizing the knowledge into mental structures that made intuitive sense. By the time he finished the first section, he already understood what he'd been doing wrong. The problem wasn't that his cores were connected. The problem was that he'd been trying to force them apart. Let them harmonize, the Codex advised. Do not fight the connection. Embrace it. The unified inheritance is strongest when all four elements work together, weakest when one tries to dominate the others. You are not four wizards sharing one body. You are one wizard with four gifts. Harry closed his eyes and reached for his magic. Lumos. This time, the light that emerged was different. Not the blinding explosion of before, but a steady, controlled glow, warm gold with hints of blue and green and silver swirling within. It illuminated the library without overwhelming it, casting gentle shadows that danced among the shelves. Harry smiled. Very impressive. He spun around. Rowena Ravenclaw stood behind him, or rather, the memory of Rowena Ravenclaw, translucent and shimmering in the light of his spell. You found the Codex, she said, gliding closer. Good. We wrote it hoping someday an heir would need it. Why didn't you give it to me before? During the inheritance ritual? Because the ritual tests worthiness, not ability. You had to prove yourself deserving before the Codex would reveal itself. She tilted her head, studying him with eyes that saw too much. You've grown since we last spoke. More confident. More controlled. I've had good teachers. Andromeda Tonks. Yes, she's an interesting choice. Ravenclaw's expression was unreadable. She was one of our most promising students during her time at Hogwarts. Quick mind, strong will, excellent at defense against the dark arts. She could have been anything she wanted. Instead, she chose love. Is that a criticism? An observation. The Black family produces powerful wizards, and witches, but power in that line tends toward darkness. Andromeda defied that tendency. She chose her own path. The memory smiled slightly. You've done the same, in your own way. The Dursleys should have broken you. They didn't. Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he changed the subject. The Codex mentions dangers. Imbalance. What happens if I can't maintain control? Your magic tears itself apart, and you with it. Ravenclaw's voice was calm, almost clinical. The unified inheritance carries unified risks. Each core has its own nature, fire, wind, earth, water, in metaphorical terms. When they work together, they create something greater than the sum of their parts. When they clash. She paused. We lost 3 potential heirs before we developed the Codex. They were powerful, worthy individuals who simply couldn't contain what we gave them. You killed them. We failed them. There's a difference. Grief flickered across her translucent features. The Codex was our attempt to ensure no one else would die because we hadn't prepared properly. It seems to have worked, if you're still standing. Harry looked down at the book in his hands. It suddenly felt heavier than before. What else do I need to know? He asked. What haven't you told me? Ravenclaw was silent for a long moment. Then she said, visit Salazar's vault. There's something there you need to see. Something we should have warned you about during the ritual, but couldn't. The magic wouldn't allow it. What kind of something? The kind that doesn't have a name. The kind we buried and hoped would stay buried. She began to fade, her form dissolving into the blue light of the library. Be careful, Heir. Some knowledge is poison. And some poison is necessary. She vanished. Harry stood alone in the infinite library, the Codex heavy in his hands, thinking about poison and knowledge and the secrets the founders had kept even from their own heir. Then he tucked the Codex under his arm and walked back toward the door. You were in there for 3 hours, Andromeda said when he emerged. It felt like less. The library exists outside normal time. A common feature of Ravenclaw's magical constructs. Griphook studied Harry's face, then the book under his arm. You found what you were looking for. And more. Harry looked at the emerald door, where the serpent crest watched him with unblinking eyes. I need to visit Slytherin's vault. Andromeda and Griphook exchanged a look. The Slytherin vault is different from the others, Griphook said carefully. Less structured. More responsive to the heir's intent. Whatever you seek there, you may find. Or you may find something else entirely. Ravenclaw's memory told me there's something I need to see. Something the founders couldn't warn me about before. And you trust a 1,000-year-old ghost? I trust that she had no reason to lie. Harry walked toward the green door. Wait here. I won't be long. The Serpent Crest's eyes seemed to follow him as he approached. When he reached out to touch the door, a voice hissed in his mind, not the voice of Salazar Slytherin, but something older. Stranger. The speaker returns. What do you seek? Knowledge, Harry thought back, in the snake language he'd inherited. There's something hidden here. Something I need to understand. Understanding comes with a price. Are you prepared to pay? Yes. The door swung open. Beyond it was darkness. Harry stepped through. The Slytherin vault was nothing like Ravenclaw's library. Where the library had been infinite but organized, this space was chaotic, shadows that moved without light, whispers that came from nowhere and everywhere, the sense of being watched by countless unseen eyes. Harry's other 3 cores recoiled from the darkness, but the Slytherin inheritance reached out, embracing it, drawing strength from the shadows. This way, the voice hissed. Come. See. Harry followed the voice deeper into the darkness. The ground beneath his feet shifted, sometimes stone, sometimes sand, sometimes something that felt disturbingly organic. The whispers grew louder, resolving into fragments of conversation. Never should have trusted him, the boy has potential, but, blood will tell in the end, if only we'd known, and then, suddenly, he wasn't in the vault anymore. He was standing in a room, a study, well appointed with books and artifacts, a fire crackling in the hearth. A man sat at a desk, writing on parchment with quick, precise strokes. He was young, perhaps 20, with dark hair and handsome features and eyes that glittered with intelligence and something else. Something hungry. You're not supposed to be here, the man said without looking up. Harry's blood went cold. He recognized that face. He'd seen it in nightmares, in the fragment of soul sealed behind Slytherin's walls. Tom Riddle. This is a memory, Harry said, forcing his voice to stay steady. Like the pensive memories in the Ministry. Clever child. Riddle set down his quill and turned to face Harry. Yes, this is a memory. One of many stored in my ancestors' vault. I placed them here during my school years, when I first discovered my heritage. He smiled. You're the unified heir, aren't you? The one they've been waiting for. How do you know about me? The vault knows. And what the vault knows, I know, or at least, the version of me preserved in these memories knows. Riddle stood, walking toward Harry with the easy grace of a predator. I'm impressed, actually. I always assumed the unified inheritance was a myth. For bloodlines, for magics, for spirits in perfect harmony, it seemed too poetic to be real. It's real. So I see. Riddle stopped a few feet away, studying Harry's face with unsettling intensity. You're young. Younger than I expected. And you carry a piece of my future self, don't you? I can feel it, sealed away, contained, but present. Your future self tried to kill me. He murdered my parents. Did he? How unfortunate. Riddle's voice held no emotion. The man I'll become seems to have made poor choices. Fortunately, I am not yet him. I'm merely a 17-year-old boy who discovered that his father was a muggle, his mother was a disgraced pureblood, and his destiny was to rule or die trying. You're a monster. I'm a memory of a monster in progress. There's a difference. Riddle smiled again, and it was the most terrifying expression Harry had ever seen. But I'm also useful. I spent years learning everything my ancestor had to teach. Dark magic, light magic, the secrets the founders tried to bury. If you want to survive what's coming, you'll need that knowledge. Harry's hands clenched. I won't learn dark magic. Then you'll die. The world isn't kind to idealists, little heir. The Dark Lord I'll become won't be defeated by good intentions and noble speeches. He'll be defeated by power, power you don't have, because you're too afraid to reach for it. There has to be another way. There isn't. Trust me, I've looked. Riddle turned back to his desk, gesturing at the books and scrolls piled there. Everything in this vault is at your disposal. Defensive spells that can stop killing curses. Wards that can protect entire cities. Healing magic that can bring people back from the edge of death. It's all here, waiting for an heir with the courage to use it. And the dark magic? Also here. But I won't offer it to you. Not yet. Riddle's eyes met Harry's. You're not ready. Maybe you never will be. But someday, when your friends are dying and your world is burning and everything you love is being destroyed by the monster I'll become, you'll remember this conversation. And you'll come back. I won't. We'll see. The memory began to fade, Tom Riddle's face dissolving into shadow. But his voice lingered, whispering in Harry's ear, "Welcome to your inheritance, Harry Potter. Try not to waste it." Harry emerged from the Slytherin vault shaking. Andromeda was at his side immediately, her hands on his shoulders, her voice sharp with concern. Harry? Harry, what happened? You're pale as death. I'm fine. The words came out rough. I need a minute. Griphook studied him with ancient, knowing eyes. You met something in there. Something that spoke to you. A memory. Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort. He left pieces of himself in the vault. Andromeda's face went white. That's not possible. The Slytherin line, he's descended from Salazar. Directly. His mother was the last of the Gaunts. Harry leaned against the wall, trying to slow his racing heart. He told me things. About the vault. About what's inside. What did he tell you? Harry hesitated. The conversation replayed in his mind, Riddle's cold smile, his casual discussion of dark magic, his certainty that Harry would eventually come back for the forbidden knowledge. Someday, when your friends are dying. He told me that there's power here, Harry said finally. Light and dark. Defensive magic that could protect against killing curses. But also, other things. Things I'm not ready for. You should destroy those memories, Andromeda said immediately. Whatever knowledge Voldemort left behind, I can't. It's part of my inheritance. Harry pushed off the wall, standing on his own feet. The founders built this vault to hold everything Salazar knew. That includes his heir's contributions. If I destroy Riddle's memories, I might destroy things I need. Harry, I'm not going to use dark magic, Andromeda. I told him that, and I meant it. But I can't pretend it doesn't exist. He looked at the emerald door, now closed behind him. He was right about one thing. Voldemort is coming back someday. And when he does, I need to be ready. Silence stretched between them. Griphook watched without comment, his expression unreadable. Andromeda's face was a war of emotions, fear and anger and protective instinct all fighting for dominance. Finally, she sighed. Let's go home, she said. We can discuss this later, when you've had time to process. Harry nodded. But as they walked back through the tunnels toward the surface, he couldn't stop thinking about Tom Riddle's smile. About the certainty in those dark eyes. About the prophecy of desperation that the young monster had made. You'll remember this conversation. And you'll come back. Harry hoped Riddle was wrong. He feared he wasn't. The next few weeks established a new normal. Harry trained every morning with Andromeda, using the techniques from the Unified Codex to refine his control. The exercises were exhausting, hours of meditation, followed by hours of spell practice, followed by theoretical study that made his brain feel like it was melting. But the results were undeniable. His magic grew more obedient by the day, responding to his intent rather than exploding at random. By the end of the first week, he could cast basic spells without breaking windows. By the end of the second week, he could maintain 3 different spells simultaneously. By the end of the third week, Andromeda admitted that he was progressing faster than any student she'd ever taught. "The Codex is helping," Harry said, when she commented on his improvement. "It's like having 4 tutors in my head, all explaining different aspects of the same concept." The founders were brilliant, Andromeda agreed. Even in death, they find ways to teach. She paused. "Have you had any more contact with the other memories?" Harry knew what she meant. "No. Riddle hasn't appeared again. I don't think he can, his memory is tied to the vault, not to me." "Good. Keep it that way." But at night, when Harry lay in his bed staring at the ceiling, he sometimes thought he heard whispers. Not Riddle's voice, but something older. Something that might have been Slytherin's original magic, stirring in response to the darkness sealed inside Harry's scar. The fragment that was Voldemort remained contained, silent behind Slytherin's walls. But Harry could feel it sometimes, a cold presence at the edge of his awareness, watching and waiting. "Someday," it seemed to say. "Someday, you'll need me." Harry always pushed the feeling away. But it never quite disappeared. Nymphadora Tonks arrived home for the summer on a sunny afternoon in late June. Harry was in the garden, practicing wandless levitation on a pile of gnomes. He'd gotten good enough that he could pick them up, spin them, and throw them over the fence without touching them, when a crack of apparition split the air and a young woman appeared in the middle of the lawn. His first thought was that something had gone wrong. Her hair was bright pink, her face was scattered with freckles that seemed to shift position as he watched, and she was carrying a trunk that was almost as big as she was. His second thought was, "She's like me." Not identical, obviously. But there was something about her magic that resonated with his, a fluidity, a sense of constant change, that reminded him of his own 4-core inheritance. "You must be Harry." She dropped the trunk and bounded toward him with an enthusiasm that made him take a step back. "Mum's told me all about you." "Well, not all, she says you're complicated and I shouldn't pester you with questions. But you're famous, right? The Unified Heir and all that?" "I'm Harry," he managed. "You're Tonks?" "That's what everyone calls me. My first name is awful, Mum was going through a Greek mythology phase when I was born." She grinned, and her hair shifted from pink to purple. "I'm a metamorphmagus. Born with it. Means I can change my appearance at will. Watch." Her face rippled, and suddenly she looked like Andromeda, the same elegant features, the same dark hair, the same sharp eyes. Then she rippled again, and she was a perfect copy of Harry himself, complete with messy black hair and round glasses. "That's disturbing," Harry said. Tonks laughed and shifted back to her original form. "I get that a lot. It's useful for sneaking around, though. Nobody ever suspects the innocent first year with the pigtails." She winked. "Come on, help me with my trunk. I've got 3 weeks' worth of dirty laundry in there, and Mum will kill me if I track mud through the house." They wrestled the trunk inside together. Harry offered to levitate it, but Tonks insisted on doing things the Muggle way, because it builds character, and by the time they reached her room, Harry felt like he'd known her for years instead of minutes. It was a strange feeling. Comfortable and unfamiliar at the same time. "So," Tonks said, flopping onto her bed while Harry caught his breath, "what's it like? Being the Unified Heir?" "Complicated. That's what Mum said." "But complicated how? Is it the magic? The politics? The scary dark wizards who want to use you as a weapon? All of the above?" Harry sat on the edge of her desk chair, looking around the room. It was cluttered and colorful, covered in posters of Quidditch teams and magical bands and what looked like Muggle movie stars. I didn't know your family was so normal. Yeah, we work hard at that. Tonks grinned. Dad's a Muggleborn, so I grew up with both worlds. Magic at home, Muggle stuff on weekends. It's confusing sometimes, but I like it. I grew up with Muggles too. It wasn't good. The grin faded. Mum told me a little about the cupboard, and the other stuff. She paused. I'm sorry. That's awful. It's over now. Yeah, but it still happened. That doesn't just go away. Tonks sat up, her expression suddenly serious. Look, I know we just met, but you're family now. That means something in this house. If you ever need to talk, or yell, or just sit in silence while someone else is in the room, I'm here. Okay. Harry felt something shift in his chest, the Hufflepuff blessing, recognizing a kindred spirit. A potential bond. Okay, he said quietly. Thanks, Tonks. No problem. The grin returned. Now come on, Dad's making dinner, and if we don't get down there soon, he'll burn the roast again. Dinner with the complete Tonks family was chaos. Good chaos, the kind that came from too many people talking at once and too much food on the table and too many jokes flying back and forth across the gravy boat. Ted had indeed burned the roast, slightly, but nobody cared because the potatoes were perfect and the conversation was better. Tonks told stories about Hogwarts, about her classes and her friends and the time she accidentally turned a professor's hair green during a transfiguration practical. Andromeda pretended to disapprove while obviously trying not to laugh. Ted asked Harry about his training, and actually listened to the answers, asking follow-up questions that showed he understood more about magic than his Muggleborn status might suggest. For the first time in his life, Harry understood what family was supposed to feel like. It felt like this. Like noise and warmth and belonging. Like people who cared about your day and your dreams and your fears. Like safety that didn't come with conditions. After dinner, when the dishes were washing themselves in the sink and Tonks had retreated to her room to unpack, Andromeda pulled Harry aside. You're smiling, she said. Am I? More than I've ever seen. She reached out and touched his cheek gently. I'm glad. You deserve this, Harry. A normal life. A family that loves you. I don't know if my life will ever be normal. Maybe not. But we'll deal with that together. Andromeda's eyes were fierce. Whatever comes, the ministry, the politics, the dark wizards, we face it as a family. That's non-negotiable. Harry thought about Tom Riddle's warning. About the fragment of Voldemort sealed behind his scar. About all the dangers lurking in his future. Then he thought about Tonks's laughter, and Ted's burnt roast, and Andromeda's hand on his cheek. Together, he agreed. I'd like that. The ministry inspection came 3 days later. Harry was in the middle of a meditation session, trying to separate his Gryffindor and Slytherin cores without triggering the other two, when Andromeda's voice cut through his concentration. Harry. We have visitors. He opened his eyes to find 2 figures standing in the garden. One was a nervous-looking young wizard in ministry robes, clutching a clipboard like a lifeline. The other was Dolores Umbridge. Mr. Potter, Umbridge said, her smile as wide and false as he remembered. How wonderful to see you. You're looking, well. Madam Umbridge. Harry rose to his feet, feeling his cores align into combat readiness. I wasn't expecting an inspection so soon. Oh, this isn't an inspection. Just a friendly visit. She stepped closer, her toad-like eyes scanning the garden. The ministry likes to check in on our more unique charges. Make sure everything is proceeding according to regulations. What regulations would those be? The custody agreement, of course. 6 months of evaluation, remember? We want to ensure that Mr. Potter's guardians are meeting his educational and emotional needs. Her smile widened. Speaking of which, I understand you've been receiving private tutoring. In magic. I've been learning basic control, Harry said carefully. My inheritance makes standard wand use complicated. Yes, the unified inheritance. Such a remarkable claim. Umbridge pulled out a small notebook. Tell me, have you been able to verify any of your abilities? Demonstrated them for qualified observers? Gringotts verified my inheritance. I have the documentation. Goblin verification. Umbridge's tone made it clear what she thought of that. Unfortunately, the ministry requires wizard witnesses for certain legal purposes. If your abilities haven't been properly validated. They have been. Andromeda stepped forward, her voice cold. I witnessed Harry's casting during our training sessions. As did Albus Dumbledore, during his visit last week. If you need additional confirmation, I'm sure the Chief Warlock would be happy to provide testimony. Umbridge's smile flickered. That won't be necessary. I'm sure everything is in order. She turned back to Harry. We'll be watching, Mr. Potter. The ministry takes a special interest in children with exceptional circumstances. We want to make sure you receive all the support you need. Thank you, Harry said flatly. Your concern is noted. Umbridge and her assistant departed a few minutes later. When they were gone, Andromeda let out a breath she'd been holding. That woman is dangerous, she said. I know. No, Harry. I mean genuinely dangerous. Not just politically, though that too, but personally. She believes in blood purity, believes that magical power should be controlled by the right families. People like her created the environment that allowed Voldemort to rise. Harry thought about the cold satisfaction in Umbridge's eyes. The way she'd looked at him like he was something to be catalogued and controlled. She's afraid of me, he said slowly. Afraid of what I represent. Yes. And people like her, when they're afraid, they don't retreat. They attack. Andromeda's hand found his shoulder. We need to be careful, Harry. Very careful. Harry nodded. But even as he agreed, part of him was thinking about the power locked in Slytherin's vault. The defensive magic that could stop killing curses. The wards that could protect entire cities. And Tom Riddle's voice, whispering in the back of his memory, the world isn't kind to idealists, little Heir. That night, Harry dreamed. He stood in a vast room, a chamber of some kind, filled with shelves of glowing orbs. Each orb contained a swirling mist, and each mist seemed to whisper secrets just beyond the edge of hearing. The Hall of Prophecy, a voice said behind him. Harry turned. Salazar Slytherin stood there, not the young memory from the vault, but the ancient, tired version from the inheritance ritual. Why am I here? Harry asked. Because there's something you need to see. Something the others couldn't show you. Slytherin gestured, and one of the orbs floated toward them. This prophecy was made before your birth. It's the reason Voldemort came for your family. The reason you carry that scar. Harry looked at the orb. Inside, a woman's voice spoke words that seemed to echo from very far away. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The voice faded. Harry stared at the orb, feeling something cold settle in his chest. Neither can live while the other survives, he repeated. It means you and Voldemort are bound. Have been since before you were born. Slytherin's voice was heavy with ancient grief. The prophecy doesn't dictate the future, but it shaped the past. Voldemort heard part of it, enough to believe you were a threat. He came for you because of those words. Why are you showing me this? Because you need to understand the stakes. Slytherin moved closer, his translucent form flickering in the dim light. The unified inheritance gave you power, but power isn't enough. Voldemort has power too, vast, terrible power, accumulated over decades of dark magic. If you face him as you are now, you'll lose. Then what do I do? Learn. Grow. Prepare. Slytherin's eyes met his. And when the time comes, make choices that my other heirs were too afraid or too proud to make. The light magic in your inheritance is powerful. But so is the dark. Used wisely, carefully, for the right reasons, it could save everyone you love. Andromeda said I shouldn't. Andromeda is wise, but she's not the one who has to fight Voldemort. You are. Slytherin began to fade. Remember what I said, Heir. Some poison is necessary. When the moment comes, you'll understand. Harry woke with the prophecy echoing in his ears and the taste of ashes in his mouth. Neither can live while the other survives. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about destiny and choice and the weight of a future he'd never asked for. Outside his window, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky. A new day. New challenges. New decisions. Harry rose, dressed, and went to begin his training. Whatever the future held, he would face it. And when the time came to choose between light and dark, between safety and power, between what was easy and what was right, he would make that choice himself. No prophecy could take that from him. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Hollow Knight. 3 months had passed since Harry's arrival at the Tonks house, and he had almost forgotten what it felt like to be afraid. Almost. The summer had been a revelation. Mornings with Andromeda, learning to shape his magic into something controlled and purposeful. Afternoons with Ted, exploring the strange intersection of magical and muggle worlds. Evenings with Tonks, who had taken it upon herself to teach Harry everything a proper young wizard should know, including how to fly a broomstick, how to identify dangerous magical creatures, and how to prank ministry officials without getting caught. That last one's theoretical, she'd admitted, when Harry raised an eyebrow. Mostly. I've got some ideas for when I graduate. The Unified Codex had become Harry's constant companion. He read it every night before bed, absorbing techniques that should have taken years to master. His control improved steadily, until he could cast basic spells with the precision of a fully trained wizard and hold complex magical constructs for minutes at a time. But the nights were harder. The dreams came regularly now, visions of Tom Riddle's cold smile, of the prophecy orb spinning in darkness, of a future where Harry stood alone against something vast and terrible. Sometimes he woke to find the Gryffindor sword in his hand, materialized from nothing while he slept. Sometimes he woke to whispers from the fragment behind his scar, prodding at Slytherin's containment walls. And sometimes, he woke to silence so complete that it felt like death itself had settled over the house. It was on one of those silent nights that everything changed. Harry's eyes snapped open at exactly midnight. He didn't know what had woken him. There was no sound, no light, nothing out of place in his small room under the eaves. But his 4 cores were thrumming with alarm, Gryffindor's fire flaring hot against his ribs, Slytherin's shadows coiling tight around his spine. Danger, the inheritance whispered. Danger approaching. He was out of bed before the thought fully formed, pulling on trousers and a shirt with hands that didn't shake. The sword of Gryffindor materialized at his side, responding to his intent before he could consciously summon it. Its familiar weight was comforting. Harry crept to his door and eased it open. The hallway was dark. Too dark, the nightlight Andromeda kept burning at the top of the stairs was out, and so was the moonlight that should have been streaming through the landing window. The darkness felt thick, almost solid, pressing against Harry's skin like cold water. Ward Breach, the Ravenclaw inheritance informed him, parsing the magical signatures in the air. Something got through the protections. Something powerful. Harry moved down the hallway, staying close to the wall. Tonks's door was closed, he could hear her breathing through the wood, deep and even in sleep. Ted and Andromeda's room was at the far end, their door was open a crack, and through it he could see movement. Andromeda was already awake, her wand in her hand, her eyes fixed on the window. "Harry," she breathed when she saw him. "Get back to your room. Now." "What's happening?" "I don't know." The wards triggered something, a breach, but not a complete failure. "Whatever's coming, it's not fully through yet." She turned to Ted, who was pulling on boots with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd learned to move fast during the war. "Wake Nymphadora. Get her to the cellar. And leave you to face it alone?" "Not a chance. Ted, we discussed this." His voice was calm but firm. "If something threatens this family, we face it together. That was the deal." Andromeda looked like she wanted to argue. Then the window exploded. Glass flew inward in a storm of glittering shards. Harry threw up his hand instinctively, and a shield of golden light materialized in front of him, four-colored, stronger than anything he'd managed in training. The glass bounced off harmlessly, scattering across the floor. Through the shattered window came darkness. Not natural darkness, this was alive, writhing, shaped like smoke but moving with purpose. It poured into the room like a living flood, and in its center was something that made Harry's blood freeze. A suit of armor. It was massive, 7 feet tall, black steel etched with glowing red runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. The helmet had no visor, only a dark void where a face should be. It moved without sound, without breath, without any sign of the humanity that should have been inside it. And it was looking directly at Harry. "Foundry Heir," the thing said. Its voice was like grinding metal, echoing from somewhere far deeper than the armor itself. "The Covenant sends its regards." It raised one gauntlet hand. Red light gathered in its palm. Ted moved. Harry had never seen Andromeda's husband cast combat magic before, had thought of him as the gentle one, the one who made burnt roasts and told bad jokes and collected muggle gadgets. But the spell that erupted from Ted's wand was pure, concentrated force, a lance of white light that struck the armor dead center and sent it staggering backward. "Go!" Ted shouted. "Get Harry out of here." "We're not leaving you," Andromeda snarled. She was casting now too, intricate chains of gold and silver light that wrapped around the armor's limbs, trying to bind it in place. "Harry, run!" Harry didn't run. The Gryffindor inheritance wouldn't let him. The fire in his chest roared at the thought of fleeing while others fought in his place, while the people who had given him a home risked their lives to protect him. "Courage," the blessing whispered. "Stand." He raised the sword. The hollow night turned toward him. The void where its face should be seemed to deepen, to intensify, as if it was looking at something fascinating. "The air fights," it observed. "Good. I was told you would be interesting." It broke Andromeda's binding with a single flex of its arms. Ted's next spell, a bolt of crimson fire, splashed against its armor without effect. The runes glowed brighter, and Harry realized what he was seeing: the magic was being absorbed, fed into whatever power animated the night. "It eats spells," the Ravenclaw inheritance noted clinically. "Conventional magic won't work." "Then we try unconventional magic," Harry thought. He reached for his 4 cores simultaneously, not one at a time, not carefully separated, but all together, the way the Codex had warned him never to do without years more training. The power surged through him like a tidal wave, overwhelming and terrifying and utterly, perfectly his. The sword blazed with light. Harry charged. The fight was chaos. The Hollow Knight was faster than anything that size should be, its massive gauntlets sweeping through the air with precision that spoke of centuries of combat experience. Harry ducked and wove, guided by instincts he didn't fully understand, the Gryffindor sword singing as it clashed against dark steel. Behind him, Ted and Andromeda kept fighting. Their spells couldn't damage the knight directly, but they could create openings, barriers that forced it to change direction, flashes of light that disrupted its vision, waves of force that threw off its balance. They fought like a matched pair, years of partnership translating into seamless coordination. But they were losing. The knight was too strong, too fast, too perfectly designed to counter wizard magic. Every spell that hit its armor only made it stronger. Every second that passed drained more of their energy while the knight showed no signs of tiring. Futile, the knight intoned, catching Ted's latest spell on its palm and crushing the magic like a soap bubble. The Covenant has waited centuries for this moment. You cannot stop what is coming. What covenant? Harry demanded, dancing back from a sweeping blow. Who sent you? Those who remember what the founders forgot. Those who will finish what should have been finished 1,000 years ago. The knight paused, tilting its empty helmet. You could join us, Heir. The unified magic would be welcome in our ranks. Not interested. A pity. The knight lunged forward with speed that defied physics. Harry barely got his sword up in time, and the impact sent him flying backward, crashing through the bedroom door and into the hallway beyond. He hit the wall hard enough to see stars, the breath driven from his lungs. Get up, the Gryffindor inheritance urged. Get up and fight. Harry staggered to his feet. The knight was advancing through the doorway, its massive form filling the narrow space. Behind it, he could see Ted crumpled against the far wall, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. Andromeda was still standing, but barely, her wand arm trembling with exhaustion. 3 members of the Covenant would breach his position in moments. 3 members who would murder Tonks. The thought was like ice water. Harry looked up at the hollow knight. At the runes glowing on its armor. At the dark magic animating its form. The binding runes, the Ravenclaw inheritance whispered. On the left pauldron. The enchantment is keyed to a soul, not the armor's wearer, but someone bound against their will. Harry understood suddenly. The knight wasn't just a suit of armor given false life. There was someone inside it, someone trapped, enslaved, forced to serve the Covenant's purposes. You're not doing this willingly, he said. Whoever you are inside that shell, you didn't choose this. The knight hesitated. For just a moment, the red glow of its runes flickered. What I choose is irrelevant, it said, and there was something in its voice now, pain, buried deep beneath the grinding metal. The binding is absolute. I am weapon, not warrior. I have no will to call my own. Then let me help you. Harry raised the Gryffindor sword. But this time, he didn't aim at the knight's body. He aimed at the rune on its pauldron, the binding rune, the chain that held whoever was inside. 4-colored light blazed along the blade. Harry's cores sang in harmony, channeling power the way the Codex had taught him, not as separate streams, but as a single river flowing toward a single purpose. He struck. The sword carved through dark steel like it was parchment. The rune shattered in a spray of crimson sparks. And the hollow knight screamed. It was a human scream, raw and ragged and full of centuries of suppressed anguish. The armor collapsed in on itself, joints failing, runes dying one by one, until the massive suit was nothing but a pile of dark metal on the hallway floor. From inside the wreckage, a light emerged. It was pale and flickering, barely visible, the ghost of whoever had been bound inside the armor. Harry couldn't see features, couldn't tell if it had been man or woman, young or old. But he could feel gratitude pouring off it in waves, a soul finally freed after uncounted years of servitude. Thank you, the ghost whispered. Thank you, Heir. The Covenant, they took me, so long ago. I'd forgotten. Who were you? Harry asked. A wizard. A teacher. I opposed them, they made me, into this. The ghost was fading, its form dissolving into motes of silver light. Beware the Ashwalker. He is ancient, hungry, he will come for you, nothing can. The ghost vanished. Harry stood alone in the hallway, breathing hard, the sword still blazing in his grip. Behind him, he heard Andromeda's voice, sharp with concern, Harry. Are you hurt? He turned. Andromeda was kneeling beside Ted, who was sitting up now, one hand pressed to his bleeding forehead. In the doorway of her room, Tonks stood frozen, her hair cycling through colors like a broken traffic light. "I'm fine," Harry said. "Is everyone else? We'll live." Ted's voice was weak but steady. "That was, bloody hell, Harry, what did you do?" "I freed him. Whoever was inside the armor, he wasn't serving the Covenant willingly. They'd bound his soul somehow, forced him to fight for them." Harry looked at the pile of dark metal. "I just cut the chain." "You cut through enchanted steel," Andromeda said. "With a sword. Without training. The sword did most of the work." "That's not," she stopped, shaking her head. "Never mind. We need to move. If the Covenant sent one attacker, they might send more." As if on cue, the wards around the house screamed. The next hour was a blur. Reinforcements arrived in waves, first Dumbledore, operating into the garden with his wand already blazing, followed by Aurors from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement led by Amelia Bones herself. The house was secured, the perimeter swept, and when no additional attackers were found, the investigation began. Harry sat on the front steps, wrapped in a blanket that Tonks had insisted on, watching ministry officials photograph the remains of the Hollow Knight. The sword of Gryffindor had vanished back to wherever it went when he didn't need it, leaving him feeling strangely empty. "That was Covenant work," Dumbledore said, settling onto the step beside him. The old man looked older than Harry had ever seen him, his face drawn with worry. "I haven't seen armor like that in 50 years. I thought we destroyed the last of them." "The ghost said something about an Ashwalker," Harry said. "He told me to beware." Dumbledore went very still. "What do you know about the Covenant, Harry?" "Nothing. They sent that thing to kill me, and I don't even know who they are." "They are." Dumbledore paused, choosing his words carefully. "An ancient organization. Older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts, perhaps older than any magical institution still standing. They believe that magic should be kept pure, not in the blood sense, but in the sense of power. They want to restrict magical knowledge to those they deem worthy. Like Voldemort." "No. Voldemort was their creature for a time, they saw potential in his power, tried to recruit him. But Tom's ambitions were too personal, too petty for their tastes. He wanted to rule Britain. They want to reshape the world." Dumbledore's eyes were distant. "The Founders fought them. It's one of the reasons they built Hogwarts, to spread magical education freely, to break the Covenant's monopoly on knowledge. The unified inheritance was supposed to be a weapon against them. So they want to kill me. They want to control you, or eliminate you. A unified heir who opposes them is an existential threat." Dumbledore turned to face Harry directly. "This attack was a test. They wanted to see how you'd react, what powers you could access, how much of the Founder's legacy you've truly claimed. Now that they know, they'll plan accordingly." "Great. So I've got an ancient conspiracy trying to destroy me, on top of Voldemort. Voldemort may be the lesser threat, in the long term." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "The Covenant has waited 1,000 years. They can wait longer. But they won't wait forever, Harry. And when they move in force." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The Tonks family relocated to a safe house the next morning. It was smaller than their home, a cottage in the Cotswolds, protected by layers of wards and Fidelius charms that made it invisible to anyone who didn't know the secret. The walls were bare, the furniture sparse, the whole place feeling temporary in a way that made Harry's chest ache. "It's not forever," Andromeda said, seeing his expression. "Just until we can assess the threat level and decide on next steps." "They attacked because of me," Harry said quietly. "If I hadn't been here, then they would have attacked somewhere else. The Covenant doesn't abandon grudges, Harry. They've been hunting Founder heirs for 1,000 years. You're just the latest target." She placed a hand on his shoulder. This isn't your fault. None of it is your fault. But it felt like his fault. It felt like everything was his fault, the danger to his new family, the war that was coming, the terrible weight of a destiny he'd never chosen. Ted spent the first day of their relocation recovering from his injuries. The cut on his forehead had been deeper than it looked, and while Andromeda's healing spells had closed the wound, he was still weak and tired. "I'm fine," he insisted, when Harry came to check on him. "Takes more than a bit of possessed armor to keep me down. You could have died. So could you. So could any of us." Ted patted the bed beside him, and Harry sat. "Listen, Harry. I know you're blaming yourself. I can see it in your eyes, that guilty look, like you think you're some kind of curse on everyone around you. Aren't I? No. You're a kid who got dealt a terrible hand and is playing it the best he can." Ted's voice was firm. "The Covenant didn't attack because of you. They attacked because of what you represent, hope. The possibility that someone could unite the Founders' legacy and stand against them. That's worth fighting for. Even if it means people get hurt. Even then." Ted smiled slightly. "I fought in the last war, you know. Against Voldemort. I was just a muggle-born kid with a wand and too much idealism, but I fought anyway, because some things are worth the risk. You're one of those things, Harry. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise." Harry didn't know what to say. The Hufflepuff inheritance was glowing in his chest, recognizing the bond that was forming, real, genuine connection, the kind he'd never had before. "Thank you," he managed. "Anytime, kid. Anytime." Dumbledore visited again that evening. He came alone, appearing at the cottage door with a bundle under his arm and an expression that Harry had learned to distrust, the look of a man who had plans. "I've brought you something," Dumbledore said, once they were settled in the cottage's small sitting room. "Something that might help with your training." He unwrapped the bundle, revealing a thick leather journal with no title or markings on its cover. "This belonged to your mother," Dumbledore said. "Her personal notes from her time at Hogwarts, and after. She was brilliant, Harry, one of the most talented witches I ever taught. Her understanding of protective magic was extraordinary." Harry's hands trembled as he took the journal. His mother's. Something she had touched, written in, poured her thoughts into. "Why are you giving me this now?" "Because the attack made me realize that I've been holding back too much. I wanted to protect you, to let you have a childhood before the weight of destiny came crashing down. But the Covenant has forced my hand." Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "You need every advantage I can give you, Harry. Lily's research might provide insights that nothing else can." Harry opened the journal. The first page was dated September 1, 1971, his mother's first day at Hogwarts. The handwriting was neat and precise, filled with observations about the castle and her classmates and the wonder of discovering a world she'd never known existed. "I met a boy on the train today," she'd written. "James Potter. Arrogant, loud, annoying. I hope I never have to talk to him again." Harry almost smiled. "There's more," Dumbledore said. Later entries discuss her research into protective magic, the same research that eventually saved your life. She was trying to create a defense that could stop the killing curse, and in a way, she succeeded. Through love. Through sacrifice, specifically. The willingness to die for someone you love creates a magical bond that even the darkest magic cannot break. Dumbledore paused. The Covenant knows this. It's one of the reasons they fear the unified inheritance. The Founders built their entire legacy on that principle. For wizards who loved each other, who sacrificed their own power to create something greater than themselves. But they fell apart. Yes. Human weakness. Disagreements. The endless tragedy of people who should have been allies becoming enemies. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with old regret. "I hope you can learn from their mistakes, Harry. The unified heir has the potential to accomplish what the founders could not, to create something truly lasting. But only if you don't repeat their errors. Harry looked at the journal in his hands. At his mother's handwriting, preserved for 15 years, waiting for him. "I'll try," he said. "I know you will." Dumbledore rose to leave. "One more thing. The man who leads the Covenant, the Ashwalker the ghost mentioned, his name is Mordecai Ashworth. He's ancient, powerful, and utterly convinced of his own righteousness. If you ever encounter him directly, run. No. Running won't help, he's too fast, too determined. If you encounter him, fight with everything you have." Dumbledore's eyes were dark. "And pray that everything you have is enough." Harry read his mother's journal that night. The early entries were light, schoolgirl observations about classes and friends and the strange new world she'd discovered. But as the years passed, the tone changed. By her 5th year, Lily Evans was writing about dark magic, about the war brewing in the wizarding world, about friends who were being seduced by promises of power. "Severus came to me today," she wrote in one entry. "He says I don't understand what's happening, that the Dark Lord offers power and purpose that Dumbledore can't match. I told him he's a fool. He looked at me like I'd stabbed him." Harry paused at that entry. Severus. He'd heard that name before, in the visions from his inheritance, in passing comments from Andromeda. Severus Snape, the potions professor at Hogwarts. A man who had loved his mother, and lost her. He read on. The final years of the journal were dense with magical theory, diagrams and formulas and notes that Harry could barely understand, even with his Ravenclaw inheritance helping to decode them. Lily had been working on something specific, something she called the sacrificial shield. "The magic of love is the oldest and most powerful force in existence," she'd written. "But it's also the most unpredictable. You can't command love, can't force it to manifest on demand. The challenge is creating conditions where love-based magic can activate naturally, without conscious direction. I think I've found a way. If someone loves another person deeply enough, and if they're willing to die for that person, the moment of death creates a magical event, a release of pure protective energy that can attach itself to the beloved and shield them from harm. The problem is the trigger. The magic only activates if death is certain, imminent, and willing. You can't fake it. You can't prepare for it. You just have to trust that when the moment comes, love will be enough." Harry stared at those words for a long time. His mother had known. She'd worked out the theory years before Voldemort came for them. And when the moment arrived, she'd made her choice, not out of instinct, but out of knowledge. She'd known exactly what her sacrifice would accomplish. She'd given her life to save his, and she'd done it on purpose. The Hufflepuff inheritance wept in his chest. The Gryffindor inheritance burned with fierce pride. The Ravenclaw inheritance marveled at the brilliance of her work. And the Slytherin inheritance whispered something Harry didn't want to hear. "That kind of power," it said. "That kind of magic. Imagine what you could do with it." Harry closed the journal and put it away. He didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, Harry asked Andromeda to resume his training. "You're sure?" she said, studying his face. "After what happened, I'm sure. The Covenant is coming, and I need to be ready." They started with combat drills, basic dueling forms adapted for Harry's unique abilities. Andromeda pushed him harder than she ever had before, forcing him to cast faster, react quicker, think cleaner under pressure. By midday, Harry was exhausted, his magic depleted, his body aching from exertion. He didn't stop. "Again," he said, when Andromeda suggested a break. "I can do more." "You'll burn yourself out." "Then I'll burn." Harry raised his wand. "The Hollow Knight almost killed you. It almost killed Ted. If it comes back, if something worse comes, I need to be able to stop it." Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. Again, she said. They trained until sunset. That night, Harry dreamed of the Founder's sanctum. He stood before the plain wooden door he'd glimpsed in the Gringotts' inheritance chamber, the fifth door, the one no heir had seen in 500 years. The four Founder crests blazed around him, their light mixing and merging into something greater than any single color. "You've grown," a voice said. Harry turned. The four Founders stood behind him, Gryffindor with his wild hair and warrior stance, Ravenclaw with her sharp eyes and analytical gaze, Hufflepuff with her warm smile and gentle presence, Slytherin with his shadowed face and ancient sorrow. "The attack was just the beginning," Gryffindor said. "The Covenant will send more. They won't stop until you're dead or under their control. Then I'll stop them first." Bold words. Slytherin's voice was cool. "But words are cheap. Do you have the strength to back them up?" "I'm learning." "Learning isn't enough." Ravenclaw stepped forward. "The Covenant has had 1,000 years to prepare. You've had 3 months. The mathematics of that equation do not favor you. Unless you embrace all of your inheritance," Slytherin added. "Not just the comfortable parts. Not just the light. All of it." Harry felt the familiar temptation stirring, the whisper of dark knowledge, of power without limits, of shortcuts that could give him the strength he needed. The memory of Tom Riddle's smile flickered through his mind. "You'll come back," Riddle had said. "When your friends are dying." "No," Harry said firmly. "I won't use dark magic. There has to be another way." "There is." Hufflepuff moved to stand beside him, her warmth cutting through the chill of the others' warnings. "The unified inheritance isn't just power, Harry. It's connection. Love. The same force your mother used to save your life. The sacrificial shield. More than that. The Founders built their entire legacy on the principle of love, love of knowledge, love of courage, love of loyalty, love of ambition properly directed. If you can tap into that, if you can channel all 4 aspects of magical love, then even the Covenant couldn't stand against you," Gryffindor finished. "But it won't be easy. The path of love is always harder than the path of power." "I know." Harry looked at the fifth door, at the mysteries waiting behind it. "But I've seen what power without love creates. Voldemort. The Hollow Knight. 1,000 years of suffering. I won't add to that." The Founders exchanged looks, surprise, respect, and something that might have been hope. "Then perhaps," Ravenclaw said slowly, "we chose better than we knew." The dream began to fade. But before it vanished entirely, Hufflepuff leaned close and whispered in his ear, "The sanctum waits for you, Harry. When you're ready, truly ready, it will open. And when it does, everything will change." Harry woke to morning light streaming through the cottage window. He didn't know if the dream had been real, a message from the Founders, or just his subconscious processing trauma. But the words stayed with him, echoing in his mind as he rose to face another day. The path of love is always harder than the path of power. He could live with that. 2 weeks later, the Aurors came. They arrived in force, a dozen of them, led by Amelia Bones herself, their faces grim and professional. Harry watched from the cottage window as they assembled on the lawn, their wands held ready. "What's happening?" Tonks asked, appearing beside him with her hair cycling through anxious shades of gray. "I don't know." "Stay inside." Harry went out to meet them. "Madam Bones," he said, keeping his voice steady. "Is something wrong?" "Mr. Potter." The head of the DMLE looked uncomfortable. "I'm afraid I have unfortunate news. The Ministry has received intelligence suggesting that the attack on your previous residence was not, in fact, carried out by an external organization." "What?" "The Department of Magical Inheritance has concluded that the Hollow Knight was actually an autonomous magical construct, created by you, deliberately or otherwise, as a manifestation of uncontrolled Founder magic." Bones' voice was careful, precise. They're recommending that you be placed in ministry custody for observation. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. That's insane. The knight was sent by the Covenant. The ministry doesn't officially recognize the existence of any organization called the Covenant, Bones said. And Dolores Umbridge has presented compelling evidence that, Umbridge. Of course. Harry should have known. She's behind this, isn't she? This whole thing is a setup. I'm not here to debate the politics, Mr. Potter. I'm here because the Wizengamot has issued a custody order. Bones' expression flickered, sympathy, quickly suppressed. You have the right to appeal, but until the appeal is heard, you're required to accompany us to the ministry. No. The word came from behind Harry. Andromeda had emerged from the cottage, her wand in her hand, her face set in lines of cold fury. My ward is not going anywhere with you, she said. The Wizengamot granted me custody. A single department head's recommendation doesn't override that. The order was signed by the full Wizengamot, Bones replied. Emergency session, 2 hours ago. Umbridge pushed it through while Dumbledore was unavailable. Unavailable. Summoned to the ICW on urgent business. Convenient timing. Bones' voice was dry. I don't like this any more than you do, Mrs. Tonks. But I have my orders. Harry looked at the assembled Aurors. At Andromeda, ready to fight despite the impossible odds. At Tonks and Ted, watching from the cottage door with fear in their eyes. His family. The family that had taken him in, protected him, loved him without conditions. The family that would suffer if he resisted. If I go with you, he said slowly, what happens to them? Nothing. The order only covers you. Bones met his eyes. I give you my word, Mr. Potter. No harm will come to the Tonks family. Harry considered. The Slytherin inheritance was calculating angles, ways to escape, ways to fight, ways to turn this situation to his advantage. The Gryffindor inheritance was urging him to draw his sword and face the enemy head-on. The Ravenclaw inheritance was analyzing the political implications, the legal options, the long-term consequences. But it was the Hufflepuff inheritance that made the final decision. Protect your family, it whispered. Sometimes protection means sacrifice. I'll go, Harry said. Harry, no, Andromeda started. It's okay. He turned to face her. The ministry can't hold me forever. Dumbledore will be back, the appeal will be filed, and Umbridge's evidence will fall apart under scrutiny. But if I fight here, now, people could get hurt. I won't let that happen. Andromeda's eyes were bright with unshed tears. This isn't right. I know. But right doesn't always matter. Sometimes you just have to survive. Harry hugged her, the first time he'd ever initiated a hug with anyone. Take care of Ted and Tonks. I'll be back soon. He released her and walked toward the Aurors. The journey to the ministry was quiet. Harry sat in the back of a magical transport, Aurors on either side of him, watching the countryside roll by through the enchanted windows. This isn't over, the Gryffindor inheritance promised. When the time comes, we'll fight. Harry believed it. He just hoped the time would come soon enough. The ministry holding cells were cold, damp, and entirely too familiar. Harry sat on the narrow cot, staring at the blank stone walls, thinking about everything that had led him here. The inheritance. The attack. The Covenant and their ancient conspiracy. Umbridge and her petty political games. 3 months ago, he'd been sleeping in a cupboard, dreaming of escape. Now he was in a different kind of cupboard, facing a different kind of captivity. But not the same, he reminded himself. Not the same at all. In the cupboard, he'd been alone. Powerless. Without anyone to fight for him. Now, he had Andromeda and Ted and Tonks. He had Dumbledore, wherever the old man had been summoned to. He had the Founder's legacy burning in his chest, for hearts beating in time, for powers ready to serve him when the moment came. And he had a choice. Tom Riddle's memory whispered in the back of his mind, when your friends are dying and your world is burning, you'll come back. But Harry had made his decision in the cottage, when he'd chosen to surrender rather than let his family be hurt. The path of love. The harder path. The right path. He wasn't going to let Riddle be right about him. The cell door opened. Dolores Umbridge stood in the doorway, her toad-like face split in a triumphant smile. "Mr. Potter," she said. "So good to see you settling in. I trust the accommodations are comfortable." Harry didn't answer. He just looked at her, really looked, the way the Slytherin inheritance allowed him to see. Past the smile, past the pink cardigan, past the facade of bureaucratic concern. What he saw underneath was ugly. Petty. Cruel in the way that only small-minded people could be cruel. "She's afraid of you," the inheritance whispered. "That's why she's doing this. She can't stand the idea that a half-blood child could be more powerful than her." "The observation period will last 3 months, Umbridge continued, apparently unbothered by his silence. "During that time, you'll undergo regular magical testing to determine the extent of your abilities. If the tests confirm that you pose no threat, you'll be released to appropriate guardians." Appropriate guardians? Ministry approved, of course. The Tonks family has proven themselves unsuitable. Umbridge's smile widened. "But don't worry. We'll find you a nice, stable home. Somewhere you can learn to use your gifts properly." Harry felt the Gryffindor fire rising in his chest. He wanted to shout at her, to tell her exactly what he thought of her political games and her petty cruelty. But the Slytherin cunning held him back. "Not yet," it cautioned. "Not here. Wait for the right moment." "I understand," Harry said quietly. "Thank you for explaining." Umbridge looked slightly disappointed by his calm response. "Yes. Well. I'll leave you to settle in, then. The first tests begin tomorrow." She turned and left, the cell door clanging shut behind her. Harry lay back on the cot, staring at the ceiling. 3 months. 3 months of tests and observation and Umbridge's smug satisfaction. 3 months away from his family, from his training, from everything he'd built since the night he'd touched the golden letter. "It's not forever," he told himself. "This isn't the cupboard. People know I'm here. People are fighting for me." But as the hours passed and the darkness deepened, it was hard to remember that. The rescue came at midnight. Harry was half asleep when the wall of his cell exploded inward, not violently, but precisely, stone blocks sliding apart like puzzle pieces to reveal a hidden passage beyond. "Move quickly," a voice said. "We don't have much time." Harry scrambled off the cot, reaching instinctively for the sword. It materialized in his hand, its golden glow illuminating the figure in the passage. It was Amelia Bones. "Madam Bones? But I arrested you because I had orders. I'm rescuing you because I have principles." Her voice was clipped and professional. "The evidence Umbridge presented was fabricated. I've spent the last 6 hours confirming it. The Hollow Knight was real, the Covenant is real, and you've been framed. So why didn't you just release you through proper channels?" "Because Umbridge has the Wizengamot in her pocket tonight. By the time Dumbledore returns, she'll have you declared a danger to magical society." Bones gestured urgently. "Questions later. Moving now." Harry followed her through the passage, a maintenance tunnel, by the look of it, running beneath the Ministry's holding cells. They emerged in a basement storage room, climbed a narrow staircase, and stepped through a door into the cool night air of Muggle London. A car waited at the curb, an ordinary black sedan that somehow radiated magic. "Get in," Bones said. "The Tonks family is already at a secondary safe house. You'll join them there." Harry opened the car door, then paused. "Why are you doing this? You could lose everything, your career, your position, my career is serving justice, Mr. Potter. Not serving politicians. Bones' expression softened slightly. I remember the last war. I remember what happened when good people stayed silent because it was easier than fighting. I won't make that mistake again. Harry didn't know what to say. So he simply nodded and got in the car. As the vehicle pulled away from the curb, carrying him toward his family and whatever came next, Harry thought about everything he'd learned in the past few days. About enemies and allies. About the difference between power and principle. About the choice between easy and right. The path of love is always harder, the founders had told him. It was true. But maybe that was the point. Harry leaned back in his seat and let the London lights blur past the window. Tomorrow, there would be battles to fight and conspiracies to unravel and a destiny to fulfill. Tonight, he was just a boy going home to his family. That was enough. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Friends and Enemies in equal measure. 6 months had transformed Harry Potter in ways that went far beyond the physical. He was still small for his age, nearly 6 now, though he looked younger, but there was a steadiness to him that hadn't existed before. His green eyes held depths that made adults uncomfortable, and his magic moved through him with the precision of a master duelist rather than the chaos of an untrained child. The safe house in the Cotswolds had become a fortress. After Amelia Bones's midnight rescue, she had worked with Dumbledore to construct defenses that rivaled Hogwarts itself, layer upon layer of wards, detection charms, and emergency port keys that would whisk the family to safety at the first sign of danger. Umbridge had been quietly demoted after the fabricated evidence scandal, but she hadn't been removed from the ministry entirely. Harry suspected she was biding her time, waiting for another opportunity to strike. The Slytherin inheritance whispered warnings whenever he thought about her: patient predator, never forget, never trust. But today wasn't about Umbridge or the Covenant or any of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Today was about something Harry had never experienced before. A party. Stop fidgeting, Tonks said, adjusting his collar for the 3rd time. You look fine. I look like a penguin. You look like a proper young wizard attending a proper social function. She stepped back to admire her handiwork. Harry was dressed in formal robes of deep blue, a compromise between the Slytherin green Andromeda had suggested and the Gryffindor red that Harry secretly preferred. Very distinguished. Very era for founders. I hate it. That's how you know it's formal wear. Tonks grinned, her hair shifting from its usual pink to a matching blue in solidarity. Come on, Mum's waiting. And remember what we practiced. What they'd practiced was social navigation, the art of saying nothing while appearing to say everything, of reading between lines and detecting hidden agendas. Tonks had spent the past week coaching Harry on pure-blood etiquette, on the subtle signals and coded language that magical aristocracy used to communicate. Most of it's nonsense, she'd admitted during their sessions. But knowing the nonsense gives you power. When you can speak their language, they can't dismiss you as an outsider. Harry had absorbed it all, the Ravenclaw inheritance helping him memorize protocols and the Slytherin inheritance helping him understand the manipulation beneath the surface. But theory was one thing. Practice was another. The Midsummer Gathering was one of the oldest traditions in magical Britain, a neutral event where pureblood families brought their children together for socialization and cultural enrichment. In practice, it was a marriage market, a political convention, and a status competition all rolled into one. Harry had been invited because of his founder seats. Refusing would have been seen as an insult to every family in attendance. Accepting meant walking into a room full of people who either wanted to use him or destroy him. Ready? Andromeda asked, meeting them at the bottom of the stairs. She looked stunning in formal robes of deep purple, her silver-streaked hair swept up in an elegant arrangement. No, Harry said honestly. But let's go anyway. The gathering was held at Whitmore Hall, a sprawling estate in Hampshire that had belonged to the same family for 700 years. The building itself seemed to pulse with old magic, its walls soaked in centuries of ritual and tradition. Harry felt the wards brush against him as they approached the entrance, not hostile, but curious, tasting his magic and finding it interesting. The Whitmore family had been neutral during both wars, their wealth and influence making them valuable to all sides. Their hospitality came with a price: information. Every guest at a Whitmore event was observed, catalogued, and filed away for future reference. The Whitmores are watchers, Andromeda had warned him. They don't take sides, but they know everything about everyone. Be polite, be careful, and assume every word you say will be remembered. The entrance hall was vast and gleaming, filled with witches and wizards in formal attire. Harry recognized some faces from Andromeda's briefings: Lord and Lady Longbottom, ancient and formidable; Cornelius Fudge, nervous as ever despite his minister's badge; members of the Sacred 28, clustered in groups that seemed casual but were carefully arranged by political alliance. And standing near the center of the room, impossible to miss, was Lucius Malfoy. He was accompanied by a woman who could only be his wife, beautiful in the cold, porcelain way of the Black family, and a boy about Harry's age with platinum blonde hair and his father's sharp features. Draco Malfoy. Harry had heard the name in Andromeda's lessons. The Malfoy heir, raised to believe in pureblood supremacy, groomed from birth to be a political weapon. Their eyes met across the room. Harry felt something spark between them, not friendship, not yet, but recognition. Two boys caught in webs spun by their elders, both carrying legacies they hadn't chosen. Harry Potter. A booming voice cut through the murmur of conversation. Harry turned to find a large, florid-faced wizard approaching with arms spread wide. The unified heir himself. What an honor, what an absolute honor. Mr. Potter, may I present Horace Slughorn, Andromeda said smoothly. Former potions master at Hogwarts, now retired. Retired, yes, but never uninvolved. Slughorn chuckled, pumping Harry's hand with enthusiasm. I collect talented young people, you see. Started a little club back in my teaching days, the Slug Club, they called it. Some of the finest witches and wizards of our generation passed through my humble gatherings. Including my mother, I understand, Harry said. Slughorn's eyes widened with delight. You know. Yes, yes, Lily Evans, brilliant girl, absolutely brilliant. One of my finest students. Such a tragedy, what happened? He trailed off, then rallied. But here you are. The heir to all four founders. I must say, I never expected to see such a thing in my lifetime. Neither did I, Harry said dryly. Slughorn laughed as if Harry had made a great joke, then leaned closer conspiratorially. We must talk more later, my boy. I have connections throughout magical society, people who would be delighted to meet the unified heir. Doors I could open, opportunities one could create. I'm sure. Harry kept his voice polite. The Slytherin inheritance was whispering warnings: collector, networker, trades in favors and influence, but also opportunities, useful contact, could be cultivated, has information worth having. Later, perhaps, Harry said. For now, I should probably meet the other guests. Of course, of course. Don't let me keep you. Slughorn released his hand with obvious reluctance. We'll chat more at dinner, I'm sure. So much to discuss. As they moved away, Tonks appeared at Harry's elbow, her face carefully neutral. That man gives me the creeps, she muttered. He's useful, Harry replied quietly. And he knows things. Since when do you think like that? Since the Slytherin inheritance started whispering in my ear, Harry thought but didn't say. Instead, he just shrugged. I'm learning. The children's area was separated from the main gathering by a set of ornate doors that opened onto a garden enclosed by high hedges. Inside, perhaps 20 young witches and wizards milled about, ranging in age from 5 to 12. Some played games on the manicured lawn, others clustered in groups, talking in the careful, measured way of children who have been coached by their parents. Harry paused at the entrance, taking it all in. His Slytherin perception read the social dynamics instantly: who held power, who sought it, who was being excluded. A cluster of older boys near the fountain were clearly the dominant group, their postures confident and dismissive. Several girls in matching robes formed their own faction near the rose bushes. And scattered around the edges were the ones who didn't fit in, too young, too shy, too wrong by whatever standards ruled this small society. "Go on," Tonks said, giving him a gentle push. "I'll be watching from the terrace if you need me." Harry walked into the garden. He'd made it perhaps 10 steps before someone blocked his path. "So you're him?" Draco Malfoy looked him up and down with undisguised assessment. "The famous Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The unified heir. And you're Draco Malfoy. Your father tried to have me put in ministry custody." Draco's eyes flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. "My father does what's necessary to protect pureblood interests." "Your father does what's necessary to protect his own interests. Sometimes those align with pureblood causes. Sometimes they don't." Harry kept his voice even. "I'm not your enemy, Malfoy. I'm not anyone's enemy who doesn't choose to be mine first." "How noble." The word dripped with sarcasm. "Father says you're dangerous. That you'll upset the balance of power in magical Britain." "Your father's right. I probably will." Harry smiled slightly. "The question is whether that's a bad thing." Draco stared at him. Whatever he'd expected from this encounter, it clearly wasn't this, calm acknowledgement instead of denial or defense. "You're strange," Draco said finally. "I've heard that before. I didn't mean it as an insult. I didn't take it as one." Harry glanced around the garden, then back at Draco. "I heard you're good at flying. Is that true?" The shift in topic seemed to throw Draco off balance. Yes. Father got me a practice broom when I was 4. I've been flying ever since. I've been learning. Tonks taught me the basics, but I'm not very good yet." Harry shrugged. "Maybe we could race sometime. When we're somewhere with actual brooms." "You want to race me?" "Why not? You're probably better. But I learn fast." Harry met Draco's eyes directly. "I don't care about the politics between our families, Malfoy. I'm not going to pretend to like someone I don't, but I'm not going to pretend to hate someone either. You seem like you might be interesting. I'd like to find out if I'm right." Draco was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, his expression shifted, the practiced sneer softening into something more genuine. "You really are strange," he said. "But, maybe not in a bad way. High praise from a Malfoy. Don't push it, Potter." They stood there for a moment, 2 boys weighing each other across a divide of politics and prejudice. Then Draco nodded once, sharply. "I'll think about the race," he said. "No promises." "No promises," Harry agreed. Draco walked away, heading back toward the group of older boys near the fountain. But Harry noticed that he glanced back once, his expression thoughtful. "Potential ally," the Slytherin inheritance whispered. "Or potential enemy. Time will tell." Harry moved deeper into the garden. He found Neville Longbottom hiding behind a topiary elephant. The boy was chubby and awkward, with a round face and nervous eyes that darted away from Harry's gaze. He was clutching a small plant in a pot, some kind of succulent, Harry thought, though he didn't recognize the species. "Sorry," Neville mumbled when Harry rounded the elephant. "I'll move." "I didn't mean to, you're fine." Harry crouched down to Neville's level. "I'm Harry." "I know." Neville's voice was barely above a whisper. "Everyone knows who you are." "I don't know who you are." I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom." He looked down at his plant, as if drawing courage from its presence. "My grandmother brought me. She said it was important for me to make connections. But I'm not very good at at talking to people. Neither am I, Harry said honestly. I spent most of my life locked in a cupboard. This is the first party I've ever been to. Neville looked up, startled. Really? Really? My relatives weren't very nice. Harry sat down on the grass, ignoring what that would do to his formal robes. What kind of plant is that? It's a Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Neville's face lit up with sudden enthusiasm. It's really rare, only grows in certain parts of Assyria. My uncle Algy brought it back from a trip last year. It's not fully mature yet, but when it is, it'll spray stink sap if you poke it. That sounds useful. For defense. The stink sap is harmless but really hard to wash off. And the plant itself has healing properties if you prepare it right. Neville was animated now, his shyness forgotten. I want to study herbology when I get to Hogwarts. Plants are easier than people. They don't expect you to be anything you're not. Harry felt the Hufflepuff inheritance warming in his chest, recognition, connection, the stirring of a potential bond. I understand that, he said quietly. Expectations can be heavy. Neville nodded, his enthusiasm fading into something more somber. My grandmother wants me to be like my parents. They were Aurors, really famous ones. But they... He stopped, swallowed hard. They're not gone, but they're not really there either. A bad witch hurt them during the war. Now they live at St. Mungo's and don't recognize anyone. I'm sorry. Harry meant it. My parents are gone too. Different circumstances, but... I understand. Everyone says I should be brave like them. That I have big shoes to fill. Neville looked down at his plant again. But I'm not brave. I can't even talk to people without freezing up. Bravery isn't about not being scared, Harry said. It's about being scared and doing things anyway. That's what my grandmother says. She sounds smart. She's terrifying. But Neville smiled slightly. In a good way, mostly. Harry stood, brushing grass from his robes. You want to walk around with me? I don't know anyone here, and you seem like you know more than you let on. Neville blinked. You want to walk around with me? Why not? Because. Neville gestured vaguely at himself. I'm not important. I'm not powerful. I'm just. Neville. So. I spent 5 years being just Harry. It wasn't true then, and I don't think just Neville is true now. Harry extended a hand. Come on. We can be out of place together. Neville stared at the offered hand like it was a snake that might bite. Then, slowly, he reached out and took it. Okay, he said. Together. They circled the garden together, Neville providing quiet commentary on the various families and their children. His knowledge was surprisingly deep. His grandmother had drilled him on the political landscape of magical Britain since he was old enough to talk. That's Susan Bones, he said, nodding toward a red-haired girl who was playing a card game with 2 other children. Her aunt is the head of the DMLE. She's nice, we've met a few times at formal things. I know her aunt, Harry said. She's one of the good ones. Susan is too. She doesn't care about blood status or politics. She just wants to have friends. Neville paused. She'd probably like you. Let's find out. They approached the card players. Susan looked up as they drew near, her eyebrows rising when she recognized Harry. You're Harry Potter, she said. Not accusatory, just observational. I am. This is Neville Longbottom. I know Neville. Susan smiled warmly at the other boy. Hi, Nevada. Finally came out from behind the elephant. Neville blushed but managed a small smile. Harry found me. Good. You're too nice to hide from everyone. Susan turned her attention back to Harry, her assessment open and curious. My aunt talks about you sometimes. She says you're either the best thing to happen to magical Britain in a generation, or the worst. What do you think? I think you're 6 years old and shouldn't have to be either. Susan's voice was matter-of-fact. But I also think you can't always choose what you become. Sometimes it chooses you. Harry liked her immediately. The Hufflepuff inheritance hummed with approval. Want to join our game? Susan asked. It's Exploding Snap. Simple, but fun. I've never played. Then I'll teach you. She scooted over to make room. Come on. Both of you. Harry sat down. Neville hesitated, then sat beside him. The other two children at the table, a dark-skinned boy named Blaise Zabini and a quiet girl named Hannah Abbott, made room without comment. For the next hour, Harry learned Exploding Snap. He was terrible at it, his reflexes were good, but he kept predicting the explosions wrong, but nobody seemed to mind. Susan laughed when he singed his eyebrows on a particularly bad play, and even Blaise cracked a smile when Harry accidentally set Neville's sleeve on fire. You're really bad at this, Blaise observed. I know. Harry was grinning despite himself. But I'm having fun. That's sort of the point. Susan dealt another round. My aunt says you're too serious for your age. She worries about you. I have a lot to be serious about. Sure. But you're also 6. You're allowed to be terrible at card games and set things on fire sometimes. She met his eyes. You don't have to be the unified heir every second of every day, you know. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. The Slytherin inheritance was suspicious. What does she want, what's her angle? But the Hufflepuff inheritance overrode it, recognizing genuine kindness without agenda. Thanks, he said finally. I'll try to remember that. The afternoon wore on. Harry moved through the garden, meeting children from a dozen different families, navigating conversations that ranged from simple childhood small talk to careful political probing. He found that he was good at this, better than he'd expected. The Slytherin perception helped him read intentions, while the Ravenclaw clarity helped him respond appropriately, and the Hufflepuff warmth helped him make genuine connections rather than just strategic ones. By the time the sun began to set, he had made something like friends with Susan, Neville, and Hannah. He had established a grudging mutual respect with Draco and Blaise. And he had learned a great deal about the social landscape of magical Britain's young elite. But he had also noticed something troubling. 2 older children, twins, a boy and a girl, had been watching him all afternoon. They never approached directly, never engaged in conversation, but wherever Harry went in the garden, they seemed to be nearby. Their attention felt different from the general curiosity that followed him everywhere. It felt focused. Predatory. Do you know them? Harry asked Susan quietly, nodding toward the twins. She followed his gaze and frowned. That's Marcus and Miranda Vane. They're strange. Their family's been part of pure-blood society for generations, but no one really knows them well. They keep to themselves mostly. They've been watching me all day. Maybe they're just curious. You're famous. Maybe. But the Slytherin inheritance was whispering warnings, and Harry had learned to trust those whispers. He excused himself from the card game and walked toward the twins. They didn't try to avoid him. Instead, they stood their ground as he approached, their matching dark eyes tracking his every step. They were perhaps 13, tall and graceful with pale skin and black hair. Beautiful, Harry thought, in the cold way that poisonous flowers were beautiful. Mr. Potter, the girl, Miranda, said. Her voice was musical, carefully modulated. We've been hoping to speak with you. I noticed. You've been watching me for hours. The twins exchanged a glance that communicated something Harry couldn't read. We're admirers, the boy, Marcus, said. The unified heir is impressive. We wanted to see what all the fuss was about. And what did you conclude? That the fuss is justified. Miranda smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. You're not what we expected. Most children with your power would be arrogant. Demanding. You're controlled. I've had good teachers. The blood traitor and the Muggleborn. Marcus's tone was light, but there was something underneath it. Interesting choices. They're my family. Family is important. Miranda moved slightly closer. We understand that better than most. Our family has traditions. Expectations. We know what it's like to carry a legacy. What do you want? Harry asked bluntly. The twins paused. Again, that unreadable glance passed between them. To offer our friendship, Marcus said finally. The unified heir will need allies. People who understand the pressures of ancient lineages. We could be useful to you. In exchange for what? Nothing immediately. Consider it an investment. Miranda's smile widened slightly. We'll be at Hogwarts when you arrive. If you ever need assistance, advice, or simply someone to talk to who understands your position, find us. Harry studied them. The Slytherin inheritance was screaming warnings now, wrong, wrong, something deeply wrong, but he couldn't identify exactly what. They seemed sincere enough on the surface. Their offer was reasonable. Everything they said made logical sense. But their smiles didn't reach their eyes. Their body language was too perfect, too rehearsed. And underneath the pleasant facade, Harry could sense something cold and calculated. I appreciate the offer, he said carefully. I'll think about it. Of course. Marcus inclined his head. We understand you have many demands on your attention. But remember, when the time comes, and it will come, the Vane family stands ready to assist. They walked away without another word, moving in perfect synchronization like two halves of the same creature. Harry watched them go, his four cores churning with unease. Covenant, the Slytherin inheritance whispered. Or aligned with them. Trust nothing they say. He didn't intend to. The twins are bad news. Harry made his report to Andromeda that evening, in the quiet of the safe house's sitting room. Ted was in the kitchen making tea, and Tonks was upstairs, but Andromeda had wanted to debrief immediately. The Vane family has been part of pureblood society for centuries, she said, frowning. They've always been aloof. Secretive. But I've never heard anything specifically damaging about them. That's the problem. They're too clean. Nobody knows anything about them, which means either they're genuinely boring, or they're very good at hiding what they are. And your instinct says that they're hiding something. Something big. Harry described the twins' behavior, the watching, the too-perfect approach, the offer of friendship that felt more like a trap. The Slytherin inheritance went crazy when I was talking to them. I've never felt it react that strongly to anyone. Andromeda was silent for a moment, processing. Then she rose and walked to a bookshelf, pulling down a thick volume bound in cracked leather. This is a genealogical record of magical Britain's oldest families, she said, flipping through pages. Let me see. Vane, ah. Here. She scanned the entry, her frown deepening. Strange. The Vane family has been remarkably consistent. Same number of children every generation, same pattern of marriages, same level of political engagement. It's almost algorithmic. What does that mean? I don't know. But natural families don't work like that. There's always variation, more children one generation, fewer the next, different political positions based on changing circumstances. Andromeda closed the book. The Vane family has been identical for 500 years. That's not natural. That's manufactured. Harry felt the Slytherin inheritance pulse with grim satisfaction. Confirmation. The twins are wrong. What do I do? He asked. Nothing, for now. Watch them, but don't engage. If they're Covenant, or aligned with them, direct confrontation could accelerate their plans. Andromeda met his eyes. You did well today, Harry. You made real connections with the Bones girl and Neville Longbottom. Those are the relationships to cultivate. People who like you for yourself, not for what you represent. And the twins? Keep them at arm's length. Be polite if you encounter them again, but don't accept any offers. And most importantly, she placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't let them isolate you. The Covenant's first move is always to separate their target from allies. As long as you're surrounded by people who care about you, they can't act directly. Harry nodded, thinking about Susan's smile and Neville's shy courage and even Draco's grudging respect. He'd made friends today. Real friends, not just political connections. That was worth more than any alliance with the Vane twins. I'll be careful, he promised. I know you will. Andromeda squeezed his shoulder, then released him. Now go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon, and you've got grass stains on your formal robes. Harry looked down at himself and grimaced. The robes had suffered from exploding snap and garden exploration. Tonks is going to kill me. Probably. But she'll do it with love. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that had happened. The party. The twins. The warnings and opportunities and complications of a world he was only beginning to understand. You did well, the Gryffindor inheritance murmured. You made friends without compromising yourself. You identified threats, the Slytherin inheritance added. Kept your guard up. Played the game well. You connected with people, the Hufflepuff inheritance said warmly. Real connections, not just strategic ones. You learned, the Ravenclaw inheritance concluded. That's the most important thing. Harry appreciated the encouragement, but it didn't help him sleep. Too many thoughts, too many worries, too many variables he couldn't control. He got out of bed and walked to the window. The night was clear, the sky filled with stars. Somewhere out there, the Covenant was planning their next move. Somewhere out there, the fragment of Voldemort waited for a chance to return. Somewhere out there, a future was taking shape that Harry couldn't see but could feel approaching like a distant storm. What are you thinking about? The voice came from behind him, not one of the inheritance voices, but something else. Something familiar. Harry turned. The room was empty. Hello, he said quietly. Down here. He looked at his scar in the mirror. It was glowing faintly, a cold, greenish light that shouldn't have been able to penetrate Slytherin's containment. You're not supposed to be able to talk to me, Harry said. I'm not talking to you. Not really. This is more like, bleeding through. The containment is strong, but it's not perfect. Strong emotions can create cracks. What do you want? To warn you. The fragment's voice was different from Tom Riddle's memory, older, more tired, less certain. The twins. They're not what they seem. I figured that out myself. You figured out they're dangerous. You didn't figure out what they are. A pause. They're not human, Harry. Not fully. The Covenant, they have ways of creating servants. Homunculi. Perfect copies that look and act human but aren't. The Vane family died out 300 years ago. What's walking around in their skin now? Is a Covenant creation. Yes. The glow flickered. I'm telling you this because if you die, I die. Self-preservation, nothing more. But the information is accurate. Trust it. Harry stared at his reflection. At the scar that housed a fragment of his parents' murderer, now warning him about danger like some kind of twisted guardian angel. Why should I believe you? Because I have nothing to gain from lying. If you survive, I survive. If you get stronger, I stay contained. Our interests align, however much we might both hate that fact. And if I wanted to destroy you? You'd die trying. The Horcrux is anchored to your soul, removing it would tear you apart. The voice paused. But someday, you might find another way. And when that day comes, I won't fight you. I've been in this scar for 5 years, Harry. I've had nothing to do but think. And I've realized, what I became wasn't what I wanted to be. The monster that killed your parents wasn't the boy who walked into Slytherin's vault all those years ago. That's convenient. Reformation after death. Not reformation. Understanding. The glow was fading now. I was wrong about a lot of things. But I was also right about some things. The Covenant is a threat, to you, to everything the Founders built. Whatever else happens between us, don't let them win. The light died. The containment reasserted itself. Harry stood at the window for a long time, thinking about enemies and allies and the strange gray space in between. Then he went back to bed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. New decisions. New opportunities to prove that he was more than the sum of his inheritances. He would be ready. The letter arrived 3 days later. Harry was in the garden, practicing the meditation techniques from the Unified Codex, when an owl descended from the sky and dropped a sealed envelope in his lap. The seal was familiar, the same 4-colored wax that had marked his original Gringotts summons. Inside was a single sheet of parchment. Dear Mr. Potter, we have completed our investigation into the Vane family, as requested by Mrs. Tonks. Our findings are disturbing. The true Vane family, the last genuine members, died in a fire in 1693. The family that has attended pure-blood functions since then matches no magical signature on record. They are, as you suspected, artificial constructs, homunculi of considerable sophistication, maintained by magic that predates Gringotts itself. Our records indicate that this type of creation was a specialty of the organization you know as the Covenant. We believe the current Vanes are sleeper agents, planted centuries ago to monitor magical Britain's elite and report back to their masters. We recommend extreme caution. These creatures have survived undetected for over 300 years. They will not be easy to expose or eliminate. Furthermore, our investigation has uncovered evidence that the Covenant is accelerating their plans. Assets are being moved. Agents are being activated. Something is coming, Mr. Potter, and it is coming soon. Trust carefully. Griphook Senior Accounts Manager Gringotts Bank. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it and tucked it into his pocket. The Covenant was moving. The Vane twins were watching. And somewhere in the shadows, a conspiracy older than Hogwarts itself was preparing to strike. He was 6 years old, with 4 ancient magics in his chest and the weight of 1,000 years of history on his shoulders. He was scared. But fear, as Gryffindor had told him, wasn't the absence of courage. It was the beginning of it. Harry rose from his meditation, walked into the house, and told Andromeda everything. The game had changed. The enemy was revealed. Now it was time to fight back. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Ravenclaw Trial. The letter from Gringotts had changed everything. In the 2 weeks since the midsummer gathering, the safe house had become a war room. Maps covered the walls, magical Britain, Europe, the world, marked with pins indicating known Covenant activity, suspected agents, and potential allies. Dumbledore visited almost daily, bringing intelligence from his network of contacts. Amelia Bones sent regular updates through secure channels. Even the goblins had become more communicative, sharing information they'd hoarded for centuries. The Covenant was moving, and everyone was scrambling to understand what that meant. But Harry had a different concern. I need to go back to Gringotts, he said during a morning briefing. To Ravenclaw's library. Andromeda looked up from the map she'd been studying. Why? Because I've hit a wall. Harry gestured at the Unified Codex, which sat on the table beside him. The Codex taught me to control my magic, but it's not enough. There's something deeper in the library, something the Founders locked away until I was ready to find it. How do you know? Because Ravenclaw told me. Harry had been having more dreams lately, fragments of conversation with the founders, hints and riddles that pointed towards something important. During my inheritance, she said the library would open to me in stages. The antechamber was first. But there's more, much more, and I think I need it. Dumbledore, seated in a corner with his characteristic steepled fingers, spoke for the first time. The Ravenclaw library is said to contain knowledge from before recorded history. Secrets that Rowena gathered from every corner of the magical world. His blue eyes were thoughtful. If there's information about the Covenant's origins, their weaknesses, how to defeat them, it would be there. Then let me go. It's dangerous, Andromeda said. The Covenant knows you've been using the vaults. They might have set traps. They can't enter Gringotts without goblin permission, and the goblins hate them. Harry had done his research. The Founder Vaults are the safest place in magical Britain for me. Safer than here, even. Andromeda and Dumbledore exchanged a look, the kind of look adults gave each other when they were calculating risks and didn't want children to see. He's not wrong, Dumbledore said finally. Gringotts' neutrality is legendary. And if the library contains what Harry believes it does, then we need that knowledge. Andromeda's jaw tightened. Fine. But I'm coming with you. As far as the goblins will allow. Thank you. Harry meant it. Having her nearby, even if she couldn't enter the library itself, would make the whole thing easier. When do you want to go? Dumbledore asked. Harry had already decided. Today. The sooner we have answers, the sooner we can act. The journey to Gringotts was tense. They traveled by Fleur to the Leaky Cauldron, then walked through Diagon Alley with their hoods up and their wands ready. The street was crowded with shoppers, but Harry could feel eyes on him, some curious, some hostile, some simply watchful. The unified heir couldn't go anywhere without attracting attention. Griphook met them at the bank's entrance. Mr. Potter. Mrs. Tonks. His dark eyes glittered. The director has been expecting you. We're not here to see the director, Harry said. I need to access the Ravenclaw library. The deeper sections. Griphook's expression shifted, something that might have been approval, might have been concern. You believe you're ready for the trials? Trials? The Founder libraries are not simple repositories. Each one contains tests, challenges that must be overcome before the deeper knowledge becomes accessible. Griphook began walking, and they followed. You accessed the antechamber during your inheritance. That required proof of bloodline and magical compatibility. The inner library requires proof of something else. What? That depends on the Founder. They reached the lift that would take them to the vault levels. For Ravenclaw, the trial tests wisdom. Not knowledge, wisdom. The ability to understand, to question, to grow. Many heirs have entered those trials and never returned. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. They died. Worse. They became lost. Trapped in the labyrinth of their own minds, unable to find their way back to reality. Griphook's voice was flat. The Ravenclaw trial is not about danger in the physical sense. It's about danger to the self. If you're not prepared to have your deepest assumptions challenged, your most cherished beliefs questioned, do not enter. They descended in silence. The lift carried them down, down, down into the depths of the bank, until Harry felt the familiar pulse of the Founder vaults ahead. I'll wait here, Andromeda said when they reached the inheritance chamber. Whatever happens in there, come back to me, Harry. He hugged her, still unused to the gesture, but getting better at it. I will. I promise. Then he walked toward the sapphire door. The eagle crest watched his approach with keen intelligence. You seek the inner library, a voice spoke in his mind, not Rowena's, but something older, more fundamental. The library itself. You seek knowledge that has been hidden for 1,000 years. I do. Many have sought. Few have found. Fewer still have returned unchanged. A pause. Why do you seek this knowledge? Harry considered the question carefully. The wrong answer here could cost him everything. Because I need to understand, he said finally. The Covenant is moving against me. Voldemort waits in the shadows. The weight of 4 legacies presses down on my shoulders. I need to understand what I'm fighting, what I'm protecting, and what I might have to become. Understanding is a journey, not a destination. You may not like what you discover. I know. And you proceed anyway. I do. The Crest's eyes seem to soften. Then enter, Heir. May your wisdom grow with your knowledge. The door swung open. Beyond was not the infinite library Harry remembered. Instead, there was a single corridor, narrow, lit by floating candles, with walls lined in mirrors that reflected not his body but his thoughts. He saw flashes of memory in those mirrors, the cupboard, the inheritance ritual, the hollow night, the midsummer gathering. Moments that had shaped him. At the end of the corridor was another door. Harry walked forward. The door opened onto a room filled with doors. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, arranged in a circle around a central platform. Each door was a different size, a different color, a different style. Some were ornate and gilded, others were plain wood or bare stone. And above each door was a word, written in letters that shifted and changed as Harry watched. Courage. Fear. Truth. Lies. Love. Hate. Past. Future. Self. Other. Choose, a voice said. Harry turned. Rowena Ravenclaw stood on the central platform, but she was different from before, younger, more solid, as if the library had breathed life into her memory. Each door leads to a trial, she said. Each trial will teach you something about yourself, about the world, about magic. Some doors lead to answers you seek. Others lead to questions you haven't thought to ask. She met his eyes. To reach the inner library, you must pass through 3 doors of your choosing. But choose carefully, once you enter a door, you cannot leave until the trial is complete. Harry studied the doors. His Ravenclaw inheritance was humming with analysis, trying to determine which trials would be most valuable. But his Hufflepuff inheritance whispered something different: trust your instincts. The right doors will call to you. He listened. One door seemed to glow more brightly than the others, a simple wooden door, unpainted, with the word truth above it. That one, he said, pointing. Rowena nodded. The trial of truth. You'll be shown things as they are, not as they appear to be. Many find this trial uncomfortable. I've spent my whole life being lied to. I'm ready for some truth. We'll see. She gestured toward the door. Enter when you're ready. Harry walked to the door, placed his hand on the handle, and pushed it open. The world dissolved into white light. When it reformed, Harry was standing in a room he didn't recognize, a study, warm and comfortable, with books lining the walls and a fire crackling in the hearth. A man sat at the desk, writing on parchment with quick, efficient strokes. The man looked up. His face was familiar. Harry had seen it in photographs, in memories, in the mirror. James Potter. Hello, son, James said. His voice was warm but tired. I've been waiting for you. Harry couldn't breathe. His father. His father, sitting right there, close enough to touch. You're not real, he managed. No. I'm a construct, a piece of memory given temporary form by the library's magic. James set down his quill and stood. But my words are real. My thoughts are real. Everything I'm about to tell you comes from who I truly was, not from who you might want me to be. I don't understand. The trial of truth shows you people as they were, not as legends have made them. James walked around the desk, stopping a few feet away. I was not a good person, Harry. Not for a long time. I was arrogant, cruel, convinced that my blood and my talent made me better than everyone else. I bullied people who didn't deserve it. I hurt people for fun. Harry felt something in his chest crack. But Mum's journal said I was arrogant and annoying. She was being kind. James's smile was sad. I spent years tormenting a boy named Severus Snape, calling him names, humiliating him in public, once even endangering his life as a prank. I told myself it was justified because he was interested in dark magic, but the truth was simpler. I was young, powerful, and cruel. You changed. Eventually. Your mother helped me see what I was becoming, and I made the choice to be better. But the person I was for 16 years, that arrogant bully, doesn't disappear just because I changed at the end. James met Harry's eyes. I'm telling you this because you need to understand, heroes are not born perfect. They're made through mistakes, through growth, through the hard work of becoming better than they were. Harry was silent for a long moment. The image of his father he'd constructed, noble, brave, flawless, was crumbling. But something else was taking its place. Something more real. Thank you, he said finally. For telling me the truth. That's what this trial is for. James reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Even knowing it wasn't real, Harry felt warmth. You carry my blood, Harry. My mistakes might live in you too. But you also carry my capacity for change. Use it. Be better than I was. I'll try. That's all any of us can do. The room began to fade. James's form dissolved into light. I love you, son, his voice echoed. Your mother and I both do. We always have. Then he was gone, and Harry was standing before a new door. The second trial awaited. Harry studied the remaining doors, his mind still processing what he'd learned. The trial of truth had shown him his father's flaws, and, implicitly, his own potential for similar flaws. It hurt, but it also felt liberating. He didn't have to be perfect. He just had to keep trying to be better. A door caught his attention. Dark wood, almost black, with silver hinges that gleamed in the candlelight. Above it, the word fear. That one, he said. Rowena's expression was unreadable. The trial of fear. You'll face what you're most afraid of. Not in the physical sense, the library won't harm you, but in the psychological sense. Are you prepared? No. But I'm going anyway. Spoken like Godric's heir. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Good luck. Harry opened the door. Darkness swallowed him. When he could see again, he was standing in the great hall of Hogwarts, not as it existed now, but as it might exist years in the future. The ceiling showed a sky choked with smoke and ash. The house tables were overturned, broken, scattered with debris. And on the floor, arranged in neat rows, were bodies. Harry walked forward, dread building in his chest. He recognized faces. Susan Bones, her red hair matted with blood. Neville Longbottom, still clutching a broken wand. Tonks, her hair frozen in a shade of grey Harry had never seen. Andromeda and Ted, lying side by side, their hands intertwined even in death. And at the head of the hall, on the raised platform where the staff table should be, stood two figures. One was Harry himself, older, maybe 20, wearing robes of black and silver with a crown of dark metal on his head. His face was cold, empty, utterly devoid of the warmth that had made him Harry. The other was Voldemort. But they weren't fighting. They were standing together, side by side, looking down at the carnage with identical expressions of satisfaction. This is your fear, a voice said. Not Rowena's, something deeper, something that came from the library itself. Not that you'll fail. That you'll succeed, and become what you hate. Harry couldn't speak. His throat was closed with horror. The unified inheritance carries power beyond measure, the voice continued. For magics, for legacies, for paths to greatness. But power corrupts. Every heir who came before you eventually fell to temptation. Some became tyrants. Some became monsters. All of them started with good intentions. Won't you? You've already felt the pull. The Slytherin inheritance whispers of manipulation, of using people as tools. The dark magic in your vault calls to you. The fragment of Voldemort in your scar offers partnership. The voice was relentless. How long before you decide that the ends justify the means? How long before you become the very thing you fight? Harry forced himself to look at the older version of himself. At the cold eyes, the cruel smile, the crown of dark metal. This is my fear, he said slowly. But fear is not destiny. Are you sure? No. Harry's voice strengthened. I'm not sure of anything. That's the point. I'm afraid because I know it could happen. I know the darkness in me is real. But knowing means I can fight it. And if fighting isn't enough, then I'll ask for help. Harry thought of Andromeda's warmth, of Susan's kindness, of Neville's quiet courage. I'm not alone. I have people who will tell me when I'm going wrong, who will pull me back from the edge. That's what the Hufflepuff inheritance taught me: connection, loyalty, bonds that can't be broken. Even bonds can break. Maybe. But mine won't. Because I'll choose, every day, to keep them strong. I'll choose to listen when people warn me. I'll choose to doubt myself when I'm too certain. I'll choose to be afraid of this future, because fear is the beginning of wisdom. Silence stretched through the ruined great hall. Then the voice spoke again, and there was something different in it. Something like respect. You understand. Not completely, understanding is a journey, as I said, but enough. The nightmare began to fade. Remember this vision, Harry Potter. Keep it close. Fear is a gift when it teaches you what to avoid. The great hall dissolved. The bodies disappeared. Harry stood alone in darkness for a moment, breathing hard, his heart pounding with the aftermath of terror. Then a new door appeared before him. One trial left. Harry took longer to choose this time. He walked around the room of doors, studying each one, feeling for the resonance that had guided him before. But something was different now. The trials had changed him, opened something, shifted something, and the doors that called to him weren't the ones he expected. One door in particular kept drawing his attention. It was small and unremarkable, made of simple wood with brass fixtures. Above it, the word doubt. That one, he said. Rowena raised an eyebrow. An unusual choice for a final trial. Most heirs choose power or destiny. Something dramatic. I'm not most heirs. No. You're not. She gestured toward the door. The trial of doubt will question everything you believe. It won't provide answers, only questions. Many find it the most difficult trial of all. Good. I have too many answers and not enough questions. Harry opened the door. He found himself in a library. Not Ravenclaw's library, this was smaller, more intimate, with comfortable chairs and warm lighting. A fire crackled in the hearth. Rain pattered against windows that looked out onto a gray afternoon. A woman sat in one of the chairs, reading a book. She looked up as Harry entered. She was young, maybe 30, with dark hair and intelligent eyes. She wore simple robes, nothing elaborate, and there was a familiarity to her face that Harry couldn't quite place. "Hello, Harry," she said. "Please, sit." Harry settled into the chair across from her. "Who are you?" "A construct, like your father. But I'm not based on a single person. I'm based on a concept, the concept of questioning itself." She set down her book. "I'm here to ask you things. Not to attack, not to challenge, just to ask. Are you ready? Yes. Why do you fight? The question seemed simple. Because the Covenant is evil. Because Voldemort killed my parents. Because, is the Covenant evil? Harry paused. They want to control magic. Restrict it to people they consider worthy. And that's evil? Yes. Everyone deserves access to magic. Even those who would use it to harm others. Even those too young to understand its consequences. Even those whose minds might be broken by knowledge they can't handle. The woman tilted her head. The founders themselves restricted knowledge. They created houses to separate students. They locked away secrets in libraries like this one. Were they evil? That's different. Is it? Harry opened his mouth to respond, then closed it. The question burrowed into his mind, finding cracks in certainties he hadn't even known he held. I don't know, he admitted finally. Good. I don't know, is the beginning of wisdom. The woman smiled. Next question, why do you trust Dumbledore? Because he's fighting the same enemies I am. Shared enemies make allies, not friends. Dumbledore has used you since before you were born, placed you with abusive guardians, kept secrets from you, manipulated events to shape you into what he needed. Why do you trust him? I don't. Not completely. Harry thought about Dumbledore's calculating eyes, his careful plans, his willingness to use people as pieces on a chessboard. But I believe he wants to defeat Voldemort. And right now, that's enough. Is it? What happens after Voldemort is gone? Will Dumbledore's goals still align with yours? I don't know. Another good answer. The woman leaned forward. Final question, Harry Potter. The hardest one. Are you a good person? Harry's breath caught. I try to be. Trying isn't the same as being. You've killed, or at least freed a soul by destroying its prison, which amounts to the same thing. You've manipulated people, read their intentions without permission, used knowledge against them. You carry darkness in your scar and darker knowledge in your inheritance. Are you a good person? Harry struggled for words. I don't think good and evil are that simple. I've done things that could be called bad for reasons that were good. I've done things that seemed good but might have bad consequences. I'm not a hero. I'm not a villain. I'm just, trying. Trying to do what? To be better than I was yesterday. To help more than I hurt. To leave the world slightly less broken than I found it. The woman was silent for a long moment. Then she smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. That's the best answer anyone's ever given me, she said. Not certainty. Not grand proclamations. Just, trying. She stood, and the library began to shift around them. You've passed the trial of doubt, Harry Potter. Not because you found answers, but because you learned to live with questions. The room dissolved. Harry felt himself falling, spinning, tumbling through space and light and possibility. Then he landed, gently, on solid ground. The inner library was nothing like the antechamber. Where the outer library had been infinite and organized, this space was intimate and alive. Books floated through the air, rearranging themselves constantly. Crystal spheres containing memories drifted like bubbles. And at the center of it all, on a pedestal of pure light, sat a single tome bound in silver and sapphire. You made it. Harry turned. Rowena Ravenclaw stood behind him, not the memory from the trials, but something more substantial. Almost real. The trials tested you, and you passed. Her voice was warm with something that might have been pride. Very few heirs have ever reached this place. Fewer still have done so with their minds intact. What is this place? The heart of knowledge. The center of everything I gathered during my life, and everything the library has gathered since. She gestured at the floating books, the drifting memories. This room contains information about every magical subject ever studied. History, theory, practical application, prophecy, the nature of magic itself, it's all here. And that? Harry pointed at the silver-bound tome on the pedestal. Rowena's expression became grave. That is the Book of Origins. It contains the true history of the Covenant, who they are, where they came from, what they want. I spent decades gathering that information, and I locked it away here because I knew someday an heir would need it. Harry approached the pedestal. The book seemed to pulse with inner light, responding to his presence. Before you open it, Rowena said, you should know, this knowledge comes with a price. Once you understand the Covenant's true nature, you can never unknow it. The weight of that understanding will change you. Everything has changed me. I'm still standing. Yes. You are. Rowena moved to stand beside him. Then take it, Heir. Read it. And may the knowledge serve you better than it served us. Harry reached out and placed his hand on the Book of Origins. The world exploded into history. He saw everything. The beginning, a group of wizards, thousands of years ago, who discovered that magic was not infinite. That the more it was spread, the more it was used, the weaker it became. They formed a covenant, a pact, to preserve magical power by restricting who could access it. The rise, centuries of manipulation, of hidden influence, of assassinations and sabotage. The Covenant worked from the shadows, ensuring that magical knowledge remained concentrated in the hands of the few. They toppled civilizations, erased libraries, murdered anyone who threatened their monopoly. The founders, Godric, Rowena, Helga, and Salazar, who defied the Covenant by creating Hogwarts. A school where anyone with magical talent could learn, regardless of blood or background. The Covenant tried to stop them, failed, and retreated to plan their revenge. The Ashwalker, Mordecai Ashworth, once the fifth member of the Founders' inner circle. Rejected for his belief that magic should be controlled, not shared. He joined the Covenant, rose to leadership, and began a centuries-long project to destroy everything the Founders had built. The method, Ashworth didn't just want to kill the Founders' heirs. He wanted to consume them. He had developed a ritual that could absorb magical legacies, adding their power to his own. Over 1,000 years, he had consumed dozens of partial heirs, accumulating fragments of each founder's magic. The goal, when Ashworth consumed a unified heir, he would gain all 4 legacies at once. The power would make him unstoppable, more than wizard, more than mortal. A god of magic who could reshape the world according to the Covenant's vision. And the timeline, the Covenant had been waiting for a unified heir to emerge. Now that Harry existed, they were preparing to strike. Not immediately, Ashworth wanted Harry to grow stronger first, to make the eventual consumption more powerful. But soon. Very soon. Harry emerged from the vision gasping for air. Now you understand, Rowena said. Her voice was heavy with ancient sorrow. This is what you face. Not just a political enemy, not just a dark wizard, but a predator who has been hunting heirs like you for 1,000 years. He wants to eat me. He wants to become you. To absorb everything the Founders built and twist it to the Covenant's purpose. Rowena placed a ghostly hand on his shoulder. But now you know his plan. And knowledge is power, perhaps the only power that can stop him. Harry looked at the Book of Origins, still glowing on its pedestal. Can I take this with me? The book is bound to the library. But the knowledge is bound to you now. It will remain in your mind, accessible whenever you need it. Rowena's form began to fade. Use it wisely, Heir. The Founders put their faith in the unified inheritance. Don't let that faith be wasted. She vanished. Harry stood alone in the heart of knowledge, surrounded by floating books and drifting memories, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of hidden history. Then he turned and walked back toward the exit. He had answers now. Not all of them, but enough to understand what he was fighting. Now it was time to figure out how to win. Andromeda was waiting when he emerged from the library. Her face was pale with worry, but it transformed into relief when she saw him. She ran forward and pulled him into a fierce embrace. "You were in there for 8 hours," she said. "8 hours, Harry." I was terrified. It felt like less. Harry hugged her back, grateful for her warmth. "I'm okay. I'm more than okay. I found what I was looking for." He told her everything, the trials, the revelations, the truth about the Covenant and Mordecai Ashworth. Griphook listened too, his ancient face growing grimmer with each detail. "This confirms our worst fears," the goblin said when Harry finished. "Ashworth is real, and he's coming for you. Not just for me. For everything the Founders built." Harry met Griphook's eyes. Gringotts was part of that legacy. If Ashworth wins, the goblins suffer too. "We are aware." Griphook's voice was flat, but Harry could see the calculation behind his eyes. The Goblin Nation has remained neutral in wizard conflicts for centuries. But this is not merely a wizard conflict. This is an existential threat. Will you help? Griphook was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "We will consider our position. The director will need to be consulted, treaties reviewed, alliances evaluated." He paused. "But speaking personally, Mr. Potter, I would rather die fighting than live under the Covenant's rule." "Then we'll fight together." Harry extended his hand. Griphook looked at it, wizard hand, offering partnership to a goblin, and something shifted in his expression. He took it. Together, he agreed. The ride back to the surface was quiet. Harry sat in the Gringotts cart, watching the tunnels blur past, thinking about everything he'd learned. The trials had changed him, not fundamentally, but significantly. He understood himself better now, understood his fears and doubts and the dangers of his own potential. And he understood his enemies. Mordecai Ashworth wasn't just a threat. He was a predator who had been perfecting his hunting techniques for a millennium. He had resources, patience, and power that Harry could barely comprehend. But he was also predictable. He wanted Harry alive and growing stronger. He wouldn't strike until he was certain of victory. That gave Harry time. Not much, but some. Time to train. Time to gather allies. Time to find weaknesses that Ashworth didn't know existed. "What are you thinking?" Andromeda asked. "That we're going to win." Harry smiled slightly. "I don't know how yet. But we're going to win." "You sound certain." "I'm not. But I'm choosing to believe it anyway." He looked at her. "The trial of truth showed me my father. The trial of fear showed me what I could become. The trial of doubt taught me to question everything. And all of it pointed to the same conclusion: the only way forward is through. We can't hide from Ashworth. We can't run. We have to face him. You're 6 years old. I know. But I won't always be." Harry's voice was steady. "The Founders waited 1,000 years for a unified heir. I'm not going to waste what they gave me." Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. "You're remarkable," she said softly. "I hope you know that. I'm trying to be. That's all any of us can do." The cart emerged into the Gringotts lobby. Afternoon light streamed through the high windows, painting everything in gold. Harry walked toward the exit, his mind full of knowledge and his heart full of purpose. The Covenant was coming. He would be ready. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, Blood and Memory. The knowledge from the Ravenclaw library changed everything. Harry spent the week following his trials locked in study, poring over his mother's journal with new understanding. Lily Evans had been brilliant, not just talented, but genuinely, extraordinarily brilliant. Her research into protective magic now read like prophecy, each insight pointing towards something she couldn't have fully understood but somehow intuited. The magic of sacrifice operates on principles we don't fully comprehend, she'd written in one entry. It seems to bypass normal magical laws entirely. Where most magic requires intent, focus, and energy, sacrificial magic requires only love, pure, selfless, absolute love. The kind that puts another's survival above your own. I've been trying to understand why this works. My current theory: love isn't just an emotion. It's a magical force in itself, perhaps the oldest and most fundamental force in existence. When channeled through sacrifice, it creates effects that no other magic can replicate. Harry read those words and thought about his mother standing between him and Voldemort. She'd known. She'd understood exactly what she was doing. She'd chosen to die for him, and in that choice, she'd given him a weapon more powerful than anything the Covenant or Voldemort could imagine. "You're thinking hard." Harry looked up. Dumbledore stood in the doorway of the safe house's study, his expression gentle but curious. "I'm reading my mother's research." Harry gestured at the journal. "She figured out how to stop the killing curse. Not in theory, she actually worked out the mechanics. Lily was exceptional." Dumbledore entered the room, settling into a chair across from Harry. "Her mind worked in ways that even I struggled to follow. She saw connections where others saw chaos." "Why didn't you tell me about her research?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "I wasn't certain you were ready. The knowledge of what she did, what she consciously chose to do, carries weight. I wanted you to have time to grieve before understanding." "I'm not grieving anymore." Harry's voice was steady. "I'm preparing." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression: respect, perhaps, or recognition. "Then perhaps it's time we discussed some other things as well." He leaned forward. "The fragment of Voldemort in your scar. You know what it is? A Horcrux. A piece of his soul, anchored to me when he tried to kill me. And you know what that means?" Harry met Dumbledore's eyes directly. "It means that as long as I live, Voldemort can't truly die. And as long as it exists in me, I'm connected to him in ways I can't fully control. The connection goes both ways." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "You can sense him, but he can also sense you. When he returns, and he will return, that connection will strengthen. He'll be able to see through your eyes, feel your emotions, perhaps even influence your thoughts." Slytherin contained it. Built walls around it. Slytherin's containment is impressive, but not permanent. As you grow stronger, as the fragment grows more desperate to connect with its master, the walls will weaken. Dumbledore paused. "Eventually, they will fall." Harry felt cold settle in his chest. He'd known this, on some level. The fragment had spoken to him, had warned him about the Vane twins, had claimed their interests aligned. But hearing it from Dumbledore made it real in a way it hadn't been before. "What do I do?" "That's what I came to discuss." Dumbledore reached into his robes and withdrew a small vial containing a silver, wispy substance. "This is a memory. My memory, of a conversation I had with a very old acquaintance, someone who has studied soul magic more deeply than anyone else alive." "Who?" "His name isn't important. What matters is what he told me." Dumbledore set the vial on the table between them. "The Horcrux in your scar can be destroyed. But the process is complicated." "Tell me." "Destroying a Horcrux requires more than physical destruction. The soul fragment must be damaged beyond the ability to regenerate, and because it's anchored to you, any damage to the fragment risks damage to your own soul." Dumbledore's voice was careful. "However, there are alternatives." "Like what?" "The fragment could be expelled. Not destroyed, but forced out of your body entirely, severing the connection between it and Voldemort." Dumbledore paused. "The problem is power. Expelling a Horcrux requires magical energy on a scale that few wizards can generate. The strain would kill most people who attempted it. But not me. Potentially not you. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp. The unified inheritance gives you access to magical reserves that no one else possesses. If anyone could survive the expulsion process, it would be you. Harry looked at the vial, at the silver memory swirling inside it. What's in there? The details. The ritual, the requirements, the risks. Dumbledore stood. I'm not going to force this on you, Harry. You've been forced into too many things already. But the option exists, and I wanted you to know. He walked to the door, then paused. One more thing. The expulsion ritual requires more than power. It requires an anchor, someone whose connection to you is strong enough to pull your soul back if something goes wrong. His voice softened. Love, Harry. The same force your mother used. It's not just a weapon against Voldemort. It might be the key to freeing yourself from him entirely. He left. Harry sat alone in the study, staring at the vial, thinking about connections and anchors and the bonds that held him to the people he loved. The conversation with Dumbledore triggered something. That night, Harry dreamed, but not the prophetic dreams he'd grown used to. This was different. This felt like falling into himself, diving deep into the core of his being where the four inheritances lived and breathed. He found himself in a garden. Helga Hufflepuff's garden, the same one he'd visited during his inheritance. But now it was different, more vivid, more alive, as if the passage of time had given the memory space room to grow. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors. Trees bore fruit that glowed with inner light. A stream wound through the green, singing as it flowed. And Helga herself sat beside it, waiting for him. You've come a long way, little heir, she said. Her voice was warm, maternal, filled with the same kindness he'd felt during their first meeting. The trials tested you. The knowledge changed you. Now something else needs to change. What? Your heart. She patted the grass beside her, and Harry sat. You've been learning to use your power, to control your magic, to understand your enemies. But you've been neglecting something important. What have I been neglecting? Connection. Helga's eyes were ancient and knowing. My gift to you was the ability to bond with others, to sense their emotions, to share their burdens, to build loyalty that transcends mere alliance. But you've been holding back. Harry thought about Susan, about Neville, about Tonks and Andromeda and Ted. He cared about them, genuinely cared, but there was a part of him that remained guarded. Protected. Afraid. I don't want to hurt them, he said quietly. If I bond with them completely, and then something happens to me, they'll suffer. Yes. Helga's voice was gentle. Connection comes with cost. Love makes us vulnerable. Bonds can break us as surely as they strengthen us. She placed a hand over his heart. But isolation is its own kind of death, Harry. You can survive without love, you did it for 5 years with the Dursleys. But surviving isn't the same as living. I know. Do you? Then why are you still holding back? Harry didn't have an answer. The question burrowed into him, finding truths he'd been avoiding. I'm scared, he admitted finally. Not of being hurt. Of hurting them. What if I become what the trial of fear showed me? What if I turn dark, and the people who love me have to watch? Then they will watch. And they will grieve. And they will try to save you, because that's what love does. Helga squeezed his hand. You cannot protect people from caring about you, Harry. You cannot shield them from the pain of loving you. All you can do is be worthy of that love, and trust that if you fall, they will catch you. And if they can't, then you fall together. Her smile was sad and beautiful. That's what family means. Not safety, not permanence, but commitment. The choice to stay beside someone no matter what happens. The willingness to be broken together rather than whole apart. Harry felt something shift inside him. A wall he hadn't known he'd built, crumbling. How do I do it? He asked. How do I stop holding back? You've already started. Helga's form began to glow with golden light. The bonds are there, Harry. You've been building them all along, with Susan, with Neville, with your family. All you need to do is stop fighting them. What happens when I do? Everything changes. The light intensified. The Hufflepuff inheritance isn't just about sensing emotions. It's about sharing them. When you fully embrace your bonds, you'll be able to draw strength from the people who love you, and give them strength in return. You'll never be alone again, Harry. Not really. Not ever. The garden dissolved into golden warmth. Harry woke with tears on his cheeks and the Hufflepuff blessing blazing in his chest like a second sun. Breakfast that morning was different. Harry sat at the table with Andromeda, Ted, and Tonks, eating scrambled eggs and toast, listening to their conversation. But now he could feel them, not just hear their words, but sense the emotions underneath. Andromeda's worry, carefully controlled. Ted's quiet determination. Tonks's restless energy, hiding concern behind jokes and color-changing hair. They loved him. It wasn't just words anymore, it was tangible, real, a warmth that wrapped around him like a blanket. And he loved them back. He let himself feel it, fully, without reservation. The effect was immediate. Andromeda looked up from her tea, her expression shifting. Harry? Are you all right? I'm fine. His voice was thick. I'm better than fine. You're glowing. He looked down at his hands. A soft golden light was emanating from his skin, not bright enough to hurt, but visible. The Hufflepuff inheritance, manifesting physically for the first time. The bonds, he said. I stopped fighting them. What bonds? The connections between us. Between me and everyone I care about. Harry looked at each of them in turn, Andromeda, Ted, Tonks. I can feel you now. All of you. It's like having extra hearts. Ted set down his fork. Is this a founder thing? A Hufflepuff thing. Her gift was connection, the ability to bond with others so deeply that their strength becomes your strength. Harry's voice was wondering. I've been holding back because I was scared. But Helga told me, she told me that love isn't a vulnerability. It's a power. Helga Hufflepuff, Tonks said slowly. The dead founder. Spoke to you. In a dream. Or something like a dream. Harry looked at his glowing hands again. I'm not sure what's happening, but it feels right. Like something that should have happened a long time ago. Andromeda rose from her seat and walked around the table. She took Harry's glowing hand in hers. You're warm, she said softly. Like standing in sunlight. I feel warm. I feel. He struggled for words. Connected. Like I'm not alone anymore. Like I haven't been alone for a while, but I finally realized it. Andromeda pulled him into a hug. The golden glow intensified, washing over both of them. You're not alone, she whispered. You never were. Not since the moment you walked into our home. Harry hugged her back, and for the first time in his life, he believed it completely. The change in Harry's magic was dramatic. Over the following days, as he experimented with his newly awakened bonds, he discovered that the Hufflepuff inheritance had depths he'd never suspected. He could sense emotions at a distance now, not just from his family, but from anyone he'd formed a genuine connection with. Susan's curiosity when she thought about him. Neville's quiet hope that they'd meet again soon. Even a faint echo from Draco, complicated and conflicted. More importantly, he could draw strength from those connections. Try it again, Andromeda said during a training session. They were in the cottage's garden, practicing combat spells. But this time, reach for the bonds. Harry closed his eyes. He felt the golden threads extending from his heart, to Andromeda standing before him, to Ted watching from the porch, to Tonks hidden somewhere in the trees, ready to ambush. He gathered that warmth, that love, and channeled it into his magic. The spell that erupted from his hand was unlike anything he'd produced before. Instead of the focused beam he'd been attempting, light poured out in all directions, a wave of golden energy that washed over the garden like a sunrise. Where it touched, flowers bloomed. Where it passed through his family, it left them strengthened, energized, healed of small aches and minor fatigue. Merlin's beard, Ted breathed from the porch. That was beautiful, Andromeda finished. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Harry, that was beautiful. Harry looked at his hands. The glow had faded, but he could still feel the warmth inside him, the connections, stronger than ever. I didn't know I could do that. Neither did I. Andromeda walked toward him, stepping carefully through the newly bloomed flowers. The Founder's magic, we've been thinking about it wrong. It's not just power, not just knowledge or courage or cunning. It's emotion. Pure, concentrated emotional magic. Love magic, Harry said, thinking of his mother's journal. The same force she used to save me. Exactly. Andromeda's voice was thoughtful. Lily's sacrifice worked because her love was absolute. And now you're doing something similar, not sacrificing yourself, but channeling the love you share with others into magical effect. Is that why the Founders could do things no one else could? Because they loved each other? Perhaps. Andromeda looked at the flowers around them, impossible colors, impossible beauty. The Book of Origins said they were more than colleagues. They were family. 4 people who cared about each other so deeply that their combined magic created something unprecedented. And then they fell apart. Yes. And their magic diminished because of it. Andromeda met his eyes. That's why the unified heir matters, Harry. Not just because of the power, but because you represent what they lost. The possibility of unity. Of connection strong enough to transcend individual limitations. Harry thought about Mordecai Ashworth, consuming heirs to steal their power. About Voldemort, fragmenting his soul to achieve immortality. About all the dark wizards throughout history who had sought power through isolation and destruction. And then he thought about Susan laughing at exploding Snap. About Neville's shy smile when Harry chose to sit with him. About Tonks ruffling his hair and Andromeda's hugs and Ted's burnt roasts and all the small, daily moments that had turned the house into a home. That's the difference, he realized. Dark magic isolates. Love magic connects. And in the end, connection is stronger. I need to see Dumbledore, he said. There's something I have to tell him. They met that afternoon in the cottage's sitting room. Dumbledore listened as Harry explained his realization, about love magic, about connection, about the difference between power accumulated through isolation and power generated through bonds. The old man's expression shifted as Harry spoke, moving from curiosity to understanding to something that looked almost like hope. You're describing an old theory, Dumbledore said when Harry finished. One I've suspected for many years but never been able to prove. That the fundamental nature of magic isn't will or intent or even power, it's relationship. The connection between wizard and universe, between person and person, between soul and soul. Is that why the Founders were so strong? Possibly. Their magic was remarkable even in an age of remarkable wizards. I always wondered why. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. For extraordinary individuals who found each other, who trusted each other completely, who built something together that none of them could have built alone. It makes sense that their bond would amplify their abilities. And Ashworth broke that bond. Ashworth exploited tensions that already existed. But yes, when he turned Salazar against the others, when he drove wedges into their friendship, their power began to fade. Dumbledore focused on Harry again. Which brings us to the Horcrux. Harry nodded. He'd been thinking about this since the morning's training session. The expulsion ritual you mentioned. You said it needs an anchor, someone whose connection to me is strong enough to pull me back. Yes. I think I understand now why that's necessary. Harry's voice was steady. The Horcrux isn't just a piece of Voldemort's soul. It's a connection, a dark bond, forced onto me without consent. To break it, I need a stronger bond. A connection that can overpower Voldemort's claim on me. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. You're suggesting that the love bonds I've been building aren't just magic. They're weapons. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. Voldemort made me his Horcrux through murder, the ultimate act of isolation and destruction. If I can counter that with love, with connection strong enough to overwhelm his hold on me, the fragment could be expelled without destroying your soul. Dumbledore's voice was barely above a whisper. Harry, if you're right, this changes everything. I'm not certain I'm right. But I think it's worth trying. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from him that didn't carry an undertone of calculation. Your mother was extraordinary, he said. But I think you may surpass her. Not in brilliance, that would be difficult, but in heart. She understood love magic in theory. You're learning to embody it. I had good teachers. You had people who loved you. That's not the same thing. Dumbledore stood. I'll consult with my contact about modifying the ritual. If your theory is correct, we may be able to free you from Voldemort's influence without risking your life. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The ritual will still be dangerous, still require immense power and perfect execution. But for the first time. He paused at the door. For the first time, I have genuine hope that you'll survive this war, Harry. Not just survive, but win. He left. Harry sat alone in the sitting room, feeling the golden bonds pulsing in his chest, thinking about love and power and the weapon his mother had given him. He was ready. Or he would be, when the time came. The next few weeks brought changes. Harry's bond magic continued to develop, becoming more refined and controlled. He learned to sense emotions at greater distances, to draw strength from his connections without overwhelming those he was bonded to, and to project his own emotions outward, calming fear, strengthening courage, healing pain. It wasn't traditional magic. It didn't follow the rules he'd learned from the Unified Codex or Andromeda's lessons. But it was powerful in ways that defied easy measurement. And it was drawing attention. The goblins are talking, Griphook reported during one of his increasingly frequent visits. They say the unified heir is manifesting magic that hasn't been seen since the founders themselves. Some of the older clan leaders want to meet you. What kind of magic do they mean? Connection magic. Bond magic. The kind of power that built alliances between species before the ministry existed. Griphook's dark eyes were unreadable. There are legends among our people, Mr. Potter. Stories of a time when wizards and goblins worked together instead of fighting. When bonds of trust and respect created something greater than either race could achieve alone. And you think I could bring that back? I think you already are. Griphook's voice was quiet. The handshake we shared in the vault chamber, that was more than a gesture. I felt it, Mr. Potter. A connection forming. Something I've never experienced with a wizard before. Harry reached out with his Hufflepuff senses, feeling for the thread he'd instinctively created. It was there, faint but real, a bond between himself and the goblin who had guided him through his inheritance. I didn't mean to. I know. That's what makes it significant. Griphook almost smiled. Intentional bonds can be calculated, manipulated. Instinctive bonds are genuine. You reached out to me because something in you recognized something in me. That kind of connection is rare and valuable. Harry considered this. The bond with Griphook felt different from his bonds with Susan or Neville, older somehow, touching something deeper. Perhaps because goblins had been part of magical Britain longer than wizards, or perhaps because Griphook himself carried knowledge and experience that Harry's inheritance recognized. What do the clan leaders want? To judge you. To determine if you're worthy of alliance. Griphook paused. And possibly to offer their support in your coming conflict. With the Covenant? With everyone. The Goblin Nation has remained neutral because involvement in wizard wars brought us nothing but loss. But you're not asking us to fight for wizards, Mr. Potter. You're offering something different, partnership, not servitude. That changes the calculation. Harry thought about the Book of Origins, about the 1,000-year history of manipulation and violence that the Covenant represented. The goblins had suffered under that regime too, forced into subservience by wizards who saw them as tools rather than equals. I'd be honored to meet with them, he said finally. But I won't make promises I can't keep. I don't know if I can win against Ashworth. I don't know if any of us can. We don't expect promises. We expect honesty. Griphook inclined his head. That's rarer than you might think, coming from a wizard. The fact that you offer it freely says more than any oath. He departed shortly after, leaving Harry to think about alliances and expectations and the weight of bonds willingly formed. The meeting with the Goblin clan leaders happened a week later. It took place deep in Gringotts, in chambers that predated the bank itself, ancient spaces carved from living rock, filled with the accumulated magic of thousands of years. Harry entered alone, as tradition demanded, and found himself facing a semicircle of the oldest, most powerful goblins in Britain. They were nothing like the bankers he'd seen in the public areas of Gringotts. These were warriors, scholars, artisans, the leaders of a civilization that had existed long before wizards built their first wand. Their eyes held millennia of memory, and their magic pressed against Harry's senses like the weight of mountains. Unified Heir, the eldest of them said. Her name was Ragnara, and her voice was like stones grinding together. You come before the Council of Nine seeking alliance. What do you offer? Harry had prepared for this question. He'd rehearsed speeches, planned arguments, constructed careful logical cases for why the goblins should support him. He abandoned all of it. I offer myself, he said simply. Not as a wizard seeking servants, not as an heir demanding tribute, but as a person asking for friends. The goblins exchanged glances. Whatever they'd expected, it wasn't this. Friends, Ragnara repeated. A strange word to use with those you've just met. Is it? Harry stepped forward. The founders didn't build Hogwarts alone. They worked with goblins, with elves, with creatures of every kind. The magic they created came from unity, not isolation. That's what I want to restore. Pretty words. Wizards are good at pretty words. Then let me show you instead. Harry reached out with his Hufflepuff magic, not aggressively, not demanding, but openly. An invitation. A door that could be opened or ignored as the goblins chose. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, Ragnara reached back. The connection that formed was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. It wasn't the warm familiarity of his bonds with family, or the budding friendship he'd built with Susan and Neville. This was ancient, primal, touching something in Harry that connected to the very foundations of magic itself. Through the bond, he felt Ragnara's emotions, suspicion, yes, but also hope. Weariness from centuries of conflict, hunger for something better, and underneath it all, a fierce protectiveness for her people. And she felt him, the fear he carried, the love that drove him, the determination to build something better than what had come before. You're genuine, she said, and there was wonder in her voice. You truly mean it. I do. Ragnara turned to face the other council members. Something passed between them, not words, but a communication older than language. The Council of Nine will deliberate, she said finally. But know this, unified Heir, whatever we decide, you have earned our respect. That is not a gift we give lightly. Harry bowed, a gesture Griphook had taught him, deeper and more formal than wizarding custom demanded. Whatever you decide, I'm grateful for the chance to speak with you. And the door remains open, not just for alliance, but for friendship. He left the council chamber, feeling their attention follow him out. He didn't know what they would decide. But he knew he'd done something important, not through power or persuasion, but through honest connection. His mother would have understood. The decision came 3 days later. A formal proclamation, delivered by Griphook himself: the Goblin Nation would maintain official neutrality in wizard conflicts, as they always had. But they would also recognize Harry Potter as a friend of the Goblin people, a title that hadn't been granted to a wizard in over 500 years. It wasn't alliance in the military sense. The goblins wouldn't fight beside him in open battle. But it was something perhaps more valuable: trust. The beginning of a relationship that could grow into something unprecedented. The founders would be proud, Andromeda said when she heard the news. They spent their whole lives trying to build bridges between magical peoples. You've done more in a few months than they achieved in decades. I didn't do anything special. I just talked to them. Listened to them. That's exactly what's special. She smiled. Most wizards don't listen to goblins. They assume they know what goblins think, what goblins want, what goblins are. You treated them as equals, and they responded. Harry thought about the Council of Nine, about Ragnara's ancient eyes and the bond they'd formed. He thought about Griphook, who had gone from account manager to ally to something approaching friend. He thought about all the connections he'd built since escaping the cupboard, each one a thread in a web that grew stronger every day. The Covenant wants to isolate magic, he said slowly. To keep it concentrated in a few hands, controlled by people who think they're better than everyone else. But magic doesn't work that way. It's not a resource to be hoarded, it's a relationship to be nurtured. Your mother wrote something similar in her journal. I know. I think she understood, even before the Founder's magic chose me. Harry looked out the window at the evening sky. Love isn't just a weapon against dark magic. It's what magic is for. To connect. To build. To create something greater than any individual could manage alone. Andromeda was quiet for a moment. Then she placed a hand on his shoulder. You're going to change the world, Harry Potter. I don't know how, or when, or what it will cost. But I know it's going to happen. Harry leaned into her touch, feeling the golden warmth of their bond. Not just me, he said. All of us. Together. The sun set beyond the window, painting the sky in colors that reminded Harry of the four founders' crests. Red and blue and yellow and green, blending together into something beautiful. Something unified. Chapter 8, The Siege of Grimmauld Place. The owl arrived at midnight, as bad news always did. Harry was awake. He'd been having trouble sleeping lately, the weight of everything pressing down on him in the quiet hours, when the black-feathered bird swept through the window and dropped a letter on his bed. The seal was familiar, the Black family crest, now legally belonging to Sirius Black. His godfather. Harry had met Sirius twice since the man's name was cleared. The first meeting had been awkward. Sirius saw James in Harry's face and couldn't quite separate the two. The second had been better, with real conversation and the beginning of something that might become family. Sirius had offered to take Harry in, but they'd agreed to wait until the political situation stabilized. Now, apparently, waiting was no longer an option. Harry, the Covenant knows where you are. My contacts in the underground intercepted communications. They're planning something big, and they're planning it soon. The Cotswold safe house isn't safe anymore. I'm offering Grimmauld Place. Number 12 is the most heavily warded private residence in Britain. The Black family spent centuries building protections that make Gringotts look like a garden shed. More importantly, they can't find it. The Fidelius charm is still active, and I'm the secret keeper. Dumbledore agrees. He's already moving assets into position. The Order of the Phoenix, yes, it still exists, will provide additional protection. Come as soon as you can. Bring everyone you care about. Time is running out. Sirius. Harry read the letter twice. Then he got out of bed and went to wake Andromeda. The move happened within hours. By dawn, the Tonks family had packed their essentials: clothes, wands, critical documents, Harry's mother's journal and the unified codex. Ted grumbled about leaving his Muggle collection behind, but one look at Andromeda's face silenced his complaints. They traveled by Port Key, landing in the dusty entrance hall of number 12, Grimmauld Place. The house was exactly as Andromeda had described it, dark, ancient, and saturated with old magic. Black family portraits lined the walls, most of them occupied by scowling ancestors who watched the new arrivals with obvious disapproval. The air smelled of dust and secrets and something faintly unpleasant that Harry couldn't identify. "Cheerful," Tonks muttered, her hair flickering through shades of grey. "Very homey." "It's protected," Sirius said, emerging from a doorway. He looked better than the last time Harry had seen him, some weight restored to his thin frame, some light returned to his haunted eyes. "That's what matters. Welcome to my ancestral nightmare. Sirius." Andromeda's voice was complicated. This was her cousin, after all, from the family that had burned her name from their tapestry. "Thank you for this. Thank me by surviving." Sirius turned to Harry, and his expression softened. "Hey, pup. You've grown. It's been 3 months. Still counts." Sirius ruffled Harry's hair, a gesture that felt familiar despite their limited time together. "Come on, I'll show you around. The place is a mess, but Creature's been cleaning." "Creature?" "The house elf. Fair warning, he's horrible. Mutters about blood traders and filth constantly. But he knows every secret passage and hidden protection in this house, which makes him invaluable." They toured the building. It was larger than it appeared from outside. Magical expansion had added rooms and floors that shouldn't have fit within the physical walls. There were bedrooms, a kitchen, a library filled with books that Andromeda immediately declared off-limits, and a parlor that Sirius had converted into a war room. Maps covered the walls, showing Britain and beyond. Red pins marked known Covenant activity. Blue pins marked Allied positions. And in the center of it all, a large table covered with documents and surrounded by chairs. "This is where we plan," Sirius said. "Dumbledore will be here soon, along with the core order members. We're going to figure out what the Covenant is planning and how to stop it. Do we have any idea?" "Some." Sirius's expression darkened. "Our intelligence suggests they're gathering forces, not just wizards, but creatures. Dark creatures, bound to their service. The kind of army that hasn't been assembled since the Goblin Wars." Harry felt cold settle in his chest. "When?" "Soon. Days, maybe. A week at most." Sirius met his eyes. "They're coming for you, Harry. Everything else, the political maneuvering, the infiltration, the slow build, it was all leading to this. They want the unified heir, and they're done waiting." The Order of the Phoenix assembled that evening. Harry had heard the name before, Dumbledore's resistance organization from the first war against Voldemort, but he hadn't realized how many people were involved. They filled the war room, aurors and professors, healers and diplomats, ordinary witches and wizards who had chosen to fight rather than surrender. He recognized some faces. Amelia Bones, her square jaw set with determination. Minerva McGonagall, severe and formidable in her formal robes. A scarred man with a magical eye that swiveled constantly, Alastair, mad-eyed Moody, whose paranoia was legendary even among the paranoid. And at the head of the table, Albus Dumbledore, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. "Thank you all for coming," Dumbledore said. "As you know, the situation has accelerated. Our sources indicate that the Covenant of Ashes is preparing a major offensive. Their target is the unified heir, Mr. Potter, but their goal extends far beyond one child." He gestured, and illusions appeared above the table, maps, diagrams, intelligence reports floating in the air. "The Covenant's ultimate aim is the consumption of Harry's magic, absorbing the unified inheritance into their leader, Mordecai Ashworth. If they succeed, Ashworth will become the most powerful magical being in existence. He will have the ability to reshape magic itself according to the Covenant's vision. Which means what, exactly? Amelia Bones asked. Control. The Covenant believes that magic should be restricted to those they deem worthy. With the Founders' combined power, Ashworth could enforce that belief. He could create wards that prevent unworthy wizards from accessing their magic. He could rewrite the fundamental rules that govern how magic works. Murmurs rippled through the room. Harry saw fear on some faces, determination on others. Our defense must be absolute, Dumbledore continued. If the Covenant reaches Harry, if they capture him alive, everything we've fought for, everything the Founders built, will be lost. Then we don't let them reach him, Moody growled. His magical eye fixed on Harry. The boy stays in the center of our formation. Multiple defensive lines. Rotating guards. Nobody gets through without going through all of us first. That's the plan. Sirius stepped forward. Grimmauld Place has the strongest wards in Britain. But wards can be broken, given enough power and enough time. We need to be prepared for the possibility that they'll get through. How many are we facing? McGonagall asked. Unknown. But our intelligence suggests a significant force, possibly 100 or more combatants, plus bound creatures. Dumbledore's voice was grave. This will not be a skirmish. It will be a siege. Harry listened to the planning session, feeling increasingly useless. These were adults, experienced fighters, powerful wizards, and he was 6 years old. No matter how much magic he possessed, no matter how many inheritances blazed in his chest, he couldn't match them in skill or knowledge. But you have something they don't, the Hufflepuff inheritance whispered. You have bonds. You have love. And when the time comes, that might matter more than combat skill. He hoped the inheritance was right. The attack came 3 days later. Harry was in the library with Andromeda, studying defensive warding theory, when the house shook. Not physically, the magical foundations trembled, the wards screaming warnings that resonated through every stone and beam. They're here. Andromeda's face went pale. Harry, stay close to me. They ran to the war room, where chaos was already erupting. Order members were grabbing positions, Sirius was shouting orders, and through the windows that shouldn't have been visible from outside, Harry could see darkness gathering. Not natural darkness. Living darkness. The same writhing shadow that had heralded the Hollow Night, multiplied 100-fold. Perimeter breach in 30 seconds. Moody's voice cut through the noise. All defenders to positions. Inner circle, protect the air. Harry found himself pushed toward the center of the room, surrounded by a ring of defenders. McGonagall on his left, Sirius on his right, Ted and Tonks behind him. Through the chaos, he saw Andromeda taking position near the windows, her wand already blazing with combat magic. The front door exploded inward. What poured through was nightmare. Dark-robed figures, their faces hidden behind masks of bone and metal. Creatures that Harry couldn't identify, twisted things of shadow and malice, bound to their master's will. And behind them, directing the assault with cold precision, a figure in black armor etched with glowing runes. Not Ashworth. Harry could feel that much, this was a lieutenant, a commander, but not the ancient predator himself. Defend! Dumbledore's voice rang out, amplified by magic, and the battle began. Harry had seen combat before, the fight with the Hollow Knight, the chaos of the Ministry arrest. But nothing had prepared him for this. Spells flew in every direction, lighting the room with every color imaginable. Defenders fell and rose and fell again. Creatures swarmed through breaches in the line, only to be cut down by concentrated fire. The air smelled of ozone and blood and something burning. Through it all, Harry stood in the center, watching helplessly as people fought and died to protect him. I have to do something, he said. You have to survive, Sirius replied, deflecting a curse that had somehow made it through the outer defenses. That's your job right now. Survive. People are dying for me. People are dying for what you represent. There's a difference. Sirius's face was grim but focused. The unified inheritance is the only thing that can stop Ashworth permanently. If you fall here, everyone who's ever going to die fighting the Covenant dies for nothing. Another explosion rocked the house. Through the smoke, Harry saw Ted go down, clutching his shoulder. Tonks screamed and ran to her father's side, leaving a gap in the defensive circle. A gap that the enemy immediately exploited. 3 robed figures burst through, their masks gleaming in the spelllight. They moved with inhuman speed, cutting down defenders before anyone could react. And they were heading straight for Harry. Sirius intercepted the first one, his wand moving in patterns too fast to follow. McGonagall took the second, transfiguring the air itself into chains that wrapped around the attacker's limbs. But the third made it through. Harry had no time to think. No time to plan. He just reached for the power inside him and let it out. The Gryffindor sword appeared in his hand, blazing with golden light. The Ravenclaw clarity showed him exactly where the attacker would strike. The Slytherin perception revealed the weakness in the enemy's form, a slight hesitation, a moment of surprise at the display of power. Harry moved. The sword sang through the air, guided by instinct and inheritance. The attacker tried to dodge, tried to counter, but Harry was faster, not through skill, but through pure magical acceleration. The blade caught the figure across the chest, and the robes crumbled to reveal nothing underneath. An empty construct. A distraction. Harry, down. He dropped without thinking, and a curse flew over his head, close enough to singe his hair. Behind him, he heard McGonagall's voice shouting incantations, heard Sirius's wordless battle cry, heard the crash and thunder of desperate combat. When he looked up, the room had changed. The enemy was retreating, not defeated, but pulling back, regrouping. The defenders had held, but at terrible cost. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, some moving, some not. The beautiful war room was destroyed, walls scorched, furniture shattered, maps and documents burning in scattered fires. And in the center of it all, standing untouched amid the chaos, was a figure Harry hadn't seen enter. Mordecai Ashworth. He was old. That was Harry's first thought. Ashworth looked ancient in a way that went beyond years. His skin was gray and papery, stretched tight over bones that seemed too prominent. His eyes were flat and dark, like holes cut in the fabric of reality. And his presence. His presence was wrong. Heavy. Suffocating. Like standing next to a black hole that hungered for everything around it. So, Ashworth said. His voice was soft, almost gentle. The unified heir. Younger than I expected. Harry raised the sword. His arms trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of Ashworth's magical aura pressing down on him. You're not taking me. No. You have a choice, boy. Come with me willingly, and your friends live. Fight, and I'll kill everyone in this room before I take you anyway. Ashworth smiled, and it was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. I've been patient. I've been subtle. But my patience has limits. Don't listen to him, Sirius said. He was bleeding from a cut on his forehead, his wand arm hanging at an odd angle, but his voice was steady. Whatever he promises, he's lying. Am I? Ashworth didn't even look at Sirius. I've waited 1,000 years for this moment, heir. I've consumed dozens of your predecessors, absorbed their power, added their magic to my own. I am more than wizard now. I am the culmination of everything the founders built and everything they feared. You're a parasite, Harry said. You don't create anything. You just steal what others have made. Something flickered in Ashworth's dead eyes. Anger, perhaps, or wounded pride. The founders were fools. They took magic, the most precious gift in existence, and scattered it to the unworthy masses. They diluted something pure and powerful until it became common. His voice hardened. I will restore what they destroyed. I will concentrate magic again, make it strong again, return it to those who deserve it. You mean yourself. I mean those who understand magic's true nature. Those who will use it properly, rather than wasting it on parlor tricks and household charms. Ashworth extended a hand toward Harry. This is your last chance, Heir. Come with me, and I will make your death quick. Resist, and I will make your friends suffer before I consume you. Harry looked at the hand. At the ancient predator offering him a choice that wasn't really a choice at all. And he laughed. What's funny? You. Harry's voice was steady despite his trembling arms. You've been alive for 1,000 years, and you still don't understand. The Founder's power didn't come from concentration. It came from connection. From love. From building something together that none of them could build alone. Sentimental nonsense. Is it? Harry reached for the golden bonds in his chest, to Andromeda recovering from a curse across the room, to Ted being healed by Tonks, to Sirius standing bloody but unbowed beside him, to Susan and Neville miles away but still connected, still part of him. Then explain why I'm still standing. Explain why your army couldn't break through our defenses. Explain why a 6-year-old boy can look at you and feel nothing but pity. Ashworth's expression shifted. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across his ancient features. You're a child. You don't have the power to, I have exactly the power I need. Harry stopped holding back. The golden light erupted from him like a sunrise, not a weapon, not an attack, but something else entirely. Pure connection. Pure love. The combined strength of every bond he'd built since escaping the cupboard, flowing through him and outward, filling the room with warmth that pushed back against Ashworth's suffocating presence. The defenders felt it first. Wounds stopped bleeding. Exhaustion faded. Broken spirits mended. Harry poured his love into them, gratitude for their sacrifice, faith in their strength, determination that they would all survive this night. Ashworth staggered. What is this? Love magic. Harry's voice resonated with the power of 4 inheritances. The same force that protected me from Voldemort. The same force that built Hogwarts. The same force you've been trying to destroy for 1,000 years. This is impossible. You're a child, you can't, I can. Because I'm not alone. Harry stepped forward, the sword blazing in his hand, the golden light blazing from his heart. I have family, Ashworth. Real family, who love me for who I am, not what I can give them. Friends who stood beside me when everyone else wanted to use me. Allies who saw me as an equal, not a weapon. Ashworth retreated another step. His form was flickering, destabilizing, the love magic was disrupting whatever dark power sustained him. This isn't over, he hissed. I will return. I will, run. Harry's voice was quiet but implacable. Run back to your shadows and your schemes. But know this, every day I grow stronger. Every day I build more connections. And every day you wait, the gap between us widens. You're still just a child. I'm the unified heir. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a kind smile. And I'm just getting started. Ashworth snarled something incomprehensible and dissolved into shadow. His army, what remained of it, followed, retreating through the breaches they'd created, vanishing into the night. The siege was over. The aftermath was brutal. 5 Order members dead. Dozens wounded. The house itself was damaged, walls cracked, wards strained almost to breaking. The victory, such as it was, had come at terrible cost. But they had won. Harry walked through the wreckage, the golden light faded but the warmth still burning in his chest. He stopped beside each fallen defender, honoring their sacrifice, feeling the weight of what they'd given. You did well. He looked up. Dumbledore stood nearby, his robe singed, his face weary but alive. People died for me. People died for what you represent. There's a difference. Sirius said the same thing. Because it's true. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The love magic you manifested tonight, I've never seen anything like it. You drove back Mordecai Ashworth with pure emotional force. That shouldn't be possible. I didn't do it alone. No. That's the point. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. You've discovered something the Founders themselves only glimpsed, that love isn't just a shield or a weapon. It's a source of power. A connection to something greater than any individual magic. Harry looked at the people around him, Sirius helping Ted to a chair, Tonks holding her father's hand, Andromeda directing healers with calm efficiency, McGonagall coordinating repairs with grim determination. His family. His friends. His bonds. What happens now? He asked. We rebuild. We prepare. We learn from this night. Dumbledore's voice was heavy but determined. Ashworth will return, you were right about that. But so will we. And next time, we'll be stronger. Will it be enough? I don't know. But I believe it will. Dumbledore smiled slightly. You've given me something I haven't felt in a long time, Harry. Hope. Genuine hope that we can win this war. Harry didn't know what to say. So he just nodded and went to help with the wounded. The next morning, Harry found a quiet corner of the house and sat down to think. The night's events kept replaying in his mind, the chaos, the fear, the moment when Ashworth appeared and everything seemed lost. The discovery that his love magic could do more than heal, could actually push back against a 1,000-year-old predator. And the cost. Always the cost. You look troubled. He looked up. Creature, the house elf, stood nearby. His bulging eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression that wasn't quite hostile but wasn't friendly either. I'm thinking about the people who died. They died serving the House of Black. Creature's voice was grudging. That is honorable, even if the house has fallen far from what it was. They died serving me. Yes. Creature moved closer, his manner shifting slightly. Creature watched the battle. Creature saw what the young master did, the golden light, the magic that pushed back the old one. Young master. You carry black blood through your grandmother's line. Distant, but present. Creature's ears twitched. And you defended the House of Black against its enemies. That makes you worthy of Creature's respect. It was, Harry realized, the highest compliment the elf was capable of giving. Thank you, Creature. Creature does not need thanks. Creature serves. But there was something in his voice, a thawing, perhaps, of ancient prejudice. The young master should rest. More battles are coming. Creature can feel it. The elf shuffled away, muttering to himself. Harry watched him go, thinking about unexpected allies and the strange forms loyalty could take. Then he closed his eyes and reached for his bonds, feeling the warmth of everyone he loved, drawing strength from their connection. Creature was right. More battles were coming. But he wouldn't face them alone. Sirius found him an hour later, still sitting in the quiet corner. Room for one more. Harry nodded, and Sirius sat down beside him. For a long moment, neither spoke. I'm proud of you, Sirius said finally. I know I don't have the right, I wasn't there for you, not when it mattered, but I'm proud anyway. You're here now. Yeah. For what it's worth. Sirius leaned back against the wall. Your parents would be proud too. James would probably be insufferably smug about your combat skills, and Lily would be analyzing your love magic with that look she got when she was figuring something out. Harry smiled slightly. Tell me about them. The real them, not the legends. So Sirius told him. He talked for hours, about James's pranks and Lily's temper, about their courtship and their wedding and the brief, beautiful time they'd had as a family. He talked about the war, about fear and hope and the terrible choices they'd made. He talked about the night everything ended, when Pettigrew's betrayal brought Voldemort to their door and two people Harry would never remember chose to die so he could live. And Harry listened, absorbing every word, building a picture of parents who weren't perfect but were real. "Thank you," he said when Sirius finished. "For what?" "For making them human. Everyone else talks about them like they were saints or legends. You talk about them like they were people." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and pulled Harry into a rough embrace. "You're their son," he said, his voice thick. "Whatever else happens, remember that. You come from people who loved each other, who loved you, who chose what was right even when it cost them everything. That's your legacy. Not prophecies, not inheritances, love." Harry hugged him back, feeling another bond strengthen, another connection deepen. "I won't forget," he promised. "Good." Sirius released him and stood, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "Now come on. Andromeda's making breakfast, and if we're late, she'll give us that look." Harry laughed and followed his godfather out of the quiet corner, into the light of a new day. The siege was over. The war continued. But for this moment, at least, there was peace. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, the heart of Hogwarts. 2 months had passed since the siege, and Harry could feel Hogwarts calling to him. It started as a whisper, a faint pull at the edge of his consciousness, like a melody heard from very far away. But as the weeks went by, the whisper became a voice, and the voice became a summons that grew harder to ignore with each passing day. "Come home," it said. "Come home, Heir. We have waited so long." "The castle knows you're ready," Dumbledore said when Harry described the sensation. They were in the rebuilt war room at Grimmauld Place, surrounded by maps and plans and the endless preparations for the war that was coming. "The Founder's Sanctum has been sealed for nearly 1,000 years, waiting for a unified heir to claim it. Now that you exist, now that you've proven yourself, it wants to complete the bond. What happens when I do? I don't know. No one does. There are no records, no accounts of what the sanctum contains or what claiming it might mean." Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. "The Founders built it as the heart of Hogwarts, the central point where their combined magic merged into something greater. If you claim it, you might gain access to power that hasn't been wielded since their deaths. Or it might kill me. That's also possible. The sanctum was designed for 4 wizards working in harmony. You're one wizard with 4 inheritances, similar, but not identical." Dumbledore paused. "The decision is yours, Harry. But I believe you need to try. The war with the Covenant is escalating, and we need every advantage we can find." Harry thought about the voice in his head, the pull toward a castle he'd never seen except in inherited memories. He thought about Ashworth's retreat at Grimmauld Place, the promise that the ancient predator would return stronger than before. And he thought about the Horcrux. Slytherin's containment was weakening. Harry could feel it now, cracks forming in the mental walls, whispers seeping through that weren't quite words but carried meaning nonetheless. The fragment of Voldemort was growing restless, perhaps sensing that its master was stirring somewhere in the shadows. The expulsion ritual Dumbledore had proposed required power, massive, unprecedented power. The kind of power that might exist in the heart of a castle built by 4 of the greatest wizards in history. "When do we leave?" Harry asked. "Whenever you're ready." Harry looked at the maps, at the plans, at the weight of responsibility that pressed down on his shoulders. Then he took a deep breath and made his decision. "Tomorrow. We leave tomorrow." Hogwarts was magnificent. Harry had seen it in memories, in visions, in the inherited knowledge of 4 founders who had poured their lives into its construction. But nothing had prepared him for the reality of standing before it, feeling its magic wash over him like a warm tide. The castle rose from the Scottish Highlands like a dream made stone, its towers reaching toward a sky streaked with autumn gold. Windows glowed with candlelight, and smoke rose from countless chimneys. The ground stretched out in all directions, forest and lake and mountains forming a natural amphitheater around the ancient structure. And underneath it all, Harry could feel the heartbeat. Slow. Powerful. Ancient. The pulse of magic that animated the castle itself, that made its staircases move and its rooms shift and its portraits speak. It had been dormant for centuries, running on the fading echoes of the founder's power, but now it was stirring. Awakening. You came, the voice whispered in his mind. At last, you came. I'm here, Harry said quietly. Show me the way. The castle responded. Ahead of him, a door appeared in the wall of the entrance hall, a door that hadn't existed moments before, plain wood with brass fixtures, identical to the one he'd glimpsed in the Gringotts' inheritance chamber. The entrance to the founder's sanctum. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was cautious. Are you certain about this? No. But I'm going anyway. Andromeda stepped forward and hugged him fiercely. Come back to us. I will. He released her and walked toward the door. His family watched him go, Andromeda and Ted, Tonks with her hair cycling through anxious colors, Sirius looking like he wanted to follow. They couldn't come with him. This was something he had to do alone. Harry placed his hand on the door. It was warm beneath his palm, thrumming with the pulse of the castle's heartbeat. Welcome home, Heir, the voice said. The door swung open, and Harry stepped through. Beyond the door was a staircase. It spiraled downward into darkness, each step carved from a different kind of stone, marble and granite and obsidian and something that glowed faintly with inner light. The walls were lined with torches that ignited as Harry passed, illuminating carvings that told the story of the founders in images rather than words. He descended for what felt like hours, though time moved strangely in this place. The air grew warmer as he went deeper, and the pulse of magic grew stronger, until he could feel it in his bones, in his blood, in the 4 cores that burned in his chest. Finally, the staircase ended. Harry emerged into a chamber that took his breath away. It was circular, perhaps 100 feet across, with a domed ceiling that showed not stone but sky, a perfect replica of the heavens, stars wheeling slowly overhead in patterns that matched no constellation Harry recognized. The walls were smooth and white, broken only by 4 alcoves positioned at the cardinal points. In each alcove stood a throne. The first was carved from red jasper, shaped like a roaring lion, its armrests formed by massive paws. Above it hung Gryffindor's crest, blazing with crimson fire. The second was carved from blue sapphire, elegant and precise, shaped like an eagle with wings spread wide. Above it hung Ravenclaw's crest, shimmering with silver light. The third was carved from yellow citron, warm and welcoming, shaped like a badger curled in peaceful rest. Above it hung Hufflepuff's crest, glowing with golden warmth. The fourth was carved from green emerald, sharp-edged and secretive, shaped like a serpent coiled to strike. Above it hung Slytherin's crest, pulsing with shadowed light. And in the center of the chamber, where the 4 thrones' lines of sight intersected, was a pedestal bearing 4 gems, one for each founder, arranged in a circle around a central point. One of the gems was cracked. You found us. Harry spun around. The 4 founders stood before him, not memories, not constructs, but something more substantial. Something that felt almost alive. We've been waiting a very long time, Godric Gryffindor said. His red hair was wild, his armor gleaming, his smile fierce and proud. 1,000 years, give or take. Welcome to the heart of our dream, Rowena Ravenclaw added. Her dark eyes were sharp with intelligence, but also warm with something that looked like affection. The place where all 4 of our magics became one. This is where we bound ourselves together, Helga Hufflepuff said gently. Her kind face was lined with age that hadn't been there in Harry's earlier visions. Where we gave up pieces of our individual power to create something greater. And this is where it nearly ended, Salazar Slytherin finished. His voice was heavy with old grief. When I left, I damaged the binding. The cracked gem you see, that's my legacy. My greatest failure. Harry looked at the four of them, then at the cracked gem on the pedestal. What happened? Pride. Fear. The inability to trust. Salazar's eyes were distant. The Covenant was pressing us hard in those days. They'd infiltrated our inner circle, Ashworth himself, though we didn't know who he truly was. When I discovered the truth, I wanted to act immediately, decisively. The others counseled caution. They were right to be cautious, Godric said. But you were right to be angry. We failed you, Salazar. We should have listened better. And I should have stayed. Should have fought through my frustration instead of letting it drive me away. Salazar shook his head. 1,000 years of regret, and it changes nothing. It could change something now, Harry said. That's why I'm here, isn't it? To fix what was broken. The founders exchanged looks, the kind of looks that contained entire conversations, distilled by centuries of shared existence. To fix it, Rowena said carefully, you would need to complete the binding. Take our places on the thrones. Unite the four magics fully, not just as inheritances but as aspects of a single power. And if I do? Then Hogwarts truly awakens. The castle becomes an extension of your will, its ancient magic at your command. You gain access to defenses and abilities that haven't been available since our deaths. She paused. But there's a cost. There's always a cost. This one is significant. Helga stepped forward, her eyes full of sorrow. The binding requires sacrifice. Each of us gave something irreplaceable when we first performed the ritual, a piece of our souls, freely offered, that became the foundation of the castle's magic. You want me to give up part of my soul? We don't want anything. We're showing you the price. Godric's voice was grave. The piece wouldn't be lost, it would become part of Hogwarts, living on in the castle's magic forever. But you would feel the absence. A part of yourself, given away. Harry thought about this. Part of his soul, sacrificed to complete a 1,000-year-old ritual. It should have terrified him. It should have made him hesitate, reconsider, look for another way. Instead, he felt a strange sense of rightness. My mother gave her soul to protect me, he said quietly. She sacrificed everything so I could live. If I have to give up a piece of myself to protect others, to finish what you started, then that's what I'll do. The founders were silent. Then, slowly, Salazar smiled. You're remarkable, he said. I wasn't sure, when I first saw you, you were so young, so untested. But now I understand why the inheritance chose you. It's not just power, Helga added. It's heart. The willingness to sacrifice for others. That's what made us strong, before we forgot how to trust each other. And it's what will make you stronger than we ever were. Godric clapped Harry on the shoulder, his hand felt solid, real, despite his spectral nature. Take your place, Heir. Complete what we began. Harry walked toward the center of the chamber. But before he reached the pedestal, he stopped. There's something else, he said. Something I need to deal with first. The fragment, Salazar said. It wasn't a question. It's breaking free. I can feel it. If I try to complete the binding while it's still inside me. Harry didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Voldemort's soul piece would become part of Hogwarts, Rowena said grimly. It would corrupt the binding, twist the castle's magic toward darkness. We cannot allow that. Then help me remove it. Now, before the ritual. Use the power of this place to expel it from me. The founders exchanged another look. It will be painful, Helga warned. The fragment has been part of you since infancy. Tearing it out will feel like losing a limb. I know. And there's a risk, Salazar added. If your bonds aren't strong enough to anchor you, if your soul isn't firmly rooted in your own identity, you could be pulled into the void along with the fragment. My bonds are strong. Harry thought of Andromeda's hugs, of Ted's kindness, of Tonks's laughter and Sirius's stories. Of Susan and Neville and even Draco, whose grudging respect had become something like friendship. Of Griphook and the Goblin Nation, of Creature's unexpected loyalty, of everyone who had chosen to love him and let him love them back. I'm not alone. I never was. The founders smiled. Then let's begin, Godric said. They positioned Harry at the center of the chamber, standing directly over the cracked gem. The 4 thrones blazed with light, red and blue and yellow and green, and the founders took their places within the glow, their forms becoming more solid as the ancient magic of the sanctum responded to their presence. Focus on your bonds, Helga instructed. Feel the connections to everyone you love. That's your anchor, that's what will hold you to yourself when the fragment tries to drag you under. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the golden threads. They were there, stretching out in all directions, some strong and bright, others faint but growing. He felt Andromeda's worry, Ted's steady faith, Tonks's anxious energy. He felt Sirius's desperate hope and Dumbledore's cautious optimism. He felt the bonds he'd built with Susan and Neville, the complicated connection to Draco, the ancient thread that linked him to Griphook and the Goblin Nation. And underneath it all, he felt the love his parents had given him, not as a memory, but as a living force, woven into the very fabric of his being. I'm ready, he thought. Then let us begin, Rowena said. The founder's power poured into him. It was like nothing Harry had ever experienced, not the painful flood of the inheritance ritual, not the gentle warmth of his love magic, but something else entirely. Pure, concentrated magical force, shaped by 1,000 years of purpose, directed at the darkness lodged in his scar. The fragment screamed. Harry felt it, the Horcrux, torn from its hiding place, dragged toward the surface of his consciousness. It fought with everything it had, clawing at the mental walls, reaching for Harry's soul with desperate, hungry tendrils. You can't do this, it shrieked. We're connected. You need me. Without me, you're nothing. You're wrong, Harry thought back. I'm not alone. I never was. He pulled on his bonds, drawing strength from everyone he loved. The golden light blazed in his chest, pushing back against the fragment's darkness, creating a barrier between Harry's soul and Voldemort's corruption. You'll die, the fragment howled. If you expel me, you'll die. Part of your soul will come with me. Then it comes, Harry replied. But I'll still be me. I'll still have them. And you'll have nothing. The fragment made one last desperate grab, not for Harry's soul, but for his memories. His feelings. Everything that made him who he was. Harry felt it try to take his love for Andromeda. His friendship with Susan. His hope for the future. He refused to let go. Mine, he thought, and the word blazed with the power of 4 founders, of 1,000 years of dream, of every bond he'd ever built and every sacrifice his parents had made. This is mine. The fragment screamed one final time, a sound of pure, absolute terror, and then it was gone. Ripped from Harry's scar, expelled from his mind, cast into the void where even fragments of Dark Lords couldn't survive. Harry collapsed. When he opened his eyes, he was lying on the floor of the sanctum, surrounded by the 4 founders' ghostly forms. You did it, Helga said. Her voice was thick with emotion. Harry, you did it. The fragment is gone. Harry raised a trembling hand to his forehead. The scar was still there, he could feel it, but it was different now. Quiet. Just a mark, just old damage, with nothing dark lurking underneath. I feel. He struggled to find the words. Empty. But not in a bad way. Like something that was always wrong is finally right. The fragment was a corruption, Salazar said. A piece of darkness that never belonged in you. Its absence isn't emptiness, it's healing. Harry sat up slowly, his body aching with exhaustion. The ritual had taken everything he had, drained him to the point of collapse. But underneath the exhaustion, he felt something else. Freedom. For the first time in his life, he was truly his own. No darkness whispering in his scar. No connection to Voldemort pulling at his mind. No fragment of his parents' murderer living inside him. He was Harry Potter. Just Harry Potter. And that was enough. The binding, he said. I still need to complete it. You need to rest, Godric countered. The expulsion took everything you had. If you try the binding now, if I wait, something else will go wrong. Something always goes wrong. Harry forced himself to his feet. I've spent my whole life waiting for the Dursleys to stop hurting me, waiting for someone to rescue me, waiting for the right moment to act. I'm done waiting. He walked toward the pedestal, toward the cracked gem that represented Salazar's failure, toward the thrones that waited to receive him. I'm ready, he said. Tell me what to do. The binding ritual was simpler than Harry expected. He sat in each throne in turn, feeling the magic of that founder flow into him. Gryffindor's courage, fierce and burning. Ravenclaw's wisdom, cool and clear. Hufflepuff's love, warm and encompassing. Slytherin's cunning, sharp and precise. Each throne left its mark, not physical, but spiritual. A piece of himself given away, replaced by something larger. He felt the castle's presence growing in his mind, ancient and vast and achingly lonely. So long, it whispered. So long alone. So long waiting. You're not alone anymore, Harry thought back. I'm here. When he'd sat in all 4 thrones, he returned to the center of the chamber. The cracked gem pulsed with unstable light, the visible sign of the binding's damage. Place your hand on the gem, Rowena instructed. Let your magic flow into it. Fill the crack with yourself. Harry reached out. The moment his fingers touched the gem, pain exploded through him, not the pain of the Horcrux expulsion, but something different. A stretching, a tearing, a fundamental rearrangement of his being. He was giving up a piece of his soul. The pain was excruciating. Harry screamed, or tried to, no sound came out. His vision whited out, and for a moment he was certain he was dying. Then, suddenly, the pain stopped. Harry opened his eyes. The gem was whole, the crack had vanished, replaced by seamless stone that glowed with golden light. And in his mind, where there had been 4 separate inheritances, there was now one unified power. And Hogwarts. He could feel the castle, every room, every corridor, every stone and beam and portrait. He felt its joy at finally being complete, its gratitude for the piece of himself he'd given to heal its wounds. He felt its ancient, vast intelligence turning toward him with something that felt almost like love. Thank you, the castle whispered. Thank you, Heir. We are one now. We are whole. It's done, Harry breathed. The founders stood around him, their forms more solid than ever, not quite alive, but not quite dead either. Something in between. Something new. You've completed our work, Godric said. His voice was thick with emotion. After 1,000 years of waiting, the binding is whole again. We can rest now, Helga added. Our dreams, our hopes, they live on in you. Take care of our castle, Rowena said. Take care of our students. That's all we ever wanted. And defeat Ashworth. Salazar's eyes were fierce. He tried to destroy everything we built. Show him what a unified heir can truly do. Harry nodded. Words seemed inadequate. The founders began to fade, not vanishing, but dissolving into the castle itself, becoming part of the magic that animated its walls. We're proud of you, Harry Potter, Godric's voice echoed as he vanished. Whatever happens next, remember that. Then they were gone, and Harry stood alone in the heart of Hogwarts. But not really alone. Never really alone. The castle was with him now. And through the castle, the founder's legacy lived on. Harry emerged from the sanctum 3 hours after he'd entered. His family was waiting, Andromeda with tears in her eyes, Ted looking relieved, Tonks tackling him in a hug that nearly knocked him over, Sirius standing back with an expression of fierce pride. "It's done," Harry said. "The Horcrux is gone. The binding is complete." "You're different," Andromeda said. "I can feel it. Something's changed. I gave up a piece of my soul to complete the ritual. It's part of the castle now." Harry smiled slightly. "But I got something back in exchange." He reached out with his new awareness, feeling Hogwarts respond to his will. The entrance hall shifted around them, walls moving, doors appearing, the very architecture rearranging itself to accommodate Harry's desires. "The castle is mine now. Not owned, more like, we're partners. I can feel everything that happens within these walls, command every defense, access every secret the founders left behind." "That's incredible," Sirius breathed. "Harry, do you understand what this means?" "It means we have a fortress. It means Ashworth can never reach me here. And it means—" Harry paused, feeling the weight of what he was about to say. "It means the war just changed. We're not just defending anymore. We can strike back." Dumbledore appeared from somewhere deeper in the castle, his expression thoughtful. "The wards have shifted," he said. "I felt it throughout the school. The castle is more responsive than I've ever seen it, more alive." "It's awake," Harry said. "Truly awake, for the first time since the founders died. And it's ready to fight." Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Then let's make plans," he said. "The Covenant has been on the offensive for too long. It's time to show them what a unified heir can do." Harry nodded. The exhaustion from the ritual still weighed on him, but underneath it, he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Real, genuine hope. The war wasn't over. Ashworth was still out there, still planning, still dangerous. But for the first time, Harry believed they could win. Not just survive. Win. "Let's begin," he said. And Hogwarts, ancient, vast, finally whole, hummed with approval. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, The Battle of the Solstice. The winter solstice arrived with snow and silence. Harry stood at the window of his tower room, watching white flakes drift down over the Hogwarts grounds. The lake had frozen solid, its surface a mirror of grey ice beneath the heavy clouds. The forbidden forest was dusted with white, its dark trees transformed into something almost beautiful. It had been 3 weeks since he'd completed the binding. 3 weeks of learning to use his new connection to the castle, of planning and preparing and waiting for the hammer to fall. Today, the waiting would end. "They're coming." He didn't turn around. He'd felt Dumbledore's approach through the castle's awareness, felt everyone's approach, everyone's position, everyone's state of mind. The binding had made Hogwarts an extension of his senses, and within its walls, nothing was hidden from him. "I know," Harry said. "I can feel them gathering beyond the wards. Hundreds of them. More than at Grimmauld Place." "Ashworth is committing everything," Dumbledore agreed. He moved to stand beside Harry, his reflection ghostly in the frosted glass. "He knows this is his best chance. The solstice is a time of transition, the old year dying, the new year waiting to be born. The wards will be shifting, momentarily vulnerable. He thinks we don't know. He thinks many things. Most of them wrong." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but Harry could feel the tension beneath it, the weight of responsibility, the fear of failure. "Are you ready?" Harry considered the question. Was he ready? He was 7 years old, facing an enemy who had lived for 1,000 years. He'd spent less than 2 years learning magic, while Ashworth had spent centuries perfecting his craft. By any rational measure, he should be terrified. But fear, as Gryffindor had taught him, wasn't the absence of courage. It was the beginning of it. "I'm ready," he said. "Are the others in position?" "Everyone who could be gathered. The order is stationed throughout the castle." Amelia Bones brought a contingent of Aurors. The Goblin nation sent warriors, the first time they've fought alongside wizards in 500 years. Dumbledore paused. "And your friends are here?" Harry smiled slightly. He'd felt them arrive last night, Susan and Neville, brought by their families despite the danger. Draco too, surprisingly, his father's imprisonment apparently having freed something in the boy that allowed him to make his own choices. They shouldn't be here. They're children. So are you. And yet here you are, preparing to face the greatest threat the magical world has seen in a millennium. Dumbledore's hand settled on Harry's shoulder. Your friends came because they love you. Because they believe in what you're fighting for. You can't protect them from that. I know. Harry turned away from the window. Let's go. It's time to end this. The defenders had gathered in the great hall. Hundreds of them, wizards and witches, goblins and elves, everyone who had chosen to stand against the Covenant. They filled the long tables, spilled onto the floor, clustered in groups that represented a dozen different factions united by a single purpose. Harry walked among them, feeling their emotions through the castle's bond. Fear and determination. Hope and doubt. The fierce resolve of people who had chosen to fight rather than surrender. He found Susan, Neville, and Draco near one of the side doors. You came, he said. Did you think we wouldn't? Susan's chin was lifted, her eyes fierce. You're our friend, Harry. We weren't going to let you face this alone. I'm not your friend, Draco said. But there was no heat in his voice, and his presence here said more than his words ever could. I'm here because Ashworth killed my mother's family. The Vanes, the real Vanes, were her ancestors. What he did to them, what he's been doing for centuries, it's an abomination. And you? Harry looked at Neville. The round-faced boy swallowed nervously. I'm here because you believed in me. When everyone else saw a failure, you saw a friend. That means something. Harry felt warmth bloom in his chest, the golden bond strengthening, drawing power from the connections he'd built. Thank you, he said. All of you. Whatever happens today, thank you. Don't get sentimental, Draco muttered. We have a war to win. Harry laughed. It felt good to laugh, even here, even now. Then Dumbledore's voice rang out across the hall, amplified by magic, and the laughter faded. The enemy approaches. Everyone to your positions. The attack began at noon. Harry felt it through the castle, a surge of dark magic pressing against the wards, testing, probing, looking for weaknesses. The defenses held, but he could feel the strain, the ancient protections groaning under an assault more powerful than anything they'd faced in 1,000 years. They're trying to breach the main gates, he said, relaying what the castle was telling him. And the lake. And the forest. They're attacking on all fronts. Trying to divide our forces, Moody growled. The old Auror was stationed beside Harry, his magical eye spinning constantly. Standard siege tactics. Hit everywhere at once, force the defenders to spread thin. Then we don't spread thin. Harry closed his eyes, reaching deeper into his connection with Hogwarts. The castle can help. He sent his will outward, and the castle responded. Walls shifted. Corridors rearranged. Passages that had been open became dead ends, while new routes appeared to connect the defenders' positions. The ancient magic of Hogwarts bent to Harry's command, transforming the battlefield to favor those who defended it. That's new, Moody said, something like respect in his voice. The castle's never done that before. The castle's never been truly awake before. Harry opened his eyes. The main assault will come through the entrance courtyard. That's where Ashworth will be. I'm going to meet him. Alone. Not alone. Harry looked at the people around him, his family, his friends, his allies. But I'll be the one who faces him directly. That's how this has to end. Moody looked like he wanted to argue. But after a moment, he just nodded. Give him hell, boy. The battle raged across the grounds. Harry moved through the castle, feeling the conflict through 1,000 points of awareness. Here, Aurors dueled Covenant wizards in the shifting corridors. There, Goblin warriors faced dark creatures on the frozen lake. Everywhere, the defenders of Hogwarts fought against an enemy that seemed endless, relentless, utterly committed to its goal. He found his family near the entrance to the courtyard, Andromeda and Ted and Tonks, fighting side by side, their magic weaving together in patterns that spoke of years of partnership. Harry. Andromeda's face was streaked with sweat and spell residue. What are you doing here? Going to end this. He hugged her quickly, feeling her fear and her love. Stay safe. Please. You stay safe. She gripped his shoulders. Promise me. I'll try. It was the best he could offer. She knew it. He knew it. I love you, she said. I love you too. Harry released her and turned toward the courtyard. All of you. No matter what happens, remember that. He walked through the doors, and chaos swallowed him. The entrance courtyard was a war zone. Spells flew in every direction, lighting the snow-covered ground with flashes of red and green and gold. Bodies lay scattered across the flagstones, some moving, some not. The air smelled of ozone and blood and something burning. And in the center of it all, surrounded by a ring of Covenant guards, stood Mordecai Ashworth. He looked different from the last time Harry had seen him, stronger, more solid, as if he'd been feeding on the battle's violence. His gray skin seemed to absorb the light around him, and his flat black eyes fixed on Harry with hungry anticipation. Finally, Ashworth said. His voice carried across the battlefield, cutting through the noise of combat. The unified heir comes to face me directly. I was beginning to think you'd hide behind your castle forever. I'm not hiding. Harry walked toward him, the Gryffindor sword blazing to life in his hand. Around him, the battle seemed to pause, combatants on both sides pulling back, sensing that something significant was about to happen. I'm finishing what the Founders started. The Founders were fools. They built their school on idealism and naivety, never understanding the true nature of magic. Ashworth raised his hands, dark energy coiling around his fingers. But I understand. You've tasted power. You know what it feels like to command forces beyond mortal comprehension. Join me, and I'll teach you things the Founders never dreamed. You don't understand anything. Harry stopped a dozen feet from Ashworth, the sword steady in his grip. The Founders' power didn't come from magic. It came from love. From connection. From building something together that none of them could build alone. Sentimental nonsense. Is it? Harry reached for the golden bonds in his chest, not just his family now, but everyone. Every defender who had come to fight. Every student who had ever walked these halls. Every person who believed in what Hogwarts represented. And Hogwarts itself. 1,000 years of dreams and hopes and learning, channeled through a castle that was finally, fully awake. The power that surged through him was beyond anything he'd ever felt. The Founders gave pieces of their souls to build this place, Harry said. His voice resonated with the combined magic of 4 inheritances and a living castle. And when I completed the binding, I gave a piece of mine. We're all part of Hogwarts now, every student, every teacher, everyone who's ever loved this school. And all of that love, all of that connection, is standing against you. Ashworth's expression flickered. For the first time, Harry saw uncertainty in those dead eyes. You're a child. You can't, I can. Because I'm not alone. Harry unleashed the power. The duel that followed was unlike anything Hogwarts had ever witnessed. Harry and Ashworth clashed in the center of the courtyard, their magic colliding with force that cracked the flagstones and sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Dark energy met golden light, 1,000 years of accumulated power against the combined strength of the Founder's legacy. Ashworth was strong, stronger than Harry had imagined. Centuries of consumed heirs had given him fragments of each Founder's magic, twisted and corrupted but undeniably powerful. He fought with the cunning of Slytherin, the precision of Ravenclaw, the ferocity of Gryffindor, and even a perversion of Hufflepuff's loyalty magic, using it to bind his followers more tightly to his will. But Harry had something Ashworth didn't. He had friends. Susan's determination flowed through him, her belief that good would triumph, her refusal to accept defeat. Neville's quiet courage, the strength that came from finally understanding his own worth. Draco's fierce pride, channeled toward something other than prejudice for the first time in his life. He had family. Andromeda's protective love, Ted's steady faith, Tonks's irrepressible spirit. Sirius's desperate hope and Dumbledore's ancient wisdom. Every bond Harry had built, every connection he'd forged, feeding power into his magic. And he had Hogwarts. The castle fought alongside him, walls shifting to block Ashworth's attacks, floors rising to disrupt his footing, the very stones of the school lending their accumulated magic to Harry's cause. 1,000 years of students learning within these walls, 1,000 years of teachers sharing their knowledge, 1,000 years of love and hope and dreams made manifest. "This is impossible," Ashworth snarled, deflecting another blast of golden light. "You're a child. You've had this magic for months. I've had centuries." "You've had centuries of taking," Harry replied. "I've had months of giving." He pressed forward, the sword blazing in his hand. Ashworth retreated, his dark magic faltering under the onslaught. "The Founders understood something you never did," Harry continued. "Power shared is power multiplied. Every connection I've made has made me stronger. Every person I've loved has given me something you can never steal. Love is weakness. Love is why I'm still standing. Love is why your army is falling. Love is why you're going to lose." Ashworth's face contorted with rage. He gathered his power for one final assault, everything he had, all the stolen fragments of 1,000 years, compressed into a single devastating attack. "Then let's see how your love handles this." Dark energy erupted from him, a wave of pure destruction aimed at Harry's heart. Harry didn't try to block it. Instead, he reached out with his bonds, to his family, to his friends, to the castle itself, and pulled. Power flooded into him from every direction. Not just magic, but love. Pure, concentrated emotional force, the same power his mother had used to save his life, multiplied by hundreds of connections and amplified by a castle that was finally, fully alive. The dark energy hit the golden light and simply, stopped. Not blocked. Not deflected. Absorbed. Harry took Ashworth's attack into himself, let it wash through him, and transformed it into something else entirely. "You wanted to consume the unified heir," Harry said. His voice was calm now, certain. "But you don't understand what that means. The unified inheritance isn't just power. It's connection. It's love. It's everything you've spent 1,000 years trying to destroy." He raised the sword one final time. "And it's your end." Harry didn't kill Ashworth. He couldn't. Nothing mortal could truly end something that had lived for a millennium, that had bound its existence so thoroughly to dark magic and stolen power. But he could do something else. The sword struck not Ashworth's body, but the magic that sustained him. Harry used the Founder's combined power, the binding magic of the sanctum, amplified by every bond he'd built, to sever Ashworth from the stolen fragments. One by one, the pieces of consumed heirs were torn away, released from their imprisonment, allowed finally to pass on. And with each piece that left him, Ashworth diminished. The gray skin sagged. The dark eyes dimmed. The terrifying presence that had suffocated everything around him began to fade. "What are you doing?" The ancient predator's voice was weak now, confused. "What?" setting them free. Harry's voice was exhausted but steady. Everyone you consumed. Everyone you trapped. They don't belong to you anymore. I'll die. No. But you'll be contained. Harry reached out with the castle's magic, with the binding power of the sanctum, and wrapped it around Ashworth's diminishing form. The founders built a prison for threats like you. I'm putting you in it. The ground beneath them cracked open. A passage appeared, not physical, but magical, leading down into the heart of Hogwarts where the sanctum waited. The founders themselves will be your jailers, Harry said. Their ghosts, their magic, everything they left behind. You'll have eternity to think about what you did. And maybe, someday, you'll understand why you lost. Ashworth screamed, a sound of pure rage and terror, as the binding magic pulled him down. His form dissolved into shadow, dragged into the depths of the castle, sealed behind wards that would hold for another 1,000 years. Then he was gone, and the battle was over. The aftermath was strange. The Covenant forces, severed from their master's will, collapsed almost instantly. Some fled. Some surrendered. Some simply stopped, the dark magic that had bound them fading away like mist in morning sun. Harry stood in the center of the courtyard, the Gryffindor sword dissolving in his hand, and watched the snow fall. He was exhausted. Beyond exhausted, he felt hollowed out, empty, like he'd poured everything he was into that final confrontation and there was nothing left. The golden bonds were still there, still warm, but distant now. Muted. Harry. Andromeda reached him first, pulling him into an embrace so tight he could barely breathe. Ted and Tonks were right behind her, and then Sirius, and then everyone else, a wave of people who loved him, surrounding him, holding him up when his legs wanted to give out. You did it, Andromeda whispered. Harry, you did it. We did it. His voice was hoarse. All of us. But you, I couldn't have done anything alone. Harry pulled back slightly, looking at the faces around him, the people who had fought beside him, believed in him, loved him when he'd forgotten what love felt like. That's what Ashworth never understood. That's why he lost. Dumbledore appeared through the crowd, his robes singed, his face showing more emotion than Harry had ever seen. The Covenant is finished, he said. Without Ashworth to lead them, the organization will crumble. It may take years to root out every remaining cell, but the threat they represented, the 1,000-year war against magical education, is over. And the school will need repairs. Significant repairs. Dumbledore smiled slightly. But Hogwarts has survived worse. And thanks to you, it will survive this too. Harry nodded. The exhaustion was overwhelming now, pulling at him, demanding rest. I need to sleep, he said. For about a week. You've earned it. Dumbledore's hand settled on his shoulder. You've earned more than that, Harry. You've earned peace. Peace. Harry wasn't sure he knew what that meant anymore. He'd spent so long fighting, against the Dursleys, against the Covenant, against the darkness in his own scar, that he'd forgotten what it felt like to just live. But looking at the faces around him, his family, his friends, the allies who had become something like extended family, he thought maybe he could learn. Let's go inside, he said. It's cold out here. Surrounded by the people he loved, Harry walked back into Hogwarts. The war was over. A new life was beginning. Epilogue. 2 years later the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station on a bright September morning. Harry stood on the platform, watching the scarlet engine slow to a stop, remembering. 2 years ago, he'd been a boy in a cupboard, dreaming of escape. Now he was 9 years old, heir to the 4 founders, and finally about to experience the school he'd already become part of. Nervous? Susan asked. She stood beside him, her Hufflepuff scarf already wrapped around her neck despite the warm weather. A little. You. Terrified. She grinned. But in a good way. Neville appeared from the crowd, his trunk floating behind him, his confidence a marked change from the boy Harry had found hiding behind a topiary elephant. The boats are this way, I think. That's how first years get sorted, right? So I've read. Draco joined them, his platinum hair carefully styled, his expression a careful mask of indifference that fooled exactly no one. Though I imagine Potter already knows what the castle looks like from the inside. I might have an unfair advantage, Harry admitted. But I'm trying to experience it fresh. They walked toward the boats together, 4 children from different backgrounds, different houses, or soon-to-be houses, different expectations. But friends, despite everything. Maybe because of everything. The sorting ceremony was everything Harry had imagined and nothing like he'd expected. The sorting hat, which he could feel through the castle's awareness, a semi-sentient artifact older than the school itself, seemed confused when it touched his head. For houses, it muttered, audible only to Harry. For inheritances. Where do I put a wizard who belongs everywhere? Wherever you think is best, Harry thought back. Brave, certainly, facing Ashworth took courage beyond your years. Intelligent, without question, you navigated politics that would have destroyed most adults. Loyal to a fault, you've built bonds that would make Helga proud. And cunning, when you need to be, Salazar would approve of how you handled the Wisengamot. Then pick one. I think. The hat paused. I think the choice should be yours. Where do you want to belong? Harry thought about it. He could belong anywhere, could excel in any house, could make friends regardless of where he was sorted. But where did he want to be? He thought about Susan's warmth. About the way Hufflepuff had been the first to embrace him, to make him feel like he had a home. Hufflepuff, he thought. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted, and the table in yellow exploded with cheers. The years that followed were, in their way, ordinary. Harry attended classes like any other student. He learned magic the traditional way, with wands and books and patient professors who treated him like a child rather than a weapon. He made new friends, got detention, more than once, usually involving explosions in potions class, and slowly discovered what it meant to be a normal kid. He wasn't normal, of course. The unified inheritance still blazed in his chest, and the castle still responded to his will. But he learned to let those abilities rest, to focus on being Harry rather than being the heir. His bond with Susan deepened into something that might someday become more than friendship. Neville flourished in herbology, eventually becoming the youngest student ever to develop a new magical plant species. Draco struggled with his house's reputation, sorted into Slytherin, as expected, but determined to prove that cunning didn't have to mean cruelty. And the magical world changed around them. With the Covenant gone, the centuries-old barriers between magical peoples began to crumble. Goblins and wizards worked together openly for the first time since the Founders' era. House elves began advocating for their rights, emboldened by the shifts in magical society. The Ministry, under new leadership after Fudge's disgrace, started implementing reforms that would have been unthinkable a decade earlier. Not everything was perfect. Voldemort's followers still lurked in the shadows, waiting for their master's return. Political struggles continued, as they always did. And the scars of the Covenant's millennium-long war would take generations to fully heal. But there was hope. Real, genuine hope. And at the center of it all, in a castle that hummed with ancient magic and new possibility, Harry Potter grew into the wizard he was always meant to be. Not a weapon. Not a symbol. Just a boy who had learned that love was the strongest magic of all. Final scene on Harry's 11th birthday, he stood in the Founder's sanctum with his friends around him. The 4 thrones blazed with light, brighter than they'd been in centuries, fed by the bonds of new generations who would carry the Founder's legacy forward. The gem at the center of the chamber pulsed with golden warmth, whole and healed and stronger than ever. Hard to believe it's been 5 years, Susan said. Since you got that first letter. 6, almost, Harry corrected. I was 5 when it all started. And now look at you. Neville smiled. Unified heir, savior of magical society, and still terrible at potions. The inheritance didn't come with a talent for brewing, Harry admitted. Some things you just have to work for. Draco, who had become grudgingly accepted by the group over the years, rolled his eyes. You could always ask Snape for help. I'm sure he'd love to spend extra time teaching the boy who lived. I'd rather face Ashworth again. They laughed together, for friends who had survived a war and found each other on the other side. Different houses, different backgrounds, different paths, but bound by something stronger than tradition or expectation. What now? Susan asked. The Covenant's gone, your inheritance is secure, the magical world is changing. What does Harry Potter do next? Harry considered the question. He'd spent so long fighting, preparing, worrying about the future. Now the future was here, and it was open. Full of possibility. I want to teach, I think. Eventually. Show other kids what the founders really stood for, not houses and competition, but unity and connection. He smiled. And maybe reform the Wizengamot. And work with the goblins on that joint education initiative. And take over the world, Draco said dryly. Through kindness and good intentions. Would that be so bad? Probably not. Draco's mask cracked slightly, revealing something that might have been affection. But maybe start with smaller goals. Like passing your OWLS. I've got 4 years to worry about that. Time flies, Potter. Trust me. Harry looked around the sanctum, at his friends, at the thrones that represented his legacy, at the castle that had become an extension of his soul. He thought about everything he'd lost and everything he'd gained, about cupboards and castles and the long, winding path between them. He thought about love, the force that had saved him, sustained him, made him into whoever he was becoming. And he smiled. Whatever comes next, he said, we'll face it together. Together, his friends agreed. Above them, in the dome that showed a sky of unfamiliar stars, the constellations seemed to shift, forming, for just a moment, the shapes of 4 founders looking down with pride. Then the moment passed, and they were just children again, standing in a room full of ancient magic, ready to make it their own. The story was ending. But for Harry Potter, the boy from the cupboard who had become the heir of 4 founders, the adventure was just beginning.